There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. The Cloud Star will be my battle to establish my prestige in the illusion family according to my master. He will impart his power to me during the blood transformation, at the cost of reducing my cultivation by 200 years to help me reach the late stage of the great perfection of the peak of the questioning realm. As for how to reach the yin-yang void and reality realm, I must comprehend it myself. Liumi stood at the window of the pavilion, gazing at the vast blue sky, and softly said, in that case, the gap between me and that person on the vermilion bird star will only grow larger. After all these years, my cultivation will have advanced to great steps. When I meet him again, I wonder what he will think. But in my heart, he and that insignificant illusion dome are no different. Liumi smiled faintly, her smile making her beautiful face flutter and causing hearts to pound. A group of family guards patrolling outside the pavilion were stunned by this smile, their eyes revealing a look of infatuation and fervent admiration. Their gazes were remarkably similar to that of Illusion Dong. The myriad illusions of the demonic path, the illusion of all things in the world. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling Yumi's hair. She raised her small finger to grasp a strand. At that moment, a series of fluctuations suddenly emanated from within the storage bag. These fluctuations were confined to the bag, not visible to the outside, but a dense aura of resentment permeated it. Liumi lowered her head, her right hand touching the storage bag. The fluctuations diminished, but the resentment within intensified. Listen, you can't get out yet, Liumi whispered, biting the tip of her finger placed on the storage bag, a pained expression on her face. Gradually, the fluctuations completely dissipated, and the resentment within was powerfully suppressed. Why do you have to suffer like this? A mournful voice came from behind Liumi. The figure of the illusion family's ancestor slowly appeared. His gaze swept over Liumi's storage bag, his brows furrowed. I told you before, this thing is too vicious. Don't touch it, Liumi pondered, saying nothing more. Kill it immediately, don't nurture it. If you do this and ruin your Tao heart, how can you take the first step in cultivation? How can you surpass the yin-yang void and reality realm? The illusion family ancestor said coldly. Liumi looked up at the illusion family ancestor and softly said, Master, Liumi has her own plans. Please don't say any more. Okay, the illusion family ancestor looked at Liumi for a long time, then sighed, why do you have to suffer so much? Meanwhile, Wang Lin, the silver dragon beneath his feet, moved and flew straight towards Yunhe Star. From afar, Yunhe Star appeared dark gray, covered in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible for divine consciousness to penetrate. In addition, intermittent howling sounds emanated from within the Cloud River Star's fog, seemingly warning all passers-by not to enter. The silver dragon carried Wang Lin to the outskirts of the Cloud River Star. Staring intently at the dense fog, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He potted his storage bag, and immediately the seven-star sword formation swirled around his body, rapidly rotating to form a powerful spiral force. Under this force, Wang Lin took a step forward, retracting his star compass, and directly entered the Cloud River Star's fog. The spiral force formed by the seven-star sword formation was like a drill directly piercing into the fog. Under the disturbance, the fog obstructing Wang Lin's path was quickly pushed aside in all directions. But this fog was too thick. Even so, the fog before Wang Lin seemed endless. Very quickly, as Wang Lin penetrated deeper, from the outside it appeared as if the fog was devouring him, merging with him behind. Even if someone were to pass by at this moment, they wouldn't notice someone flying through the fog. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. Not a single wisp of fog could penetrate his swirling energy. However, everything around him was now shrouded in mist, obscuring his vision, and his divine sense was also blocked by the fog. He could only rely on his senses to continue flying downwards. After a long time, the fog in front of him thinned, and Wang Lin's gaze narrowed. His speed instantly increased, transforming him into a shooting star as he emerged from the dense fog. The scene that unfolded before Wang Lin's eyes caused his pupils to contract. The air was thick with fog, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the ground into darkness. However, this didn't affect the cultivator's vision. The ground was cracked everywhere, like countless gaping mouths, wanting to devour everything. A dense aura of death permeated the entire sky and earth. This aura of death wasn't emanating from a person or object, but from this cloud river star. From cracks in the ground, decaying tentacles swayed and writhed, giving the impression of a ground covered in fur. This scene instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. A low growl emanated from within the cloud river star, the vast majority of it coming from deep within the earth. Is this a completely desolate cultivation planet? Wang Lin murmured, his body moving forward, his divine consciousness spreading out to search for the golden flame mine. As he flew, he saw several ruined cities. Evidently, this place had once been extremely prosperous, but now everything was completely different. Tentacles extending from the ground completely surrounded the ruined cities, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Wang Lin flew silently, his gaze sweeping across each city. At that moment, the tentacles on the ground, which had been swaying, suddenly stopped moving. Immediately afterward, they quickly retracted and disappeared from the ground. In that instant, a deafening roar echoed from the distant horizon, and a bright red cloud in the night sky furiously surged towards Wang Lin. On that red cloud was a colossal beast, resembling a dragon, but not quite. Its body incredibly long, perhaps over 1,000 feet. Its triangular head resembled a snake, but its entire body was covered in countless whiskers and hair. As the beast roared and charged forward, even the thick fog in the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly receding. Wang Lin's divine sense perceived this beast, his expression changing drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "Wang Yue." In the ancient god diagram's memory, this beast was an extremely striking one. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and without a word, his body sank down and slipped into a crack in the ground. At the same time, information about the moon-gazing creature from the ancient god Tut's memory quickly flashed through his mind. A strange light suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The moon-gazing creature isn't naturally occurring. It's a unique parasite within the ancient god tribe's bodies. While the ancient gods were alive, this creature absorbed blood to survive, but it couldn't escape their bodies. Sometimes it could even be used as a magical artifact by the ancient gods. Once the ancient god dies, this parasite also dies. However, there's a very small chance that this creature not only doesn't die but can escape the ancient god's body. The stronger the ancient god, the stronger the moon-gazing creature within their body. The moon-gazing creature in the ancient god Tut's body is completely dead, so it never appeared. But unexpectedly, a moon-gazing creature has appeared here. Could it be? Could it be that there's an ancient god's corpse here? But if that were true, it would be unbelievable. How could there be no one in the Luotia star domain who recognized that object? Once a powerful cultivator saw it, they certainly wouldn't let it go. Wang Lin was deep in thought, watching the writhing, screaming figure of Wang Yue in the red clouds in the sky, gradually moving away. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance, on a relatively ordinary cultivation planet, in the capital of a mortal empire, two girls in dazzling clothes walked by. In their hands, each held a red ball of light, emitting a fierce and murderous aura that permeated the surroundings. Midair, one of them coldly said, "Sichunan, get out here." A shout echoed from the mortal capital, and immediately a man in a purple robe flashed out. He didn't even glance at the two girls before rushing away. "Sichunan, the sect master has given the order. All cultivation planets dependent on the Phoenix star are hunting you down. You can't escape." This man was indeed Sichunan. At this moment, his face was disheveled as he turned around and shouted, "Go tell that rotten woman, if she keeps harassing me, I will engrave her lewd scenes onto 100,000 jade slips and scatter them throughout the entire Cultivation Alliance. Damn it! Chasing me for nearly 100 years? Isn't that annoying?" Humph! The two women immediately clashed their light spheres, and a flash of light formed a red, illusory figure. This figure belonged to a very attractive woman. The illusory woman took a step forward, and with a slight wave of her hand, the entire sky suddenly pressed down. Then the ground trembled, and heaven and earth quickly merged together. Sichunan let out a strange howl, a fire burning within him. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to merge, and he burst out. Although he managed to escape, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. "You rotten woman, just you wait. I'll expose your lewd behavior to all the cultivators and mortals in the Cultivation Alliance. I'll make you completely infamous in the Cultivation Alliance. I mean what I say." Sichunan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood and fled frantically. "I can't hold back any longer. At most, I'll just go into seclusion again. You all just wait." Sichunan's eyes were bloodshot. He had made up his mind to go into seclusion again. This time, if he didn't reach the Nirvana stage, he wouldn't come out. The water in this pond had long been drained away by the Illusion family's ancestor using his divine power. Only a deep pit remained on the ground. At this moment, he hovered in the air, his expression extremely serious. Below, tens of thousands of members of the Illusion family remained silent. A profound silence enveloped the entire 10-mile radius. Each member of the Illusion family advanced to the edge of the deep pit, cutting their arms to draw blood. Once a certain amount of blood had flowed, they retreated, their faces pale and grim. As each member advanced, the blood in the pit gradually accumulated. A pungent, dark red blood emanated from the wound, permeating the surroundings. The blood of tens of thousands of family members hadn't completely filled the pit, but it was still a considerable amount. The last person was the Illusion family's ancestor. Without hesitation, he cut his wrist, and a large amount of fresh blood fell into the pit. He had shed the most blood, his face turning pale. Finally, he withdrew his wrist, performed a hand gesture, and softly uttered a single word, "merging." As soon as the words were spoken, the blood in the pit instantly swirled, slowly merging the blood of tens of thousands of people, making them indistinguishable. The pure bloodline, refined from tens of thousands of members of the Illusion family, transformed into 1,000 blood talismans inscribed on a single person's body, drawing out and transforming that person's blood. This is the blood transformation great technique. Illusion me. The Illusion family's ancestor's eyes showed a profound expression as he spoke in a deep voice. "Foster father." Lumi emerged from the crowd, her white robe giving her a divine appearance. "Go into the pool of blood, concentrate, and sit down," the Illusion family's ancestor said slowly. Lumi nodded slightly and walked to the pool of blood, stepping in barefoot. The pungent smell of blood assaulted her face, causing her to frown slightly, but she resolutely stepped in. As she continued forward, the blood in the pool gradually covered her knees, waist, and chest, finally completely enveloping her. In the pool of blood, only a swirling vortex remained, obscuring Lumi's figure. At this moment, she sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, her entire body covered in the Illusion family's blood. The ancestor of the Illusion family took a deep breath, his hands quickly forming incantations. Numerous seals rapidly transformed and fell into the pool of blood. A powerful aura emanated from him, enveloping the heavens and earth. As his incantations became faster and faster, the pool of blood seemed to boil, spinning even more rapidly. After a long while, the ancestor of the Illusion family's eyes shone brightly, and he softly exclaimed, "The ancestors of the Illusion family were once immortals of the Thunder Immortal Realm many years ago. Although the Immortal Realm was destroyed, the bloodline remains. This blood transformation great technique is created by refining the bloodline, bringing glory to the Illusion family in the future." A complex incantation flowed from the ancestor of the Illusion family's mouth. As soon as the incantation was spoken, it transformed into a magical seal that fell into the pool of blood. "Bloodline manifest," the ancestor of the Illusion family shouted, and suddenly the entire pool of blood stopped spinning. With a rumbling sound, it unexpectedly rose into a column of blood. In an instant, the column of blood collapsed, transforming into thousands of blood-colored runes swirling in the air. Liu Mi's figure emerged from the abyss, her legs crossed, her eyes closed. The ancestor of the illusion family took a deep breath, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing it towards Liu Mi. In a flash, a wound appeared on Liu Mi's forehead, blood gushing out. As the blood continued to flow, Liu Mi's face grew even paler. At that moment, a blood rune in the air suddenly descended, imprinting itself on Liu Mi's body. Immediately afterward, a series of blood runes descended, continuously imprinting themselves on her body. As the blood talismans continuously fell, every part of Liu Mi's body seemed to be covered in them. The illusion family's ancestor's gaze froze, and he took a step forward to Liu Mi's side, raising his right hand. A divine light appeared in his palm. This light was ever-changing. Anyone who saw it could instantly see all the transformations of their life within it: birth, aging, sickness, death, love, hatred, and revenge, all manifested within this light. This was the illusion family's ancestors' Tao, the Tao of myriad illusions and formless form. His hand pressed down on Liu Mi's heavenly spirit, and the immense Tao power within the illusion family's ancestor directly struck Liu Mi's primordial spirit. At the same time, he unleashed his own immortal power without reservation, helping Liu Mi to elevate her cultivation. Reaching the late stage of the great perfection of the peak-seeking realm required an extremely vast amount of immortal power. No one else, even those just beginning their cultivation, could possibly achieve this. Even those in the yin-yang void and reality realm couldn't achieve this. Only those who truly entered the second stage could possess such heaven-defying divine abilities. The ancestor of the illusion family was a cultivator in the second stage, a cultivator of the early nirvana realm. The immense immortal power and boundless Tao thoughts merged together and were transmitted into Liu Mi's body by the ancestor of the illusion family. The ancestor of the illusion family clearly paid close attention to this disciple, genuinely intending her to become the future successor of the illusion family. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have sacrificed his own cultivation to help Liu Mi improve. Liu Mi's body glowed, and the blood talismans surrounding her instantly merged into her body, transforming into streams of illusion family bloodlines circulating within her body, forcing all her blood out. At the same time, her primordial spirit eyes flashed, rapidly increasing in power at a speed visible to the naked eye. Early stage of the peak inquiry, middle stage of the peak inquiry, late stage of the peak inquiry, and finally, complete mastery. Envious glances emanated from tens of thousands of members of the illusion family surrounding them. Their envy was understandable. Many people stopped at the peak inquiry realm, and how many cultivators had to cultivate for thousands of years to reach the great perfection realm on their own. But now Liu Mi had reached a realm that many sought during their lifetimes, in just half an incense stick's time. The illusion family ancestor's arm visibly withered, and his entire being instantly aged. He took a few steps back, the light in his eyes dimming, and looked at Liu Mi, lowering his voice. From today onwards, you are a member of my illusion family. The blood of the illusion family flows in your veins. I must go into seclusion. You must cultivate diligently and strive to reach the yin-yang void and reality realm as soon as possible. Liu Mi turned and silently looked at the illusion family ancestor without saying anything, only nodding her head. The myriad illusions heavenly demonic Tao. I truly want to know what kind of divine abilities will emerge from the second step of the myriad illusions heavenly demonic Tao. The old man laughed heartily, completely disregarding Liu Mi's coldness. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure vanished. Go to Ren Young Star. Huanmi, this is your first battle as a member of the Huan family. Slay and slay to establish your reputation. The ancestor's voice echoed. Liu Mi didn't even glance at the tens of thousands of clan members surrounding her, slowly rising into the air like a celestial maiden walking through the void. Her target was Ren Young Star. She didn't even bring a single attendant, she went alone. In the crack in the ground, Wang Lin's gaze followed Wang Yue, riding on a red cloud, into the distance, his eyes still filled with awe. This Wang Yue is 1,000 feet long. This creature's strength is probably comparable to a cultivator at the second stage of cultivation, a cultivator with the great divine power of nirvana. Without the ancient god, its offensive power isn't strong. As long as you don't actively provoke it, it will maintain its first form without changing. Wang Lin was a little puzzled. According to the ancient god Tut's memories of Wang Yue, this creature parasitizes the ancient god and has 3 forms. The first is as just described, a form in which Wang Yue is not aggressive. The second form involves its entire body of hair retracting into various bizarre shapes. This state is relatively common within the ancient god's body, a state of deep sleep. Finally, the third form is aggressive. Its entire body's hair and beard extend infinitely, even reaching the length of its body. If you encounter Wang Yue in this form, you must immediately flee. A moment's delay will result in its attack. While deep in thought, Wang Lin's body sank into the crack, his divine consciousness spreading out to search for the golden flame mine. The appearance of Wang Yue in here is rather strange. This thing is not something I can trifle with. It's better not to pay attention to it. Searching for the golden flame mine is more important. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast, like a soaring dragon, continuously penetrating the crack. Before long, he was in front of a cliff. Without stopping, he lunged forward, his entire body merging into the cliff, using the earth method to continue his search underground. As he moved underground, Wang Lin's brow furrowed slightly. A sticky substance oozed from the surrounding mud. If it weren't for the immortal power swirling around his body, he would have been instantly covered in this substance. This place is very strange. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his divine consciousness slowly spread further. Occasionally, he sensed some strong fluctuations. Each time, his divine consciousness circled around. As he continued to penetrate deeper, his divine consciousness almost spread throughout the entire underground layer of Yunhe Star. Suddenly, Wang Lin's eyes froze. In the deepest part of Yunhe Star, he saw a golden flame mine stretching for countless miles. This mine was deep underground, with a section on the other side of Yunhe Star seemingly emerging from the earth. Years ago, the people of the Illusion family had discovered this golden flame mine in that very place. Wang Lin's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He didn't act immediately, but pondered for a moment. If this golden flame mine were hidden deep, that would be one thing, but this mine has nothing to conceal. Any peak-level cultivator could easily find it. This place seems strange. Wang Lin's divine sense carefully investigated the mine stretching for countless miles, but ultimately found no clues. After much thought, Wang Lin made a decisive move. He pulled his right hand forward, pushing aside the mud and earth before him, and passed straight towards the deepest part of the golden flame mine. Soon after, he arrived at the mine. What appeared before him was a massive mine emitting bursts of golden light. This mine resembled a giant dragon, winding its way deep within the Cloud River Star. Wang Lin approached slowly, lost in thought. He still felt something was amiss. Ever since seeing Wang Yue, a persistent, ominous feeling had filled his heart. Why was Wang Yue here? Why was the golden flame mine so obvious yet unexploited? A veil of mystery still hung over it. Wang Lin stared intently at the mine ahead, refraining from any rash actions. Years of careful observation had instilled in him a habit of deep thought. This place held many mysteries. Even the slightest carelessness could lead to unimaginable danger. Wang Lin suppressed the urge to immediately seize the golden flame mine. He calmly followed the mine, his inner mystery growing stronger. He observed that the golden flame mine was remarkably well organized, its size and texture surprisingly uniform from beginning to end. If it were a naturally formed ore deposit, it would be absolutely impossible for it to be like this. At first glance, this ore deposit looks more like a long skeleton. Thinking this, Wang Lin suddenly stopped, his eyes showing a strange expression as he stared intently at the ore deposit, his heart surging with emotion. Bones? Could these bones be those of some unknown beast left behind after its death? Wang Lin took a deep breath. He couldn't imagine what kind of beast would have bones of the golden flame. He pondered for a moment before continuing to follow the golden flame mine. Just then, the entire planet suddenly trembled. Wang Lin immediately felt waves of vibrations coming from all directions. These vibrations were all directed upwards. Within these vibrations, Wang Lin concentrated all his divine power, his eyes revealing a look of horror. His consciousness was still in a scattered state, clearly seeing a tentacle extending from the top of the mine, merging into the mud, and finally reaching a crack in the ground, rising up and swaying on the surface. Wang Lin shuddered and immediately lowered his head to look at the golden flame mine, the strange expression in his eyes intensifying. This scene seems familiar. Wang Lin stared at the golden flame mine, a sudden light flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, the entire ground is covered in tentacles, looking like this cloud river star is full of fur. The second form of the moon gazing is when the entire body is covered in retracted tentacles, like it's in a state of deep sleep. Or the cloud river star I'm standing on, could it be a giant moon gazing star? Wang Lin took a deep breath in astonishment, looking at the golden flame mine not far away. This isn't a mine, but real bones, but not the bones of some ferocious beast, but the bones of this moon-gazing star. A chill ran down Wang Lin's spine. If I had directly taken this golden flame mine just now, I'm afraid it would have instantly awakened the moon-gazing beast. Then I would have lost my life here. The chances of this moon-gazing beast fully awakening are slim, but if it awakens even for a moment, it could kill anyone who tries to take its bones. Wang Lin finally understood why no cultivators had come to take the golden flame mine here. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. So it seems that some people came here before, but they all ended up dead. That person from the illusion family must have been shrewd. He only picked up a little from the ground and left immediately. If he had taken more, he would have instantly awakened the moon-gazing beast. This also involves luck. Perhaps someone else might have awakened the moon-gazing beast. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He knew that leaving now was pointless. He couldn't examine the golden flame mine any further. But looking at the endless expanse of ore, he felt extremely unwilling to give up. If I take all the bones of this moon-gazing serpent, it will fully awaken. At that point, its body will completely transform into an attacking form, and I will surely die. But giving up like this is truly unacceptable. Wang Lin sighed, his eyes flashing, recalling everything related to the moon-gazing serpent from the ancient god diagram's memories. No one understands this parasite within the ancient god's body better than me. This is my advantage. This moon-gazing serpent likes to suck the blood of ancient gods likewise. The key to this moon-gazing serpent's body is its tentacles. These are the most sensitive organs. Is there any way to extract the bones without awakening it? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he muttered, back then, when I swallowed that ascension fruit, I felt a sense of madness. Even if someone were to take my bones then, I probably wouldn't feel anything. If I could make this moon-gazing creature fall into a trance while it's asleep, perhaps that would be the best way to extract its bones. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, gazing wistfully at the golden flame mine. He sighed softly, stomped his foot, and disappeared. When he reappeared, his figure was already in the air. He teleported out of the cloud river star, and the star compass in the starry sky carried Wang Lin away quickly. Wang Lin sat on the star compass, looking back at the distant cloud river star, his eyes filled with determination. I must obtain the bones of this moon-gazing creature. The medicine that caused the moon-gazing to fall into a coma can be refined from the ascension fruit. The question is, what dosage could possibly put such a gigantic moon-gazing beast into a coma? If it were someone else, even if they tried to obtain a large quantity of medicinal herbs, they wouldn't be able to make this moon-gazing beast absorb them. The ancient god's moon-gazing beast, unless guided by the ancient god's seal, wouldn't absorb anything other than the ancient god's blood. And only Wang Lin possessed the ancient god's seal. Wang Lin sat atop the silver dragon, flying through the starry sky, his expression perpetually somber. His journey of several months had been in vain. He'd originally hoped to perfect the heaven-defying pearl, but this was the unexpected outcome. Well, perfecting the heaven-defying pearl has been a wait of over 800 years. Once I obtain a large quantity of ascension fruits and refine them, I'll come back. But I never expected such a gigantic moon-gazing beast. How many ancient god stars could possess such a moon-gazing beast? Moreover, it clearly has been dormant for countless years, and there are even ruined cities on it. Wang Lin's expression relaxed slightly, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. What kind of power will this moon-gazing star, once it awakens, possess? I fear even Ling Jianhu and Tia Yunzi would be terrified and flee. Unfortunately, unless it's a host, no one can control it, not even me. If I could control it and bring it back to the Star Alliance, that would be a great stroke of luck. Wang Lin smiled bitterly, controlling the star compass to head straight towards Ran Yun Star. As the silver light flashed, the distance between him and Yunhe Star grew ever greater. The three figures, the Ran family's ancestor, Zio Sanrin and Sunshi gazed at the distant horizon from Ren Yun Star, their expressions grim and terrifying. The star-locking formation, Sunshi said bitterly. The illusion family's actions will certainly not be limited to this. They've deployed the star-locking formation and will soon directly descend upon Ren Yun Star, Zio Sanrin said in a low voice. This is probably preparation for Huanmei, the adopted daughter of the illusion family's ancestor. To establish their authority, the patriarch of the Ren family pondered for a long time before saying, the Huan family wants to exterminate our 3 clans, using this formation to prevent us from escaping. Sunji's eyes showed a cold glint. Extermination isn't the worst-case scenario. For the past few years, the 3 of us have been secretly moving the main branch members of our clans. With them around, the ancestral lineage of our 3 families will never cease, the patriarch of the Ren family said. Unfortunately, our foundations are all in Ren Yun Star. How can we move them all in such a short time? A mass relocation would only expose us sooner, the Yao Sanren said with a bitter smile. Sumu said he might return soon, she said hesitantly. HMPH, if he doesn't return, after we're captured by the Huan family, we'll drag him down with us. How can we let him take the immortal jade of Ren Yun Star for free? He promised to protect us before, but he left in this time of crisis, a despicable person. The patriarch of the Ren family gritted his teeth and spoke. Zio Sanrin remained silent. Sunshi sighed inwardly, forget it. Even if he returns, what difference does it make? That patriarch of the Huan family has reached the 2nd stage of cultivation. Who can stop him? It's rumored that the Huan family has 2 patriarchs who have entered the 2nd stage of cultivation. One died in the struggle in the Thunder Immortal Realm years ago, and the other, although his strength is not comparable to before, is still enough to sweep across all living beings alone. His return would be useless. The 3 fell silent, their hearts filled with regret for what happened 4 years ago. The so-called karma truly holds true. Just then, the patriarch of the Ren family suddenly changed his expression and said in a low voice, they've arrived. Sunshi and Zio Sanrin looked up and immediately sensed danger coming from the horizon, their faces becoming even more somber. In the air, ripples of energy spread, and an immense pressure descended from the sky. Liu Mi, dressed in white, stepped through the locking star formation outside the Ren Yun Star, her divine consciousness sweeping over the 3 Ren family ancestors. Her expression remained unchanged, calm as water, slowly approaching. Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, we 3 have fought for more than half our lives. Now that our final arrangements are complete, let's fight a battle to the death. Even if we die, our lives won't be in vain. The Ren family ancestor's voice was low, filled with fighting spirit, his eyes fixed on the burning flames in the void. Brother Ran, you are truly spirited. You're willing to burn your soul. I, Zhao, will follow you. The Xiaoyao Sanran laughed heartily, his eyes blazing with fire. Sunji's eyes showed determination, and he naturally smiled and said, to abandon one's cultivation and dare to ascend to the heavenly court to reprimand the immortal lord, how could I, Sun, be absent? The overwhelming battle intent emanating from the 3 was like 3 flames rising from the Ren Yun Star. Ordinary fires produce smoke, but while the primordial spirits of cultivators don't, their battle intent is 100, even 1,000 times more intense than smoke. This intense battle intent reached its peak the moment Liu Mi's graceful figure appeared on the horizon, burning the primordial spirit. Liu Mi, in midair, looked down at the 3 below and whispered. Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, yet contained a strange power. Zio Sanrin stared blankly at Liu Mi in midair, the flames in his eyes fading, replaced by a hint of infatuation seeing Liu Mi, like a celestial maiden, approaching not only Zio Sanrin, but even Sunji's battle intent vanished, replaced by a look of struggle. Only the ancestor of the Ren family, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the questioning peak, managed to keep his mind from being disturbed, but even he couldn't maintain it for long. In his perception, the voice of this celestial-like girl was like a celestial melody, incredibly captivating to his mind, stirring up a ripple of emotion within him. Heavenly illusion, ruthless Tao. The ancestor of the Ren family's expression changed, and a burning flame erupted from his body, consuming his primordial spirit. This flame, born from the fusion of his primordial spirit and the primordial energy of heaven and earth, instantly caused the ancestor's cultivation to surge dramatically. He let out a loud roar, his voice like thunder, a deafening rumble that shook the heavens and earth. Sun Ji's eyes shone with clarity, his heart filled with terror. In that instant, he felt as if he were facing his closest clansman, a girl before him whom he couldn't bring himself to harm. Liu Mi's expression remained unchanged, and as she approached, she lowered her voice considerably. The three of you are no match for me. Returning to the illusion family with me might offer a chance of survival. The flames blazed around the ancestor of the Ren family as he took a step forward, his hands forming a seal, and he pressed it into the void. The Ren family's Palm Thunder divine ability immediately erupted with thunderous roars, flashing from his palms and hurtling towards Liu Mi. Liu Mi's eyes showed helplessness. She lightly smoothed her hair, pointed her hand forward, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. Her finger touched the Palm Thunder, and the lightning bolt flashed and then vanished. Burning the primordial spirit, then burn it completely, Liu Mi said in a low voice. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Xiao Sanren behind the ancestor of the Ran family's eyes grew, even more infatuated, even revealing a hint of madness. His entire being had fallen into a state of utter chaos. All of heaven and earth had vanished, leaving only the silhouette of the girl before him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, directly blocking the ancestor of the Ren family, his primordial spirit instantly burning. This burning wasn't just of his primordial spirit, but of his entire body. And you too. Liu Mi's gaze fell on Sun Ji. Sun Ji, who had just managed to suppress his emotions, immediately lost control at Liu Mi's words. His whole body trembled, the same fervent look as the Xiao Sanren surged in his eyes, and without hesitation, he burned his primordial spirit and body, gaining instantaneous power. He clasped his two fingers together to form a sword and pressed it towards the back of the Ran family ancestor. The Ran family ancestor laughed bitterly, saying, Jiao Chuanwen, Sun Shi, I, Ran, feel sorrow for you too. But the end Sun Shi ignored him, completely disregarding his presence and unleashing their divine abilities in a deadly battle against the Ran family ancestor. Loud rumbling sounds and flashing magical light filled the air, shaking the ground and darkening the sky. The bodies of Xiao Sanren and Sun Ji quickly dissipated, but with each dissipation, they gained a little more cultivation, frantically charging into battle against the ancestor of the Ran family. Liu Mi smiled faintly. She truly didn't need to bring anyone to assist her, because as long as she was there, countless cultivators would fight for her. This was the myriad illusion heavenly demonic Tao, which controlled everything in the world. The ancestor of the illusion family did this precisely why he didn't hesitate to exchange blood for Liu Mi. He wanted to know what kind of power the myriad illusion heavenly demonic Tao would possess when it reached the second stage. The entire Ren Yun star fell into a state like an earthquake, the ground constantly rumbling. Despair welled up in the heart of the ancestor of the Ren family. Similarly, he burned his body, using his greatest ability to gain the strongest power. As his body and soul simultaneously burned, his cultivation skyrocketed, reaching the late stage of the peak-seeking realm without any intention. His cultivation level increased extremely rapidly, but his mental state couldn't keep up, only reaching a late-stage pseudo-level. Even so, he was incredibly powerful. He let out a low growl, his body quickly dissipating. His hands suddenly clasped together in front of him. A dazzling golden light swirled around his palms. He didn't use any divine abilities in this move, but rather the most direct method, using the heaven and earth's vital energy within his primordial spirit to unleash this golden light as he extended his hands. This golden light, like a 1,000-foot sharp sword, roared outwards in all directions. At this moment, the bodies of Sun Shi and Xiao Sanren had completely vanished, only half remaining, the rest merging into nothingness. In their eyes, the fervent look intensified, and without hesitation, they made their final choice, self-destruction. Boom! The monk Wending self-destructed. Moreover, under the burning of his primordial spirit and body, he incinerated all traces of the world. In this state, the powerful impact caused the entire Renyan planet to be plunged into catastrophe. The sky seemed to collapse, the ground churned violently, and the entire Renyan planet sea rose over 100 feet, crashing against the earth, as if the planet itself was enraged. The spiritual veins within Renyan planet seemed to be leading the collapse, cracking under the guidance of an invisible force. Their primordial spirits and bodies vanished. Even in death, Sun Shi and Ziya Sin Ren remained unconscious. The ancestor, at the center of the self-destruction, resisted with his powerful cultivation, but his entire body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Liu Mi, whose face remained perpetually calm, and coldly said, "You vile woman, why did our war spread to ordinary people to this Ren Yun planet?" Liu Mi smiled faintly, lowering her voice. "I didn't lay a hand on you. What does your fight have to do with me?" The ancestor of the Ran family looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, his laughter revealing a sense of desperate sorrow. Tears streamed down his face as he looked down at the ground below. The once beautiful Ren Yun star was now a pile of rubble. He knew that if he chose to self-destruct again to harm his opponent, Ren Yun star would become a completely abandoned cultivation planet. "This place is my home," with a bitter expression. He looked at Liu Mi, his voice strained. "I, Ran Zufeng, with my current cultivation level, curse you. You will die without a burial place. Moreover, the one who killed Huandong wasn't the three of us. There was another person named Sumu." After saying this, he raised his right hand and slammed it hard against his forehead, a cracking sound echoing. The burning primordial spirit instantly collapsed, spreading to the body. In Liu Mi's calm gaze, the entire being slowly dissipated, finally turning into dust that fell to the ground. "Living in Ranyun, dying in Ranyun, before I die, I, Ren Zifeng, can only do this to the best of my ability to protect Ranyun Star. And Sumu, you despicable wretch, I curse you and this Huanmi to be destroyed together." A cold glint appeared in Liu Mi's eyes, as if nothing in this world could move her. She lowered her head and glanced at the ground, her figure lightly stepping forward, heading straight downwards. "The Ren family, the Zhao family, the Sun family must all be annihilated. This is my master's request. It has nothing to do with me." "And that Sumu, this person seems somewhat unfamiliar," Liu Mi murmured softly to herself. As she walked, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly and her consciousness spread out, stopping at the southernmost point of Ren Yun Star. "There's also a clone that cultivator surnamed Sun seems quite interesting. That being said, I fear that the ancestor of the Ren family and the cultivator surnamed Zhao must also have clones." Liu Mi chuckled softly. This clone was very well hidden. If it weren't for the faint fluctuation emitted by the clone when the main body died, Liu Mi wouldn't have found it. After all, if one didn't actively investigate, a normal scan with divine consciousness wouldn't notice this. In the far south of Ren Yun Star, in a civilian house in a city, a young man sat cross-legged. This person was indeed Sun Qi, and at this moment, a bitter expression appeared on his face. For years ago, the three of them, knowing they had caused great trouble, had employed all means to cultivate clones. Because they lacked special cultivation techniques, the cultivated clones were extremely weak and couldn't even reach the level of assisting in battle. But this was ultimately a means of survival. The clone of the Ren family's ancestor had been secretly cultivated hundreds of years ago to a level capable of entering the starry sky. He had left with his clansmen 2 years ago. As for Ziya Senren, his cultivation technique had shortcomings. His primordial spirit couldn't differentiate, so he couldn't cultivate a clone. But this person had other tricks up his sleeve, the specifics of which outsiders couldn't know. Although Sun Qi claimed to have created a clone, the clone's cultivation level was only at the core formation stage, fundamentally incapable of venturing into the starry sky. His previous search for Wang Lin was related to this clone. However, before he could even speak, Wang Lin had already refused. Moreover, this matter was of great importance, and he hesitated slightly before continuing. Otherwise, if Sumu learned that all three of them possessed life-saving techniques, and that using him was merely a scapegoat to prevent suspicion of the clones, then no matter how much immortal jade Sumu offered, he wouldn't agree, and might even angrily attack them. Liu Mi, while teleporting to the southernmost point of Ren Yun Star, was about to enter. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, a strange, unprecedented glint appearing in her eyes. This aura in the starry sky, a silver rainbow streaked across the void, reaching the outskirts of Ren Yun Star. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the star compass. He had to do his best to collect the immortal jade from the three ancestors of the Ren family, otherwise he might not have returned. His expression was usually calm, but when he saw the layer of powerful restrictions surrounding Ren Yun Star, his eyes narrowed. He stood up from the star compass, his gaze shining as he looked at the restrictions. "This restriction wasn't here when I left." Wang Lin had extensive knowledge of restrictions. Now, after a brief examination, Although he couldn't completely break them in a short time, he could enter without any harm. He pondered for a moment. The star compass beneath his feet flashed with silver light, and he leapt into the restrictions, penetrating straight into Ran Yun Star. Inside Ran Yun Star, Lumi raised her head, the strange look in her eyes intensifying. She frowned and lowered her voice, saying, "This aura. It feels somewhat familiar." Wang Lin retracted his compass and stepped into the Ran Yun Star. He pierced through the layer of strong winds for a second, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Even from outside, he had noticed the desolate landscape with waves of immortal power swirling around. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place here. He took a deep breath, his divine consciousness detecting Liu Mi's figure at the southernmost point of Ran Yun Star. Liu Mi's appearance had changed somewhat. She was even more stunning than she was back then. His brow furrowed slightly and Wang Lin took a step forward, disappearing. When he reappeared at the southernmost point, he was about 100 feet away from Liu Mi. Liu Mi stared at the figure that had appeared 100 feet away, the strangeness in her eyes intensifying. She had sensed a familiar feeling about this person when he approached Ran Yun Star, yet his appearance was utterly unfamiliar. She said nothing, simply gazing silently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at Liu Mi, calmly saying, "You've already killed her. You can leave." When he arrived, he had wondered why Liu Mi had come to this southernmost place. His divine sense swept across and he saw Sun Ji's clone in the city below. After a moment's thought, he carefully reviewed everything that had happened. If these three were like this, he didn't need to forcefully intervene. He just needed to do his best. One thing that made Wang Lin's heart sink was Liu Mi's cultivation level, unexpectedly reaching the late stage of the great perfection of the questioning peak. This level of cultivation caused Wang Lin's pupils to subtly contract. How did Liu Mi reach such a level of cultivation? Is she related to that ancestor of the illusion family? It must be. Wang Lin's gaze swept over Liu Mi, a flash of understanding appearing in his eyes. There's still some immortal power lingering around her, probably boosted by someone powerful. This kind of powerful cultivation enhancement only leads to a breakthrough in immortal power. The comprehension of the realm of intent will definitely not reach the same level. Have we met before? Liu Mi stared at Wang Lin, lowering her voice. No. Wang Lin calmly replied. Liu Mi looked at Wang Lin for a long time, a smile like a spring breeze appearing on her lips. But in Wang Lin's eyes, it remained as calm as still water. Enough, before I change my mind, leave immediately. Wang Lin's voice turned cold. He utterly detested her smile. She had always been like this on Vermilion Bird Star. Liu Mi's eyes showed a complex expression as she lowered her voice. I didn't expect your cultivation to reach such a level. Even I can't see through it. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, coldly glanced at Liu Mi, and turned to leave. If the three people from Ran Yun Star all had hidden clones, he didn't need to continue participating. Wang Lin, do you really think I don't recognize you? Liu Mi's voice was cold and sinister. Wang Lin stopped, turned around, his eyes revealing a cold glint, and said, "No need to test me. I am Wang Lin. If you continue like you did on GQ Star, don't blame me for killing you." Liu Mi's heart was completely different from her outward appearance. At this moment, her heart was surging. She couldn't believe she had encountered Wang Lin in the Luotia Star domain. Moreover, Wang Lin's cultivation was so powerful that even she couldn't see through it. The scene from the past flashed before her eyes in an instant. She stared at Wang Lin, the complexity in her eyes deepening, and lowered her voice, saying, "Except for you, no one else possesses this cold gaze. You've changed your appearance, changed everything, but this kind of gaze remains unchanged. I fear you changed everything because you didn't want me to recognize you." Wang Lin frowned, coldly looking at Liu Mi, and said, "I'll say this one last time. Get out." Liu Mi smiled calmly, the complexity in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a cold, gentle expression, and said, "Your cultivation definitely cannot surpass mine. I fear you possess a treasure or divine ability to conceal your cultivation. You don't need to leave today." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, the annihilation finger wind roared out, transforming into a black light that flew straight towards Liu Mi. The finger wind created ripples in midair, containing a rumbling thunderous sound. Amidst the roaring sounds, the annihilation finger wind approached. Liu Mi's expression remained unchanged, Her delicate arm formed a hand seal, and a luminous halo instantly appeared before her. The annihilation finger wind struck the halo, producing a rumbling sound, and lightning flashed. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the halo. Lumi shook her head, lowering her voice. I was right. Your cultivation is only at the early stage of the questioning peak. Forcibly increasing your cultivation is extremely harmful. Your master did this. I'm afraid he has other motives. Wang Lin's voice was cold and slow. Liumi chuckled, saying, So what? You won't escape today. If your cultivation doesn't reach the questioning peak, then so be it. But if it does, today will completely end the enmity between us on the Vermilion Bird Star. Let me make you reunite with Li Mu when you want to die. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately the 7-star sword formation roared out, transforming into 7 rainbows that flew straight towards Liumi. Liumi's expression remained unchanged, her right finger pointing to her forehead. A red light flashed at her forehead, and in an instant, the intense red light completely enveloped her body. The red light condensed into the form of a woman. She had an arrogant expression, sharp, intelligent eyes, and an exceptionally beautiful face. Her phoenix-like eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared at Wang Lin. Hong Dai. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This woman was indeed Hong Dai. Hong Dai coldly and arrogantly stared at Wang Lin, calmly saying, The enmity between us should end. After saying that, she patted her storage bag, and immediately a red rose appeared in her hand. She waved her hand forward, and all the petals flew up, carrying a strange force, towards Wang Lin. What kind of divine ability is this? Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The willow eyebrow before him instantly transformed into Hong Dai, and with his cultivation, Wang Lin used his divine sense to see that this was clearly the real Hong Dai, without any trace of the willow eyebrow's aura. Facing the flying petals, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal, and his mind controlled the 7-star sword formation to immediately approach. The 7 swords formed a circle, quickly rotating to create a sword wind, roaring and powerfully tearing apart the petals. The cold, arrogant look in Hong Dai's eyes deepened. She raised her right hand, conjuring a flower petal. With her left hand, she pointed several times, and the petals suddenly combined to form a talisman. She pressed it down, and the talisman instantly shrieked and flew out, continuously growing larger until it unexpectedly reached 100 feet in size. Like a massive mountain pressing down on Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, and a long stream of yellow springs opened, crushing the talisman. Under Wang Lin's single finger, the yellow springs, filled with blood and gore, surged forth like a roaring golden dragon, instantly coiling around Hong Dai, attempting to drag her into its depths. Dao concept. I didn't expect you to have a Dao concept. Hong Dai's eyes flashed, and she said calmly. Wang Lin snorted coldly. His Dao transformation into the yellow springs roared, the sky darkened, and within the yellow springs, streaks of lightning flickered, further increasing its power. In this moment of crisis, Hong Dai placed her right hand on her forehead, and a golden light flashed, enveloping her entire body. The moment the golden light dissipated, a small, thin figure was revealed inside. Uncle, these 2 words contained a strange power that caused Wang Lin's Dao transformation into the yellow springs to suddenly stop. Chu are you? The small, thin figure was indeed Chu are you. She looked at Wang Lin fearfully, her eyes wide with terror. Uncle, I found you. Please don't abandon me, okay? Wang Lin's eyes showed pain, and he shouted, Enough, Liu Mi. With a single sweep of the yellow springs Dao, Churu's body was instantly drawn into the yellow springs. Her eyes showed fear and bewilderment, and tears welled up as she softly said, Uncle, do you want to kill Ruer? This is fake. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his heart resolute. The yellow springs, like a whirlwind, surged into his body, seemingly about to completely merge. At that very moment, a faint voice echoed. Tai Sheng. This voice, like a large bell, resonated within Wang Lin's body. He saw his mother, separated for over 800 years, looking at him with a gentle expression. Wang Lin's heart trembled. His hand shook, and the yellow springs Dao collapsed, dissipating into nothingness. This is also fake. A red light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Fake Wang Lin. Under my myriad illusion demon Dao, there is truth within the fake. Liu Mi's ethereal voice echoed from all directions. Chu Aryu and Hong Dai materialized from the void, and at the same time, Wang Lin's father appeared, looking at Wang Lin with affectionate eyes. Wang Lin, do you still remember me? Wang Ju emerged from the void. He was no longer the weary old man he once was, but had reverted to his energetic youth. Disciple, you must remember to ensure the soul refining sect has an heir. The aged voice of Dentia followed his figure out from the void. Immediately afterward, familiar figures and people appeared, silently gazing at Wang Lin. Their expressions varied: complexity, loss, joy, worrying. In the void, a blue light flashed, transforming into a woman. This was Li Muwen. Li Muwen looked at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with tenderness, and whispered, Wang Lin, am I also a fake? She stood beside Wang Lin's mother, like a mother and daughter, calmly looking at Wang Lin. The myriad illusions, heavenly demonic Dao. Wang Lin looked at the familiar figures before him, a look of anguish in his eyes. He closed his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, the myriad illusions, heavenly demonic Dao, like a heavenly demon's incarnation, ignites the fire of the primordial spirit, burning both body and mind. Liu Mi, what deep-seated hatred do we have that you would go to such lengths to gather my past? The familiar figures all around him instantly transformed into wisps of smoke, like ethereal mists, simultaneously converging on Wang Lin and merging into his body. Wang Lin raised his eyes, a clear light appearing in them. Though in pain, his gaze seemed capable of seeing through the entire world. Just like the truth he had understood years ago, what needs to be let go of should be let go of. He raised his right hand, and a cloud of mist flew out from his palm. This cloud of mist was formed by the fusion of countless wisps of smoke. His primordial spirit contained the ancient thunder dragon, possessing the thunderous power of heaven and earth. To stir this primordial energy, the myriad illusion heavenly demon Dao was not capable enough. Looking at this cloud of mist, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before crushing it. Your cultivation has been forcibly enhanced, but your understanding of the intent isn't sufficient. There's a saying, too much pampering leads to ruin. This perfectly describes you. The moment it was crushed, a painful cry echoed from the void. Immediately afterward, the figure of Liu Mi materialized in the distance. Her face was pale, staring intently at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with hatred, and she coldly said, as expected of Wang Lin, you truly have a ruthless heart. Ruthlessness isn't mine, but yours. Wang Lin's eyes showed no concealment, revealing a thick aura of killing intent. I wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, yet you used that impure soul and intent to defile my virginity. How do you explain this? Liu Mi's voice was sharp, a stark contrast to her previous calm demeanor. The hatred in her eyes intensified. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. This was a memory he didn't want to recall. At this moment, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he calmly said, you attacked first, and that remnant soul's intent was merely an accident. An accident. Liu Mi smiled, her laughter growing louder and louder, eventually transforming into utter malice. She could maintain her composure in front of anyone, but only against this man before her. She couldn't maintain her composure. You say it was an accident, then I'll give you an accident too, T. Hatred in Liu Mi's eyes became complex and painful. She touched her storage bag. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Behind him, the puppet immortal guard suddenly materialized, taking a step forward towards Liu Mi. Liu Mi's right hand lifted from her storage bag, and as it opened, a stream of black mist shot out. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of resentment emanated from it. This resentment was terrifying. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be filled with gloom, becoming murky and dark. A massive vortex also slowly rotated within. This resentment was so dense, filling a 10-mile radius, eerie howling echoing like a ghostly realm. A piercing, mournful scream emanated from within the mist. This black mist moved with incredible speed. Even divine consciousness couldn't keep up with it. It surged forward, unexpectedly bypassing the immortal guards and heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the black mist. The moment it reached him, Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword gesture and suddenly pointed. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist and revealing a pair of black eyes. The moment Wang Lin's gaze fell upon these eyes, he was suddenly stunned. They were a pair of dull, lifeless eyes, devoid of any expression, filled only with a burning flame of resentment. But the moment Wang Lin saw that gaze, his mind was violently shaken. A feeling of blood merging suddenly surged through his entire body. like tens of thousands of thunderclaps echoing in his ears. Instinctively, he retracted his fingers, stepping back several paces, staring intently at the black mist. This is a wave of intense pain and anguish instantly surged through Wang Lin, engulfing his entire being. He stared in astonishment at the mist, his eyes turning bloodshot. He raised his right hand, and the immortal guard puppet immediately flew back, transforming into a massive shadow that enveloped the mist, hindering its movements. "What is this?" Wang Lin's face contorted with ferocity as he roared at Liu Mi. A smile appeared on Liu Mi's face, but her eyes also held anguish. Looking at Wang Lin, she chuckled softly. "Don't you recognize it?" "Impossible. With your cultivation, you surely can recognize it. There's a legend in the human world. If a person loses several children in their lifetime, the souls of those children will not dissipate. They will always follow you, silently staring at you, asking you something, but you won't be able to hear them. Only when you close your eyes forever will you be able to hear their voices. It turns out they always ask, 'Father, why don't you want me?'" Liu Mi's voice held a hint of eeriness, even a touch of madness. "I refined this child for 100 years, finally turning it into a vengeful spirit. When it gained consciousness, I constantly told it that its father had abandoned it. Its father, his name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin, you destroyed my Dao heart, shattered my realm of understanding, and took away my purity. Since all of this was unintentional, I will repay you with a special magical treasure." Wang Lin fell silent. This silence was truly profound. In an instant, all the life force within him was drained away, leaving only endless death energy. After discovering there was no hope of reviving Li Muan, his fear and state of mind were shaken as if by 10,000 thunderclaps. There was no outburst when facing Ting Yichui Yuan, no. Intense concentration when facing danger. At this moment, Wang Lin was only silent, a silence that was terrifying. It seemed that in this instant, the heavens and earth were motionless. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be immobilized by a paralyzing spell, becoming completely still. Looking at the puppet immortal guard, which had transformed into a dark shadow surrounded by mist, Wang Lin's gaze seemed to penetrate it, seeing a small figure within. The dense resentment couldn't obstruct Wang Lin's eyes at all. "Thank you." After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin lowered his voice. Liu Mi was stunned, staring at Wang Lin, coldly saying, "Wang Lin, aren't you heartbroken?" Wang Lin didn't even glance at Liu Mi, silently gazing at the figure within the mist, lowering his voice. "If you can refine it into a vengeful spirit, then I can restore it. Even if it takes 1,000 years, even 1,000 years, thank you for returning it to me." All of this far exceeded Liu Mi's expectations. She sneered, "Restoration is impossible. To make him completely a vengeful spirit, before Liu Mi could finish, Wang Lin lowered his voice. "If I say it's possible, then it's definitely possible." His gaze, which had been fixed on Liu Mi, returned from within the mist. The calmness in his eyes gradually vanished, replaced by an unimaginable murderous intent. Except for Tang Yichui Yuan, Wang Lin had never felt such intense killing intent towards anyone else. "Now it's your turn." Wang Lin's voice was an icy, yet it instantly plunged the surroundings into winter. He took a step forward, his right thumb pointing forward, and the yellow spring's finger suddenly appeared. Thunder rumbled in the air, the yellow springs reappeared, transforming into countless yellow dragons, merging onto Wang Lin's thumb. Using the Dao to transform the yellow springs into the yellow spring's finger, it shot out like lightning from Wang Lin's thumb, striking directly at Liu Mi. Liu Mi recoiled, patting her storage bag. A massive ancient mirror appeared in her hand. This artifact was a gift from the Illusion family ancestor, a low-grade immortal treasure. The ancient mirror was held horizontally before her. The netherworld's attack created an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, Wang Lin stomped his foot and rushed forward, the seven-star sword formation sweeping out, surrounding Liu Mi from all sides. With a soft shout from Wang Lin, 7 streams of sword energy roared out. A late-stage pseudo-peak cultivator, without immortal power, without any artistic conception, in my eyes, you're not even as good as a mid-stage pseudo-peak cultivator. Wang Lin said calmly, the annihilation finger conjured from his right hand, directly striking Liu Mi along with the 7-star sword formation. As the sword light reached her, Liu Mi's face changed drastically. At this critical moment, she bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. From her mouth, an object flew out, a black needle. The needle, having just flown out, quickly circled around her. The seven-star sword formation was immediately blocked, and even the annihilation finger was pierced by the black needle. Fourth soul, Wang Lin glanced coldly, a chilling glint in his eyes. He raised his hand and lightly pointed. Freeze! The black needle suddenly paused. At that very moment, Wang Lin took a step forward, directly approaching Liu Mi, his right hand forcefully pointing at her forehead. Liu Mi let out a pained groan, and a large amount of black energy immediately surged from her forehead. She instantly recoiled, her eyes filled with terror. She never expected that Wang Lin, despite his cultivation being only at the early stage of the questioning peak, possessed such astonishingly powerful divine abilities and magical artifacts. Trying to escape, Wang Lin stepped forward again, his fingers forming a sword. A surge of thunderous divine power emanated from his primordial spirit, condensing on his fingertips. This single strike was intended to take the life of this vicious woman. The specter of death enveloped Liu Mi's spirit and body. Her face was pale. Wang Lin's single strike had severely injured her primordial spirit. If it weren't for her immense immortal power, she would have surely died from that single blow. Liar, Liu Mi's sharp voice rang out. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, only to see the black mist surrounding him, enveloped by the immortal guard, suddenly swirl violently. A mournful cry emanated from within. This cry, like a sharp sword, shot straight towards Wang Lin, tearing at his heart. Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of sorrow, but without hesitation, he pointed his finger, carrying the power of lightning, striking directly at Liu Mi. At this critical moment, Liu Mi's eyes showed despair. But suddenly, a vortex appeared before her. This vortex was pitch black, like a dense cloud of black clouds. A withered arm shot out from within the whirlwind, colliding with Wang Lin's twin fingers. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Wang Lin's body recoiled like a shooting star, his face pale, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but his eyes were filled with icy coldness. Not dead, an aged voice emerged from within the whirlwind. This arm grabbed Liu Mi beside him, directly pulling her into the whirlwind. You saved her, and the Huan family will be annihilated. Wang Lin's voice was like a cold wind. He stared intently at the arm. At this moment, the one who saved Liu Mi was undoubtedly the Huan family's ancestor. As he spoke, Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand unhesitatingly condensing the Ling Tiaho sword energy, unleashing it with lightning speed. The sword energy roared and directly pierced towards the whirlwind. Arrogant brat, although you possess a puppet at the yin-yang realm, you are no match for me. Out of consideration for your friendship with Liu Mi, I won't interfere in your feud, but if you continue to meddle, I won't spare you. An aged voice emanated from within the vortex. He seized Liu Mi, completely merging into the vortex. But at this moment, Ling Tianhu's sword energy also surged towards the Huan family's ancestor in another part of the vortex. Ling Tianhu's sword energy was incredibly sharp. The moment it appeared, an endless torrent of sword energy erupted in the heavens and earth. Under a thunderous roar, this sword energy suddenly shot out, plunging straight into the vortex, pursuing the Huan family's ancestor. The moment the sword energy struck, the vortex instantly collapsed, and the Huan family's ancestors' painful cries echoed from within. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Illusion family on the heavenly Illusion star, the Illusion family's ancestor was sitting cross-legged in seclusion in his room. Before him was a massive vortex. But at this moment, the vortex seemed tangible, shattering into pieces. The moment the entire vortex disintegrated, a beam of white light enveloped Liu Mi, emerging from within. After entering the secret chamber, the white light immediately dissipated. After tossing Liu Mi aside, the white light, without bothering with her, swiftly entered the Illusion family ancestor's forehead, carrying a powerful surge of anxiety. The Illusion family ancestor's eyes widened, a hint of fear flashing in them. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and struck the vortex from a distance, softly shouting, "Shatter!" He had just projected his soul, using his divine power to traverse the starry sky, thus saving Liu Mi. Originally, he hadn't taken Wang Lin seriously, and after appearing, he intended to kill him with that single strike. But after pointing, he clearly felt that after entering the opponent's body, Wang Lin's soul shattered it, only injuring him but not killing him. This astonished him. At the same time, seeing the immortal guard puppet possessing the yin-yang void realm shocked the Illusion family ancestor. He knew that at this moment, Being in a weakened state and having fallen to the yin-yang void realm, he might win against his opponent, but his cultivation would decrease. Moreover, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was clearly somewhat strange, making the old man a little wary. If his cultivation hadn't been diminished, he would have absolutely no fear and would have directly launched an attack. Even so, Wang Lin's cold voice didn't bother the illusion family ancestor. He believed that even with the immortal guard puppet, he still had a backup plan. Therefore, after saying a sentence, he quickly left with Yumi. This Yumi was someone he had painstakingly cultivated. Besides her outwardly polite words, she couldn't let anyone know her true intentions. And he absolutely couldn't let her be killed before reaching the second stage. The illusion family ancestor never imagined that the other party would then unleash another sword energy. He didn't pay much attention to this sword energy when it approached. But unexpectedly, this sword energy immediately caused the vortex on which his primordial spirit was dependent to collapse. This filled the old man with dread, and he took a deep breath. If only the vortex had collapsed, that would have been one thing, but this sword energy suffered no damage whatsoever, piercing straight into his primordial spirit. The power of that sword energy had reached a level that made even the illusion family ancestor's scalp tingle. Sensing this power, he vaguely recognized an extremely terrifying aura of a pure nirvana stage cultivator from the sword energy. This made him even more terrified, not daring to resist, and instead fleeing in panic. He almost unleashed the fastest speed his primordial spirit could, carrying Limi out of the vortex and heading towards the illusion family's secret chamber. His primordial spirit immediately entered his body, deploying divine abilities with the intention of completely shattering the vortex's passage, preventing the sword energy from surging from the void. The moment the vortex completely collapsed, transforming into countless points of light and dissipating, the illusion family ancestor finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the boss's expression instantly changed. He inwardly groaned in distress, jumped up, grabbed Yumi, and quickly retreated. As the whirlwind dissipated, a golden light suddenly shot out. The moment it appeared, the entire secret chamber erupted with countless streams of sword energy. A deafening explosion shook the entire heavenly illusion star. The illusion family's secret chamber, attacked by the sword energy, exploded, creating a ripple that caused it to collapse with a thunderous roar, sending up a cloud of dust. From within the dust, the illusion family's ancestor instantly emerged, his face a mixture of distress and terror, grabbing Yumi and fleeing in a streak of light. Damn it, how could this young brat, whom Yumi knows, possess such powerful sword energy? What kind of Nirvana Realm senior would be so insane? To give this sword energy to a junior who has only just entered the early stages of the peak inquiry realm, isn't that bullying? The illusion family's ancestor cursed furiously in his heart. This sword energy wasn't something he couldn't resist, but at this moment, his body was weakened. If he were to accept this sword energy, he worried his cultivation would be dragged down, making things even worse. The secret chamber collapsed, and sword energy surged out from within, heading straight towards the illusion family's ancestor. This sword energy contained the arrogant aura of Ling Jianhu. At this moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were filled with a tyrannical aura. The sword energy was supremely powerful, seemingly reaching its peak. As it surged out, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze for a moment. In that moment, time seemed to stop, the wind and clouds changed color, and a rare tidal sea of clouds formed. All the cultivators with great divine abilities on the heavenly illusion star detected this sword energy. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Sword light appeared, filling the entire sky and earth with sword energy. The sword energy was dense, and the aura emanating from it was extremely domineering. Under this scene, it seemed as if all the divine powers in the world had to yield, unable to surpass this overwhelming force. This domineering power was the might of heaven. Carrying a dense, dazzling golden light, the sword energy roared, forming an extremely sharp edge, directly pursuing the illusion family ancestor. This sword energy was too fast. One could dodge or flee. However, the sword energy, imbued with the intent of Ling Jiahou, would only grow stronger. The weaker the opponent, the more domineering and powerful this intent became. The illusion family ancestor's face darkened. He swung the willow eyebrows sword behind him, then formed a cross with both hands, a white light flashing. His lifelong Tao concept was the Tao of myriad illusions and formless form. This Tao concept could similarly bewitch everything, and in his hands, It possessed immense power. A white light suddenly flashed from his finger, and the Tao concept surged wildly. The illusion family ancestor's entire body's primal energy was channeled and infused into his finger. The old man let out a loud shout and aggressively pointed forward. A burst of white light shot straight forward, directly colliding with Ling Tianhu's sword energy. A resounding roar echoed throughout the heavenly illusion star. The white light dissipated, and the golden light within the sword energy, like lightning, quickly entered the body of the illusion family ancestor through his fingertips. The illusion family ancestor's body trembled, his face turning pale. The fear in his eyes intensified. At this moment, he recalled the young man's earlier words, "If you save her, the illusion family will be annihilated." He had previously disregarded these 7 words, but now they resonated like thunder in his ears. With such sword energy, he had no doubt that this person possessed the power to wipe out the entire illusion family. What terrified him even more was how many such sword energies this person possessed. If this person had 6 or more of these sword energies, unless he recovered his cultivation to the Nirvana realm, he would undoubtedly die. This wasn't even the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing was the owner of this sword energy to be able to entrust such a sword energy to that junior. Their relationship must be extremely close. Perhaps even that of a successor. The old ancestor of the illusion family's scalp tingled. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. Although he was the old ancestor of the illusion family, his cultivation had reached the Nirvana stage. But the more he knew how terrifying the pure Nirvana stage was. The second and first stages of cultivation are completely different. In the first stage, if one possesses a heaven-defying magic treasure or a powerful divine ability, they can challenge someone one stage higher. While not common, it's not impossible. Sometimes, with the right combination of magic treasure and divine ability, they can even directly kill. But in the second stage of cultivation, the possibility of challenging someone of a higher level is simply impossible. The gap between the stages is vast. Needless to say, the difference between the Kai-Knit and Tun-Knit stages is immense. The difference between the early and middle Kai-Knit stages is insurmountable. The fact that a single sword strike from a Tun-Knit cultivator made him so apprehensive speaks volumes. At this moment, the best option was to hand over Li Mi. The illusion family ancestor's gaze rested on Li Mi, who wore a dejected expression. He gritted his teeth and abandoned the idea. This person who knows Li Mi must be from the Star Alliance. Even if my master is powerful, he doesn't possess the Luotia stone and couldn't have come here. And there's no teleportation array over there. Even if there were, once my master arrives, it wouldn't be a matter between the two of them anymore, but a war between two star domains. With experts from the Leishan Palace intervening, moreover, once my plan regarding Liu Mi succeeds, my cultivation might even reach the pure Nirvana realm. Even if I don't reach it, the great perfection of the insightful Nirvana realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. Having made up his mind, the illusion family ancestor's divine consciousness immediately spread out, reaching throughout the heavenly illusion star. Heavenly family old friend, Su family brother, I have an important matter to ask of you, Ran Yun star. Wang Lin stared at the collapsed vortex, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the black mist surrounded by the immortal guards. Inside the black mist, a series of childish voices continuously emanated. Each voice was like a sharp sword piercing Wang Lin's heart. A trace of pain flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared blankly at the black mist, especially the eyes within, which, upon meeting Wang Lin's gaze, emitted a thick aura of resentment. Is this my child? Is this my flesh and blood? Wang Lin's child in this world. Wang Lin slowly walked into the black mist surrounded by the puppet immortal guards. A hint of tenderness in his eyes. He raised his hand and reached into the black mist. The vengeful spirit within the mist bit fiercely into Wang Lin's fingertip without hesitation. Its sharp fangs tore through Wang Lin's skin, and a wave of icy resentment immediately entered his body from the wound. Wang Lin did not withdraw his hand, his eyes still filled with tenderness, silently watching the child continuously sucking his blood in the black mist. It will be all right. Is your name Liar? The word Li won't do, change it to Ping. From now on, your name is Wang Ping. I hope you will be peaceful for the rest of your life, unlike me. The vengeful spirit within the black mist clearly heard Wang Lin's words. However, its icy gaze still betrayed its resentment, stubbornly biting Wang Lin's fingertip, seemingly wanting to force Wang Lin to instantly feel the resentment accumulated over hundreds of years. Wang Lin gazed at the child for a long time, sighing softly. The resentment entering his body had no effect. The lightning power of his primordial spirit would completely eliminate it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal, and several forbidden energies flashed out, stopping around the mist, immediately shrinking as the immortal guard retreated. The mist continued to shrink, gradually being completely sealed by the forbidden's formation. Finally, Wang Lin gently took the child, now sealed by the forbidden's formation, placed him on his forehead, and put him into the heaven-defying space. A portion of his primordial spirit also merged into the heaven-defying space, continuously dispelling the resentment. Wait until your father has completely dealt with these trivial matters. Then he will go into seclusion to dispel the resentment for you, Pinger. There's no need to rush. Wang Lin said in a low voice, his right hand grasping the void, instantly seizing the soul of the disciple of the soul banner. Then he took out the soul banner and threw it inside. Master Dantia, the disciple's soul has been retrieved. The power of the soul banner will reappear. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the distant city. Come out, Wang Lin said calmly. Sanchi carefully flew out from inside the city. He had carefully witnessed the entire battle, his heart deeply shaken. Whether it was Liu Mi's vicious actions or the subsequent arrival of the illusion family's ancestor, both had stirred up a storm of emotions within him. Now, facing Wang Lin, because his cultivation had significantly decreased, he unexpectedly felt fear and trembling. Senior, Wang Lin looked at Sanchi. The unstable sword lighted the flying sword beneath his feet, indicating his extreme fear. Brother Sun, there's no need for that. Wang Lin sighed softly. Sanchi remained silent, bowing to Wang Lin, and said bitterly, Brother Su, the three of us concealed this earlier because we wanted to drag you into the soul water. To be a scapegoat for the three of us. Enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are the Ren family's ancestor and Xiao safe now? Wang Lin asked in a low voice. Hundreds of years ago, the Ren family's ancestor left Ren Yun Star long ago. I don't know where he went, but he's probably fine. As for Zhao Chuanwen, he can't cultivate clones, but he has some kind of divine ability that allows him to separate his primordial spirit. I guess he also left Ren Yun Star long ago. Sanchi hurriedly spoke. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I have already taken 3 immortal jade from you, so I will do my best. Leaving aside the life and death of those two for now, I will ensure the peace of their descendants for 100 years, and that their clan's flame will not be extinguished. That would be considered fulfilling my duty. Sanchi bowed deeply, his face showing gratitude, and said, Brother Su, I thank you on behalf of those two. After saying that, he hesitated slightly, then added, however, that illusion family. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, his gaze seemingly able to see through the starry sky, settling on the heavenly illusion star. He said with absolute certainty, the illusion family will cease to exist. He wasn't speaking casually, nor was he overestimating himself, but rather had a crazy idea in his mind. To kill Liu Mi, anyone who stood in his way was someone Wang Lin had to kill. Sanji's body trembled. He could feel a surge of killing intent emanating from Wang Lin, ready to erupt. This killing intent was so dense that once it appeared, it would undoubtedly turn the heavens and earth into a blood-red expanse. Sanji's cultivation had plummeted considerably. At this moment, his mind was shaken, and he hastily bowed his head, not daring to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin lowered his head and glanced at Sanji, slowly saying, below the nascent soul stage, you don't need enlightenment. As long as you have sufficient spiritual power, you can advance. Moreover, your original body has cultivated for countless years and has already gained enlightenment. I can help you raise your cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. From the nascent soul stage upwards, you need to break through on your own. Only then will you have a chance to reach the peak-seeking stage, or even higher. Sanshi fell silent, then smiled bitterly, saying, back then, when I sought the peak, I also went through a near-death experience. Honestly, I don't have the courage to go through that life-or-death trial again. Remembering the life-or-death gateway to the peak of enlightenment, Wang Lin sighed softly. I can't help you raise your cultivation to the peak of enlightenment. At most, while you're still gaining enlightenment, I can help you reach the nascent soul stage. But that would require an 8th grade spiritual pill. However, that would mean your cultivation would stop there for the rest of your life, unable to advance further. Back then, when we were on Vermilion Bird Star, because Hongdai was favored by the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, the Snow Domain Kingdom, wanting to be elevated to a 5th level cultivation nation, also used this method to raise their cultivation from the Transformation God stage to the Nascent Soul stage. But they couldn't advance any further in their lives. Now Wang Lin has an 8th grade spiritual pill. Under his control, it won't cause Sunji's body to be unable to withstand the medicinal power. Sunji gritted his teeth and decisively said, "Brother Su, I choose the latter method." Without a word, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed a finger towards the sky. Immediately, the heavens and earth darkened, and the Tao of the Yellow Springs surged forth, like the Yellow River, winding throughout the heavens and earth. To enhance Sunji's cultivation, a large amount of spiritual energy needed to be absorbed. With Wang Lin's abilities, he couldn't possibly do it without using divine abilities. Only by using his own Tao thoughts to guide it could he stir the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Tao of the Yellow Springs was unleashed. Wang Lin's Tao merged into it, forming a surging force. At this moment, the entire ground trembled. The shattered spiritual veins deep beneath continuously condense spiritual energy. The third form of the Tao of the Yellow Springs power. Wang Lin murmured softly, and the Yellow Springs in the air immediately emitted a series of rumbling sounds. At the same time, a huge suction force gradually spread from within, finally reaching its limit. The entire ground suddenly shook. Streams of spiritual energy from the shattered spiritual veins suddenly surged out from beneath the ground like a dragon. As soon as they emerged, they were instantly absorbed by the Yellow Springs. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His left hand grasped Sunji in the air, pulling him into the Yellow Springs and shouting, "Close your eyes, breathe in." Inside the Yellow Springs, Sunji heard mournful wails in his ears. His heart trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes, breathing in with all his might. A dense stream of spiritual energy rushed into his body. After a while, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out an 8th grade pill, crushed the wax seal, and a strong fragrance immediately wafted out. He threw it, and the pill instantly flew towards the Yellow Springs. Midway, the pill shattered, transforming into a wisp of smoke that merged into the Yellow Springs. 3 days later, a long scream emanated from Wang Lin's Yellow Springs. Sunji opened his eyes wide. Divine light flashed in them. His body flashed, and he stepped out of the Yellow Springs. He looked at his hands in astonishment, his primordial spirit surging, and his face immediately showed excitement. He took a deep breath, the joy of having lost and then recovered filling his entire body. He bowed deeply to Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Brother Zu's great kindness in reviving me. I am immensely grateful." For the past 3 days, Wang Lin had been controlling the Yellow Springs. Now that Sunji had emerged, the Yellow Springs had also dissipated. He calmly said, "Your cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, but that is also your limit. You don't need to thank me. It's just a matter of righteousness." After saying that, Wang Lin looked up at the sky and lowered his voice. "I'll leave this place to you for now. After settling the descendants of those 3 families, wait for my return." Wang Lin took a step forward, his entire body stepping on the void, heading straight towards the horizon. Layer upon layer of fierce winds could not stop Wang Lin's figure. He was like a shooting star suddenly emerging from the ground, surging forward with a thunderous roar, piercing through the star-locking formation. The star compass transformed into a silver light, carrying him straight to the Heavenly Illusion Star. The location of the Heavenly Illusion Star was clearly marked in the jade slip that Sunji had given him. The silver light, fiercely carrying intense killing intent, rushed towards the Heavenly Illusion Star. Within the silver light, Wang Lin sat cross-legged. During the 3 days Sunji had restored his cultivation, the crazy thoughts in his heart forced his mind to act. At this moment, the cold light in his eyes intensified as he silently gazed ahead. The Illusion family has been in the Heavenly Illusion Star for many years. Their power is extremely complex and intricate. However, I don't believe that many cultivators in this family have reached the 2nd stage of cultivation. Surely, even today, there is only one. After all, cultivators who reach the 2nd stage are extremely rare. If the Illusion family's ancestor was determined to protect Liu Mi, he would certainly seek assistance. After all, the Illusion family is just one of many forces on the Heavenly Illusion Star. On the illusion star, the illusion family's ancestor had naturally ordered all direct descendants to return and gather in the southern part of the illusion star, forbidding them from leaving. He also activated the illusion family's protective formation. A radiant light enveloped the entire southern part of the illusion star. However, the number of illusion family members was too large. It was impossible for everyone to return in a short time. Some were still on their way. Worried, the illusion family's ancestor dispatched a large number of high-level cultivators from the family to gather the remaining members. The illusion star has three major cultivation families: the Heaven, Illusion, and Su families. Of these three, the Heaven family is the largest, the Illusion family is second, and the Su family is the smallest. Within the Heaven family, 3 individuals have entered the second stage of cultivation. With this immense strength, they have become the overlords of the illusion star, occupying the northern and eastern parts of the planet. As for the illusion family, only 2 people have reached the second stage. One died during the opening of the Thunder Immortal Realm, and the other is the illusion family's ancestor. Logically, with their current strength, the illusion family shouldn't be ranked second on the heavenly illusion star. However, looking back, a member of the illusion family was also an immortal of the Thunder Immortal Realm. It's rumored that before the Thunder Immortal Realm collapsed, the illusion family's immortal left behind a legacy immortal treasure and a protective jade slip. This jade slip contains a divine ability of that person. This is why the illusion family has maintained its status even after the ancestors' departure thousands of years ago. The Su family, on the other hand, is very mysterious, causing both the heavenly and illusion families to be wary of them. There are even many clues and signs suggesting that the Su family on Heavenly Illusion Star and the renowned Donglin Star in the Luotia Star domain have many connections. The prestige of Donglin Star was immense. Therefore, the Su family was entirely worthy of becoming the third most powerful force on Tianhuan Star. Fortunately, the Su family was relatively humble and usually did not get involved in the affairs of Tianhuan Star, which also made the 3 forces quite harmonious and rarely conflicted. One day, one of the 3, who had reached the second stage of cultivation, a cultivator at the Yin-Yang Void Realm, left the Tia family and flew straight into the starry sky. His target was none other than Wang Lin. Tia Kuizi was one of the 3 ancestors of the Tia family and had cultivated for 10,000 years. He was once a close friend of the Huan family's ancestor in their youth, and they were very compatible. At this moment, he rode the starlight away from Tianhuan Star, sitting cross-legged outside the starry sky of Tianhuan Star, his cold eyes gazing into the distance, silently waiting. This time, he didn't use the name of the heavenly family but assisted the illusion family's ancestor in a personal capacity. However, he wasn't doing it for free. He had his eye on a treasure belonging to the illusion family. Just killing that audacious troublemaker will allow me to obtain that treasure. This is quite troublesome. That illusion, Wedong, is usually very stingy, but this time he's unexpectedly generous at first glance. Tia Kuizi appeared to be only about 40 years old, with a fair complexion and a somewhat handsome appearance. He wore a white Taoist robe, further enhancing his dignified and refined demeanor. I'm afraid this audacious young troublemaker will be quite difficult to deal with. The sword energy emanating from the illusion family earlier is very likely related to this young man. I can't act rashly. I need to observe him carefully when he approaches. If it's possible to take action, I'll kill him directly and exchange him for the treasure. If he couldn't make a move, even a magical artifact wasn't worth creating a hidden danger for the future. Having made his decision, Tia Kuizi closed his eyes, hovering motionless in the starry sky. Many days later, a silver light roared through the air, like a shooting star hurtling towards this place. Within the silver light, Wang Lin's expression was cold. He stood there, staring intently at the heavenly illusion star, which was transforming into various kinds of light in the distance. He had come with the intention of killing. Anyone who stood in his way would become his enemy. As the silver light rushed forward, Tia Kuizi raised his eyes and calmly looked back. Wang Lin also saw Tia Kuizi, his pupils contracting and flashing with cold light. Indeed, someone is helping. Stop! Tia Kuizi's voice was very low, almost faint, but immediately afterward, it transformed into a cluster of magical seals, powerfully spreading outwards in all directions, sounding like thunder. The silver dragon, formed from Wang Lin's star compass, seemed to dim under the thunderous sound. Wang Lin's gaze was cold as he stared at Tiakuizi in front of him. He couldn't discern his true cultivation level with his divine sense alone. But after merging with the immortal guard puppet, a single glance revealed that the opponent had reached the Yin Void realm within the Yin-Yang Void realm. Although the immortal guard puppet is also in the Yin Void realm, it can't compare to a true cultivator. It's still far inferior. Wang Lin knew the puppet's weakness. However, the immortal guard possessed specialized divine abilities, so its strength wasn't lacking. You've come for the illusion family? Tiakuizi's gaze was calm as he spoke slowly, his tone slightly arrogant. Wang Lin stood on the star compass, staring at him, his voice icy cold. That's right. You're so young, yet you're already trying to exterminate other clans. Doesn't your family elders know you? Tell me the common name of your clan leader. Perhaps I know him, and I can spare you a massacre. Tiakuizi looked at Wang Lin, carefully assessing him. He saw nothing extraordinary about him. His cultivation was weak, not even reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When Tiakuizi's gaze fell upon the illusory figure at Wang Lin's feet, his eyes became serious. A puppet at the Yin-Yang Void realm. Although Tiakuizi's expression remained calm, he inwardly gasped. Which family does this person belong to? Unexpectedly, they're so audacious. Turning a cultivator at the Yin-Yang Void realm into a puppet and giving it to a junior, this is truly terrifying. Tiakuizi stared intently at the illusory figure at Wang Lin's feet, his eyes revealing greed. Wang Lin's gaze was cold and calm as he said, Senior, I hope you won't interfere in the feud between me and the illusion family. Tiakuizi hesitated, both wanting the puppet and wary of the opposing family's power. But ultimately, greed overcame reason. After all, a puppet at the Yin Void realm was of immense value to him. Moreover, he had acted on behalf of the illusion family. Leaving aside how this family would find out he was the murderer, even if they did, they could shift all the blame onto the illusion family. At that point, with the Tia and illusion families joining forces, even the opposing family would have to be cautious and think twice. Hand over your puppet, and I won't concern myself with this matter anymore. Tiakuizi's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. The cold light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified, and Ling Tiahu's sword energy was reduced to only 2 strands. Before entering the tidal abyss, Ling Tianhu's sword energy originally consisted of 2 strands. He used one to assist the ancient demon, and then gained 2 more under the tidal abyss, bringing his total to 3. The illusory figure beneath Wang Lin flickered, transforming into a puppet immortal guard standing before him. Its eyes blazed with battle intent, staring intently at Tiakuizi. Kill! Wang Lin shouted softly. The immortal guard's eyes blazed, taking a step forward and charging forward. At the same time, it tore with both hands, suddenly ripping several fissures in the starry sky. Tiakuizi's eyes narrowed. He remained seated, his body still cross-legged. His right hand formed a hand seal, muttering incantations. Numerous runes flew out, instantly filling the surroundings. These runes emitted immense, powerful auras, pressing down on the immortal guard. The immortal guard was created by immortal Emperor Kinglin, modeled after the ancient gods, and the vast majority of its divine abilities manifested in the strength of its body. At this moment, the immortal guard's right hand formed a hand seal, and a golden light flashed from its palm, suddenly enveloping its entire body. In this instant, its entire body transformed into a golden figure, stomping down and unleashing a punch forward. This punch created a series of explosive sounds, rumbling loudly, causing countless tiny cracks to appear in the starry sky. This punch caused a large number of runes in front of it to collapse immediately. Tiakuizi's eyes revealed a strange light, and he laughed loudly, saying, I didn't expect to have refined a puppet with an Yin Void body. It must belong to me now. After saying this, he spat out the incantation in his mouth, changing his tone to become a powerful clang, like the sound of metal rubbing against metal. In an instant, the existing symbols suddenly flashed with lightning, instantly transforming into countless thunderclaps. The lightning bolts shot out like heavenly thunderbolts, hurtling straight towards the puppet immortal guard. These lightning bolts seemed to pull each other, forming a mass that seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky, roaring and striking down simultaneously. Wang Lin stood on the star compass, his eyes flashing, and patted his storage bag. The divine archer immediately flew out, and with a loud bang in midair, transformed into a thunder beast. This beast roared and charged forward. The moment this sound was heard, thousands of thunder runes suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, while Chakuzi was still stunned, the runes above the lightning bolts instantly detached and all rushed towards the Thunder Beast, being swallowed by its gaping maw. The Thunder Beast's body suddenly swelled to more than twice its original size, making a gesture as if it had eaten its fill, the lightning in its eyes intensely concentrated. This is the Thunder Beast. Chakuzi jumped up, his expression instantly changing drastically. He stared at the Thunder Beast, taking a deep breath. That's right, why do you have that sharp sword energy? Why do you have a Yin Void realm puppet protecting you? It's all because you are from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Chakuzi exhaled heavily, hastily retracting the existing runes, his heart devoid of any greed. Young friend, forgive me. I was reckless just now. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Chakuzi's face turned pale. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a powerful cultivator as before. I never imagined I would want to see something from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Chakuzi's expression was bitter. He could provoke any cultivation family in the Luotia Star Domain, but he dared not show the slightest disrespect to the Thunder Immortal Palace. The three words Thunder Immortal Palace are something not to be trifled with. With his cultivation level and mental fortitude, he couldn't be certain that Wang Lin was a member of the Thunder Immortal Palace. This was all due to the Thunder Beast. In the Luotia Star Domain, only the Thunder Immortal Palace possessed a Thunder Beast. This was almost a certainty. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast was also the symbol of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Chakuzi, having cultivated for 10,000 years, had never heard of anyone not belonging to the Thunder Immortal Palace possessing a Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast belonged only to the Thunder Immortal Palace. In his mind, this had always been firmly established. Wang Lin's expression showed no change whatsoever. He stared at Chakuzi and calmly said, "Just a misunderstanding." Chakuzi gave a wry smile, although he felt uneasy with his cultivation level. If he hadn't offended him beforehand, even if he knew this person was from the Thunder Immortal Palace, he wouldn't have spoken like that. Only an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace who had entered the second stage could he have spoken like that. But this time, it was he who had initiated the provocation, and moreover, he had a scheme to seize the Thunder Immortal Palace's possessions, especially since he believed this person had a special status within the Thunder Immortal Palace. Otherwise, the Thunder Immortal Palace wouldn't have assigned a Yin Void realm puppet to protect him. After hesitating for a moment, Chakuzi smiled wryly and said, "Little friend, I can't help you deal with the Illusion family. After all, we're from the same planet. Besides, you yourself are from the Thunder Immortal Palace, so you don't need my help. However, rest assured, my Tia family will absolutely not participate in this matter and will sever all ties with the Illusion family. I want Immortal Jade." Wang Lin calmly looked at Chakuzi. Chakuzi was stunned and said, "Does your Thunder Immortal Palace lack Immortal Jade? All right, I'll give it to you." He smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking this was punishment for his greed. The Thunder Immortal Palace is not to be trifled with. Each of them possesses a top-tier life-saving divine ability. Besides that, even if I were to actually kill this person, it wouldn't be long before the entire Luotia Star Domain would be devoid of any place for my Tia family to stand. This person wants Immortal Jade. I'm afraid the quantity is enormous. Oh, he didn't specify, which makes me have to consider it myself. This. Chakuzi gritted his teeth, took out a storage bag from his chest, and somewhat reluctantly tossed it to Wang Lin. Then he clasped his hands together, turned around, and flew back to the heavenly illusion star. His expression was extremely gloomy. As soon as he entered the heavenly illusion star, his divine consciousness swept out, directly enveloping the illusion family, and he ominously transmitted divine thought. "Illusion Wuqing, you made me provoke the people of the Thunder Immortal Palace. I will remember this. On the day the illusion family is annihilated, I, Tia, will surely repay your kindness through your descendants. He's not from the Thunder Immortal Palace, just like my adopted daughter, Huan Mi, both from the Star Alliance." In the Huan family's ancestral hall, the Huan family's patriarch frowned and transmitted a divine thought. "Damn it, did your divine consciousness see the Thunder Beast just now?" The Thunder Beast only exists in the Thunder Immortal realm. It's a sign of the Thunder Immortal Palace's messenger. Who doesn't know that? Chakuzi was furious, thinking to himself, Huan Wuqing is truly Huan Wuqing. Even at this moment he still wants to hide it from me. I will remember this. Thunder Immortal Palace. Wang Lin had heard this name more than once. He glanced at the thunder beast beside him, pondered for a moment, then stepped forward, entering the heavenly illusion star. He retracted his star compass and passed through the strong winds outside the heavenly illusion star. A continent appeared before Wang Lin. His consciousness swept across the area, immediately focusing on the south, then his body, like a shooting star, tore through the wind and sped away. In the south of the illusion star, inside the illusion family's ancestral house, the illusion family's ancestor, Illusion Wetong, looked up at the horizon, his expression somber. Beside him were his direct descendants, arranged into rows, not uttering a word. However, their expressions revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, though they suppressed their feelings and didn't speak. Liu Mi also stood beside the illusion family's ancestor, silently gazing at the sky, lost in thought. As for the remaining clan members, they were in the surrounding rooms. Not all clan members had returned, some hadn't made it back in time. Illusion Me, I'll ask you again, are you sure this person, like you, is from the Star Alliance? The illusion family's ancestor looked at the sky and said, in a low voice. Liu Mi nodded gently without speaking. How could people from the Star Alliance possess thunder beasts? This was something even Huan Wutang found very difficult to understand. He didn't know that the creator of the divine archery chariot had extensive connections back then. To refine the beast souls of the divine archery chariot, he even dared to travel to the Thunder Immortal realm, somehow obtaining several thunder beasts from the Thunder Immortal Lord. At this moment, in the eyes of the Huan family's ancestor, from the distant horizon came bursts of thunderous sounds and meteors streaked across the sky, and within it was Wang Lin. Beside him was a thunder beast. This beast inhaled and exhaled, its entire body enveloped in electrical energy, its fierce eyes staring towards the Huan family members. The starlight dissipated, and where Wang Lin stepped out was right on top of the Huan family's ancestral formation. The Huan family's ancestral hall was enormous. From afar, it looked like a fortress, entirely black, resembling a ferocious beast from ancient times. Hand over Liu Mi. Wang Lin's voice was icy cold, his eyes filled with chill, staring directly at Liu Mi, who was beside the illusion family ancestor within the grand formation. Liu Mi's eyes showed a complex expression. She turned her head away, as if unwilling to face Wang Lin. You don't know your own limits. A glint of light flashed in the illusion family ancestor's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Youngster, if you can break through my illusion family's grand formation, then you can say that. Wang Lin's expression remained icy, his right hand striking the thunder beast's head. It immediately tilted its head back and roared. The sound was like thunder, the entire heaven and earth transforming into thunderous storms. The air instantly turned icy cold, dark clouds forming. Following the thunder beast's fierce roar, lightning flashed from within these dark clouds, emitting crackling sounds. The thunder beast's hoofs moved forward, lightning flashing all over its body. Suddenly, the roar intensified, and the thunder in the air became even more dense. Lightning bolts struck down upon the grand formation with furious force. The deafening sounds instantly filled the heavens and earth. The lightning seemed to descend from the 9 heavens, striking down in waves. The illusion family's grand formation immediately flashed with dazzling light, revealing numerous ripple-like marks. As the lightning struck, it seemed to be absorbed, quickly dissipating. Wang Lin's gaze grew even colder. He pricked his right fingertip, sending a drop of fresh blood onto the thunder beast's forehead. Seal, open. Wang Lin's icy voice rang out, and the thunder beast's body trembled. Along with that, a surge of thunderous power erupted from him, forming a whirlwind of lightning. This whirlwind was so immense that its appearance instantly stirred the clouds in the sky. Lightning bolts roared forth, forming a net of lightning around its body. Break the formation. Wang Lin murmured softly. The lightning emanating from the thunder beast's entire body had reached its limit. At this moment, within a 100-mile radius, countless rocks and earth were blown away as if a strange force had enveloped the heavens and earth. Besides that, even those standing within the illusion family's grand formation felt this boundless power. Their faces turned pale. Among them were many knowledgeable individuals who, with a single glance, recognized the thunder beast's identity, their expressions changing drastically. Ancestor, this is the thunder beast. Previously, Jia Kuizi's divine sense had only focused on Huan Wuqing, so the other clan members were unaware of the thunder beast's existence. Ancestor, The Thunder Beast represents the Thunder Immortal Palace. Please take another look. Ancestor, this catastrophe for the Illusion family is not worth it, all because of an outsider. The direct descendants of the clan had been patient, but the moment the Thunder Beast appeared, they could no longer bear it. This patience, which had begun since Lumi arrived, had changed the status of the clan members, and now, unable to contain themselves any longer, they exploded. Shut your mouths! The Illusion family ancestors' eyes narrowed, coldly glancing at all the direct descendants. At this moment, the whirlwind created by the Thunder Beast roared and surged forward, striking the Great Formation. Previously, breaking the formation only involved lightning striking from midair, causing the formation to merely flicker. This time, the Thunder Beast's charge seemed to have merged with the Heavenly Thunder, attacking together. This attack was incredibly powerful. At this moment, the gloom in the air intensified. In an instant, rocks and debris flew everywhere on the ground. The only sound left in the sky was the howling of the lightning whirlwind formed by the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's roar echoed throughout the land, its momentum terrifying, crashing down upon the Grand Formation. A violent explosion erupted across the entire heavenly illusion star. Boom! The Thunder Beast, transformed into a lightning whirlwind, formed countless bolts of lightning, constantly circulating throughout the Illusion family's Grand Formation. The sounds of banging echoing incessantly. At the center of the whirlwind, the Thunder Beast, like a sharp mace, attacked fiercely, causing indentations in the formation's protective aura. The sound of the lightning reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Tiakuizi, inside the Heavenly family, wore a cold, mocking smile. All the clansmen within the Illusion family's Grand Formation turned pale. Except for the Illusion family's ancestor, everyone else was somewhat panicked by the Thunder Beast's lightning power. Originally from the lower realm of the Thunder Immortal realm of the Luotia star domain, they had always held the Thunder God's divine power in extremely high regard. Now, witnessing the attack of the Thunder Beast, representing the Thunder Immortal Palace, their fear stemmed not from their cultivation but from their hearts. The rumbling sound of the lightning storm continued unabated, relentlessly unleashing a massive amount of lightning to destroy the Grand Formation. But the Illusion family's Grand Formation was also incredibly powerful. Unexpectedly, under this attack, it showed no signs of being shattered. The Illusion family's ancestor's face darkened as he stared at Wang Lin outside the formation, muttering to himself, "Unleash your sword energy. If you don't want to break this formation, it won't be that simple. Only by continuously depleting your sword energy can I finally kill you." As the lightning continued its relentless attack, the illusory figure beneath Wang Lin's feet suddenly flickered. The moment the Immortal Guard puppet materialized, it took a step forward and directly punched the formation. This punch seemed to absorb the light of heaven and earth, emitting a dazzling golden radiance. Even the lightning itself seemed somewhat dimmed. Boom! The Immortal Guard's punch struck the formation, causing it to immediately crackle. Under the simultaneous attack of the lightning and the Immortal Guard, ripples like raging waves appeared, dissipating all its power. The Immortal Guard retracted its punch but didn't stop, striking again. Then its figure transformed into countless others, each punch raining down like a storm, furiously striking the formation. The Thunder Beast roared again, its entire body flashing with lightning, continuously unleashing its power. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The expressions of the clansmen within the Illusion family's formation grew even more somber. "Ancestor!" A low voice rang out from a direct descendant of the clan. The Illusion family ancestor raised his eyebrows. If it were an ordinary clansman, he might not have paid attention, but this person's identity was somewhat special. The Illusion family ancestor turned his head and looked at the person who had spoken. The speaker was Illusion Fengshen, the Illusion family's patriarch. "Fengshen, you also disagree with me, don't you?" Illusion Wuding said in a low voice. Fengshen wouldn't dare, but ancestor, regardless of whether this person is from the Thunder Immortal Palace or not, he possesses a Thunder Beast and a puppet with cultivation equivalent to the Yin-Yang Void Realm. With such a person, I ask, ancestor, should our Illusion family befriend him or make him our mortal enemy? The divine light in Illusion Fengshen's eyes shone brightly, and without a hint of hesitation, he looked at the ancestor and said, "What benefit would we gain from befriending this person, having another friend compared to a life or death battle? Just to protect an outsider, her cultivation level was forcibly raised to the late stage of the great perfection of the peak of the nascent soul realm by the ancestor. But her understanding of the realm couldn't keep up. Even if she broke through, she would only reach the yin-yang, illusory and real. Feng Shen understood the ancestor's intentions. However, taking such a risk for personal gain was perhaps a bit excessive. Hearing these words, Liu Mi showed no expression, only silently looking ahead, her eyes calm. The ancestor of the Huan family's face darkened. Looking at Huan Fengshen, he remained silent for a moment, then resolutely said, "I know my limits in this matter." Huan Fengshen sighed, clasped his hands, and said, "I dare not follow the ancestor's wishes. If this person cannot break the formation, then so be it. But if the formation is broken, Fengshen will immediately choose to retreat, just in case." The nature of the god of wind is to seek stability, not risk. The radiance on the illusion family's grand formation flickered, ripples appearing continuously. Under the relentless attacks amidst the deafening roar, it showed signs of weakening. The radiance seemed to have reached its limit. The ripples spread throughout the grand formation. Even the thunder beast roared and unleashed thunderous power. The immortal guard puppets continuously threw punches, relentlessly attacking, instantly reaching their peak. At this moment, a glint of light burst forth in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and a giant sword immediately appeared in his hand. This sword was the immortal Sword of Rain, separated by Senior Zhou Yi and passed down to Wang Lin for eternity. The sharp sword light shot out 3 inches, concentrated and not dissipating. Waves of oppressive power emanated from the sword. In Wang Lin's hand, it seemed to merge with the entire heaven and earth, for Wang Lin was truly its master. With a calm gaze, Wang Lin raised the immortal sword in his hand slightly. The slaying Luo technique. At the Hengyu sect, Wang Lin obtained a top-tier flying sword, the giant sword. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the moment the young man held this sword in his hand, everything that would follow was decided. In the midst of gain and loss, hundreds of years of karma flashed by. Within the giant sword lay a soul technique of a generation of martial sword souls. This soul technique was neither immortal magic, nor Taoist magic, nor divine power. It was a sword technique, a very powerful technique inheriting sword intent from ancient times. Wang Lin held the immortal sword, watching the grand formation being relentlessly attacked and suppressed by the immortal guards and thunder beasts. The moment the formation seemed unable to withstand any longer, he raised the sword, the calmness in his eyes vanishing, leaving only sword light. In that instant, his entire being and the sword in his hand merged into one. The immortal sword lifted, thrust down. This incredibly simple move instantly plunged the heavens and earth into an illusory darkness. The immortal guards and thunder beasts seemed to vanish completely in that moment. The entire world was left with only this incredibly simple move. This sword strike was like splitting the heavens and earth, as if wanting to paralyze the heavens and earth from within the chaos. There was no sword energy emitted, no immortal power flowing. But this simple move caused anyone who saw it to tremble to the very soul. At the forefront, the illusion family ancestor's eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable tremor. And he exclaimed, This is the rule." The heavens and earth before him seemed paralyzed. A tearing sound echoed in his head. The heavens and earth darkened, as if truly being torn apart. Not only him, but Illusion Wine God also took a deep breath. A surge of overwhelming killing intent spread wildly in the instant it struck, numbing Illusion Wine God's eyes and violently impacting his mind. His body instantly stiffened. This is Huan Fengshen's mind was violently shaken, as if a sharp sword had pierced straight down his forehead through his crown. Instinctively, he recoiled several steps. With his late-stage peak-level cultivation, he couldn't discern the rules hidden within the sword strike, but he could clearly feel that as the sword struck, it contained some kind of heavenly Tao, primarily an extremely fierce one. Boom, 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 boom. Huan Fengshen could clearly hear his heart pounding faster and faster. He had the illusion of collapsing along with the heavens and earth. All the direct descendants of the Huan family, who had been gazing into the air, immediately showed expressions of terror. That simple move had transported them to a very strange realm. It seemed as if the heavens and earth were paralyzed by the sword's downward thrust. Cold sweat poured from their bodies, instantly soaking their clothes. With their cultivation level, they fundamentally didn't understand why this was happening. Why, even with the opponent wielding a flying sword and a powerful formation blocking the attack, they still felt this sensation. A feeling of impending death instantly surged through them. Not only them, but even Takuizi, who had been observing the area with his divine sense, his eyes blazing with intensity, stood up abruptly from his secret chamber in the Tia family. Rules. This sword strike contains rules. Isn't the second step of cultivation about pursuing rules? The first step is comprehending the heavenly Dao and transforming it into rule power for the second step. If this person isn't from the Leishan Palace, how could he possibly unleash such a sword strike? The Su family also noticed this. An old man from the Su family, who was observing the battle at the Huan family's place with his divine sense, had originally agreed with the Huan family's ancestor to step forward and assist. But at this moment, his raised foot gently lowered. This sword technique is incredibly powerful. Although I'm not afraid, this person who dares to challenge the illusion family must have a backup plan. The sword thrust down. At this moment, all sounds in the world vanished. In an instant, the illusion family's grand formation, before even making contact and being attacked, had already collapsed. After sheathing his sword, Wang Lin's face was pale, but the cold light in his eyes intensified as he stared at all the illusion family members under the formation. The slaying Luo technique greatly affected the body but had nothing to do with cultivation. Executing this technique required the body's vital energy and the soul to be tightly fused. The vital energy and soul of a peak-level cultivator are fused, becoming one. But this slaying Luo technique can also separate a portion. The vital energy of a peak-level cultivator is fixed. Once too much is lost, cultivation will decrease significantly. Fortunately, Wang Lin's vital energy was slightly more abundant than that of other ordinary cultivators in the peak-seeking stage because of Zhou Yi's essence. A profound silence fell over the illusion family. Illusion Widang's gaze grew even more somber as he stared directly at Wang Lin, coldly saying, "I underestimated you. With your peak-level cultivation, you unexpectedly possess a sword technique containing such profound rules truly powerful. But the first and second stages of cultivation are vastly different. If this sword technique were performed by someone at the second stage, I might have taken it seriously, but now it's useless. Today, if you break the illusion family's grand formation, you're doomed. Come, Ancestor Jade," the illusion family's ancestor shouted, and immediately, from within the illusion family's ancestral hall, a vast, abundant, and harmonious force surged forth. Like a celestial breeze, enveloping the entire illusion family. From the distant illusion family's ancestral hall, a jade slip of a golden color slowly rose into the air. The harmonious force was indeed emanating from this jade slip. The moment the jade slip appeared, the entire illusion star seemed to split into a separate realm, turning the illusion family's ancestral house into a world of its own. The illusion family's ancestor stared at Wang Lin, a cold smile playing on his lips. He didn't want to personally confront Wang Lin unless absolutely necessary. He was truly terrified of that sword energy. His purpose in inviting Tiakuizi to act first was precisely to deplete this person's sword energy. The same calculation was made with the illusion family's grand formation. But he didn't expect Tiakuizi to return without a fight, and the protective formation, with the combined efforts of the Thunder Beast and the Puppet, along with a sword technique imbued with rules, had been broken without even using sword energy. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and summoned the illusion family's ancestral treasure, the blessed Jade Slip. This Jade Slip contained the immortal techniques of the ancestor from the Thunder Immortal realm. It is thanks to this Jade Slip and an ancestral treasure that the illusion family's ancestor attained his current status. It's a pity the ancestral treasure was lost along with illusion Wuxiang thousands of years ago. Otherwise, there would be no need to summon the Jade Slip of Fortune, illusion Wudong thought to himself. The immense power emanating from the Jade Slip was like a spring breeze, overflowing with light. Suddenly, the Jade Slip seemed to dissolve, transforming into a human form. Although its face was indistinct, it exuded an aura of majesty. The power of the illusion family's immortal Jade Slip is immeasurable. It's rumored that the cultivation of that illusion family immortal was comparable to a pure nirvana stage cultivator. I wonder how this person from the Thunder Immortal Palace will resolve it, however. It was also somewhat strange. Why didn't the illusion family's ancestor bring out the ancestral treasure instead of this Jade Slip? Tia Kuizi's eyes brightened as he observed with his divine consciousness. Inside the Su family's residence, the old man's lips curved into a slight smile as he muttered, "The Illusion family's immortal treasure must have been taken by an elder of the Illusion family." But surely the Illusion family's ancestor didn't expect that leaving behind a treasure would cause the death of an Illusion family cultivator who had already reached the second stage. Inside the Illusion family's ancestral hall, the moment the jade slip of fortune appeared, Illusion Fengshen stared at Wang Lin. He saw no trace of confusion on Wang Lin's face. Seeing Illusion Wudong displaying the divine power of the jade slip, Illusion Fengshen's eyes showed determination. He took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, my Illusion family will absolutely not participate in this matter. As the clan head of the Illusion family, I have the right to keep the Illusion family out of this. The ancestor protecting Illusion me is a personal grudge. I hope you won't drag the entire Illusion family into this." After saying this, he looked up at Wang Lin, clasped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am Illusion Fengshen, the clan head of the Illusion family. As I said earlier, this is a personal feud between you and Huan Wudong. My Huan family will not get involved. I hope you can distinguish right from wrong." A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the Huan family's ancestor as he looked at Huan Fengshen, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He glanced around at the direct descendants of the Huan family, his voice low and menacing. "What about you?" The Huan family's direct descendants surrounding him fell silent. Then one by one approached Huan Fengshen. The Huan family's ancestor chuckled sinisterly, his gaze sweeping across them, slowly saying, "A bunch of useless fools." After saying this, he looked directly at Wang Lin, his right hand forming a hand seal and shouting, "Fuzi Jade Slip, kill him." The figure formed from the jade slip immediately stepped forward towards Wang Lin. With his action, an unimaginably immense surge of immortal power emanated from him. This immortal power was extremely dense, even suppressing all the heaven and earth spiritual power on the heavenly illusion star, creating a series of loud banging sounds. These sounds weren't confined to this one place, but echoed throughout the entire heavenly illusion star. The puppet immortal guards suddenly flashed into view, approaching Wang Lin. The Thunder Beast did the same. Wang Lin watched the figure approaching step by step, seemingly an illusion appearing before his eyes. The closer they got, the clearer their features became. Beneath the hazy immortal aura, they resembled true immortals. This person was overflowing with immortal power, radiating an aura of majesty. Their gaze seemed to regard the entire world as mere ants, and even a faint immortal voice echoed around their body. "Little brat, besides sword energy, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve," the Illusion family ancestor sneered. Liu Mi, standing beside him, looked up at Wang Lin, her eyes still filled with complex emotions. She touched her storage bag, but immediately let go. In Wang Lin's eyes, there was calmness. He dared to come here alone, dared to step onto the heavenly illusion star and enter the Illusion family's ancestral house, relying on his previous insane idea, which was also his strongest trump card at this moment. Everything in this world is subject to cause and effect. What you sow today, you reap today. Only by resolving the cause and effect, and returning dust to dust, can there be justice for this cycle of reincarnation. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. A resolute call echoed within his primordial spirit. "This battle is over. I set you free." A furious roar erupted from within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Amidst this resounding roar, a dense demonic aura permeated the heavens and earth. This demonic aura was so intense that it instantly enveloped the entire landscape in numerous points of demonic flames. It mingled with the immortal energy emanating from the approaching figure, creating two opposing forces. Within the demonic flames, thick black smoke billowed from the crown of Wang Lin's head. This black smoke formed a one-horned demonic figure above Wang Lin's head. Its entire body was pitch black, and after materializing, it immediately let out another roar. This sound pierced through everything, like a sharp awl piercing through the heavens and earth. The demonic aura. Wang Lin intended to refine it into his second primordial spirit. After more than 100 years of refining, Wang Lin had only managed to deepen the control imprint without truly refining it. Moreover, after the control mark was placed, its consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and its strength also decreased. Otherwise, if it were fully awakened, Wang Lin would find it extremely difficult to control it. The moment the scattered demon appeared, for the first time, the face of the illusion family's ancestor turned pale, devoid of any color. He retreated a few steps, staring in horror at the demonic shadow. After a long while, a bitter expression appeared on his face. So this was his ultimate move. Illusion Wine God took a deep breath, secretly thanking himself for his earlier choice. The other direct descendants of the illusion family felt the same way. The heavenly family's heavenly Kuzi was also terrified. That scattered demon was too powerful. Even with his cultivation, he felt a sense of dread upon seeing it. How terrifying! What exactly is this? Is it a demon? It's no wonder they're from the Thunder Immortal Palace. They possess quite a few divine abilities. Thunder beasts, puppets, rules of swordsmanship, and this demon. This must be an important figure in the Thunder Immortal Palace. Otherwise things couldn't possibly be like this. The old man of the Su family was also moved for the first time, even a hint of excitement showing in his consciousness as he looked at the figure of the scattered demon in the distance. Scattered demon, descended by the ancient demon. The scattered demon transformed, cackling, and leapt from the top of Wang Lin's head into a gigantic figure in midair. It didn't even glance at the illusory image of the immortal, but instead glared menacingly at Wang Lin. Little cultivator, I'm fulfilling my promise to you, killing you for you. But if you don't let me leave after this is over, I'll risk my life, even without my demon soul, to kill you. Wang Lin calmly said, after this battle is over, I will set you free, all right. The scattered demon laughed loudly, instantly transforming into a thick mist that enveloped Wang Lin. The demonic energy split into 7 streams, entering Wang Lin's 7 orifices. In an instant, Wang Lin's body was enveloped in demonic energy. At the same time, he patted his storage bag, and immediately demonic armor flew up, swirling around his body, forming a ferocious full-body suit. During this process, Wang Lin's face showed pain, but his eyes grew even colder, with a faint black mist swirling within. This was what Wang Lin relied on, and it was also because of this that he had his initial insane idea. Killing Liu Mi, who was protected by the illusion family's ancestor, was fundamentally impossible for Wang Lin, even with the immortal guard puppets. The illusion family had a legacy of countless years, and naturally possessed something special. Wang Lin understood this. Therefore, he abandoned the scattered demon that he had always been unable to refine, awakening it and exchanging its freedom for a battle. Although the scattered demon was powerful, his imprint was also aided by the ancient demon Beiluo. This mark was far from simple, and with the added divine power of Beiluo, it was deeply imprinted within the demonic soul of the scattered demon. Even a powerful being like the scattered demon couldn't break this mark in a short time. Normally, although it was controlled by Wang Lin, its strength could only be fully displayed. But now, under Wang Lin's proactive summoning, it had completely awakened. Given the scattered demon's demonic nature, it wouldn't have cooperated with Wang Lin, but the mark was too powerful. Even after awakening, it could be uncontrollable, but it couldn't completely leave Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Even if it left, its essence remained within its primordial body. That's why Wang Lin used its freedom to achieve the agreement. After awakening, it hadn't considered possessing Wang Lin's body, but with the mark, all its efforts were useless. Now Wang Lin gave it a chance. Participate in this battle and it would be free. The seal was connected to the ancient demon Beilu, and unless Wang Lin's cultivation reached a certain level, it couldn't be broken. But the scattered demon had other intentions. As long as Wang Lin gave it freedom, it could confidently eliminate the ancient demon Beilu's divine power within a few hundred years. At that time, it could truly live a carefree life. The moment the scattered demon merged into Wang Lin's celestial spirit, it charged straight towards the illusory figure of the immortal, not employing any divine abilities, but directly unleashing a punch. At this moment, Wang Lin's state was split. His body was controlled by the scattered demon. His entire immortal power instantly transformed into demonic power, also merging with the scattered demon's demonic soul, completely becoming demonic energy. This punch, infused with the scattered demon's power and possessing the might of the demonic armor, formed a black aura, like a roaring black dragon striking directly at the illusory figure of the immortal. The illusory immortal's right hand pressed forward, forming a hand seal. Immediately, boundless immortal power around him suddenly condensed, forming a vortex. In an instant, the roaring black dragon vanished into nothingness. The illusory immortal retracted his finger, extending both hands to perform a hand seal. In a flash, the entire heavenly illusion star trembled. Endless heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions of the heavenly illusion star frantically converged, transforming into immortal power in a strange state. This immortal power was so immense that it seemed to have materialized, contracting widely from the illusory immortal's right hand. In an instant, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire heavenly illusion star began to fracture. In that instant, the heavenly illusion star was devoid of any spiritual power. All the original spiritual power had been transformed into immortal power, forming an ivory-white sphere in the palm of the illusory immortal's hand. Seeing this kind of trick, Wang Lin's eyes also became serious, but the scattered demon controlling his body sneered, "It's just the immortal transformation technique. Merely a divine ability of a branch of the ancient demon tribe, yet you dare to display it in front of me." Double quotes. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but his demonic aura intensified. Under the scattered demon's control, he pointed his right hand to the sky and softly shouted, "Ancient demon." These two words were uttered in the language of the ancient tribe. In an instant, Wang Lin's right hand transformed into a claw, enveloped in demonic flames, unexpectedly forming a massive demonic claw several meters long. He clawed at the ground below, and in the language of the ancient tribe, Wang Lin uttered, "Extract the spirit." In an instant, the heavenly illusion star trembled, and a desolate aura rose from the ground. This claw of the scattered demon had clearly extracted the spirit of the heavenly illusion star. "You take out all the planet's spiritual power, and I will utilize its spirit. Let's see who's stronger," the demon lord cackled, his demonic flames terrifying. Although his body was controlled by the demon lord, Wang Lin was still in direct contact and felt it clearly. The ancient demon's extraction of the heavenly illusion star's essence had given him some enlightenment. This soul extraction divine ability wasn't something Wang Lin had seen for the first time. In the demon spirit land, he had personally witnessed them unleash a celestial mountain artifact, extracting the mountain's soul. The scene had terrified him. This kind of divine ability was incredibly powerful, clearly not something ordinary cultivators could understand or master. Now, with his body controlled by the scattered demon, he could feel it himself. This demonic claw extracting the essence of the heavenly illusion star was a force 1,000 times greater than Tham Lang's back then. Everything in this world, even a blade of grass, possesses life. And wherever there is life, there is a soul. This soul is ethereal, vague, invisible, yet perceptible. Just like a mortal standing beneath a massive mountain, looking up evokes a sense of awe and pressure. That oppressive aura comes from the mountain's spirit, but one can only see the mountain, yet sense its spirit. Every mountain, every river possesses a spirit, not to mention a cultivation planet overflowing with spiritual power. And like the previous transformation of spiritual power, when the spirit was extracted, the heavenly illusion star showed not the slightest tremor, but a sense of desolation and sorrow awakened from it, spreading outwards. This desolation wasn't just formed over hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years, but over countless eons. An aura of neither joy nor sorrow arose. Within this aura, there was only one kind of inclusiveness. Through countless eons of boundless time, it encompassed all of heaven and earth. The demonic scatterer controlled Wang Lin's body, his right hand reaching downwards, and this aura instantly condensed into his palm. In an instant, it transformed into a mass of gray mist. As this desolate aura continuously merged into it, the mist was violently compressed, emitting thunderous banging sounds from within. In that instant, perhaps as if hallucinating, Wang Lin felt as if the heavenly illusion star had lost its vitality. The lush green grass on the ground withered, rivers and streams vanished, mountains and hills cracked with a cackling laugh. The demonic scatterer's right hand extended a claw towards the illusory immortal. The speed of this claw was like lightning, and in a split second, it struck with the soul of the heavenly illusion star. At this moment, Wang Lin felt as if he and the soul of the heavenly illusion star had become one. This attack was not his own power, but the power of the entire heavenly illusion star. The illusory figure of the immortal also took a step forward. The immortal power in his palm formed from the transformation of all the spiritual power on the heavenly illusion star, suddenly swung up, striking directly at the scattered demon. The two incredible divine abilities drew closer and closer, colliding in an instant. Boom! 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 The sound was incredibly fierce, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. In a flash, 3 or 4/10 of the spiritual veins on the heavenly illusion star withered away. The ground shook, generating a powerful wave of energy that roared and spread in all directions from the air. The impact was so immense that all the members of the illusion family retreated, immediately channeling their spiritual and immortal power. Otherwise, it seemed as though their bodies would collapse upon being struck by this wave of energy. At this moment, the illusory figure of the immortal in the sky suddenly collapsed, turning into wisps of smoke and dissipating. Immediately after dissipating, a jade slip materialized. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a series of cracking sounds, shattering into ashes before the eyes of all the illusion family clansmen. However, in the blink of an eye, a white light flashed from within, transforming into a halo that enveloped a 10-mile radius. The illusion family ancestors' face turned pale. The illusion family's ancestral teaching stated that if the jade slip of fortune shattered, it contained a defensive divine ability. However, the power of this ability was rather weak. Its only purpose was to buy the illusion family clansmen a little time in times of crisis to either surrender, refuse, or make arrangements for their future. The demon-slaying hand trembled, and the essence of the heavenly illusion star within it vanished. The aura of desolation also merged back into the ground, gradually dissipating. In this battle, the one who benefited the most was Wang Lin. This kind of battle, with his cultivation level, was fundamentally beyond his ability to endure, transcending his own limitations. Whether it was the illusory immortal or the soul of the scattered demon, both possessed the formidable strength of a second-stage cultivator. For Wang Lin, this battle opened a door that had always been firmly sealed. At this moment, a crack in that door allowed him to see a different level, to personally feel the power of another realm. Is this the strength of a second-stage cultivator? Compared to this, the greedy Volf, the illusion family ancestor, and the heavenly Kuisun, although they had also entered the second stage, were clearly only just beginning. The second stage of cultivation is terrifying. Wang Lin's mind trembled. In this battle, the demonic scatterer controlled his body, bringing him unimaginable benefits. The demonic scatterer had only used one divine ability, but this ability also circulated through Wang Lin's body. While it appeared mysterious to outsiders, it was perfectly clear to Wang Lin. It encompassed the operation of immortal power and the soul extraction technique, a kind of commanding aura that seemed to control heaven and earth. All of this opened a huge gap leading to the second stage for Wang Lin. Therefore, Wang Lin had never yearned to enter the second stage as much as he did now. Compared to this divine ability, even my puppet immortal guards couldn't withstand a single blow. The second stage of cultivation is truly too powerful. Each battle can cause an entire cultivation planet to completely collapse. This is almost approaching the level of divine abilities I saw when preparing to inherit the ancient god. Not only him, but even the members of the illusion family, after witnessing this battle, gained some enlightenment, as if a new world had opened up for them. But compared to Wang Lin, their gains were too small, insignificant. This kind of opportunity is too rare. How many people in the world can enter the second stage, with cultivation comparable to a cultivator with great divine abilities like Ling Jianhu, and yet fight a battle of their own with full force against someone of the same level? If they fight, they usually fight alone. It's very rare for something like this to happen. The scattered demon, controlling Wang Lin's body, lowered his head and glanced at the halo of immortal power, snorted softly, clenched his right hand, and punched out from a distance. This seemingly casual punch didn't cause much commotion, but carried a dense demonic energy, striking directly at the halo. Boom! Cracks appeared in the halo, but it didn't collapse. Beneath the halo, the illusion family's ancestor's face turned pale. "Ancestor, hand over Li Mi," Huan Fengshen said in a low voice. He inwardly sighed, thinking that although the opponent was only a peak-level cultivator, his magical artifacts and divine abilities were unimaginably powerful. Especially after the appearance of the scattered demon, even with the ancestor's cultivation not diminished, he couldn't possibly defeat him. The Huan family's ancestor looked at Huan Fengshen, who had separated from him not far away, then withdrew his gloomy gaze and looked at Liu Mi beside him. Liu Mi, the Huan family's ancestor, hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. However, before he could finish, Liu Mi's beautiful eyes looked towards the ancestor. She brushed away a few strands of hair flying in front of her face and whispered, "Master, if Liu Mei comes out, she will undoubtedly die." Boom! The aura of immortal power endured another blow from the scattered demon, the cracks widening, clearly on the verge of complete collapse. The scattered demon's cackling laughter echoed inside. The illusion family's ancestor's expression was grim. He was unwilling to simply hand over Liu Mei. But if he didn't, after the demonic scatter descended, he would be utterly powerless to resist. The Heavenly family wasn't helping, and the Su family, though seemingly agreeable, hadn't appeared yet, clearly indicating some unforeseen event. At this point, he had to rely on himself. His eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Liu Mei, gritting his teeth as he said, "Liu Mei, coming out will only lead to death. Why don't you give me your understanding of the Tao, so I can reach the formless heavenly demon Tao? Then perhaps I'll truly be able to fight." His purpose in taking Liu Mei as his disciple was to reveal a glimmer of the myriad illusions heavenly demon Tao. The illusion family's immortal had left behind two sets of divine abilities and understandings, divided into the heavenly demon Tao and the formless Tao. However, cultivating the heavenly demon Tao is extremely difficult. To this day, no one in the illusion family has truly mastered it. These two divine abilities are actually derived from the same conceptual realm. That conceptual realm is the formless heavenly demon Tao. The formless heavenly demon Tao was suddenly realized by the illusion family's ancestor during a meditation session where the heavenly demon was locked in a struggle between the inner and outer realms, combined with his own enlightenment before the collapse of the immortal realm. However, since immortals do not cultivate conceptual realms, this enlightenment was left behind and passed down to his descendants. When the immortal realm collapsed, the descendants of the illusion family, lacking protection, were able to stand firm thanks to the formless heavenly demon Tao. Even so, to this day, it remains merely a name without substance. Because of Liu Mei's myriad illusion heavenly demon Tao, Illusion Wuking had the intention of actively taking her as a disciple, intending to devour her later. Therefore, he did not hesitate to lower his own cultivation to elevate hers. Although her cultivation wasn't completely halted, the highest she could reach was the yin-yang void realm. Therefore, she could be firmly under his control, without fear of trouble arising from devouring her later. The old man had meticulously planned everything, waiting for Liu Mei to reach the yin-yang void realm, for her intent to undergo a breakthrough and transform into a true heavenly demon Tao. Before devouring and merging with her to cultivate the true intent of the illusion family, the formless heavenly demon Tao. However, everything was suddenly ruined by Wang Lin's appearance. It was better to seize this opportunity and devour her now than to hand over Liu Mei. That way, he could at least obtain a trace of the formless heavenly demon Tao intent. Perhaps he could even comprehend it himself later, and maybe even succeed. With that thought in mind, Huan Wuding stared intently into Liu Mei's eyes, a strange glint appearing in them. Liu Mei's gaze remained calm. With her intelligence, she had actually noticed some clues since entering the Star Alliance. She knew that apart from her closest relatives, no one would be kind without reason. If so, there must be another purpose. However, Huan Wuding was too powerful. She couldn't resist him, and could only pretend not to know, being taken to the Luotia Star Domain and having her name changed. When Huan Wuding sacrificed his own cultivation to help her reach the great perfection of the Peak Realm, she already understood that Huan Wuding had a deeper purpose. However, she also lacked the strength to resist. How could she not know the dangers of hastily increasing her cultivation? "You must grant me to request," Liu Mei said in a low voice. "Speak." Huan Wudong glanced at the halo of immortal power and hastily replied. If Liu Mei's myriad illusion heavenly demon Tao had reached its peak, Huan Wudong could directly devour and integrate it after consolidating. But at this moment, the other party hadn't yet reached its peak. If it wasn't done willingly, failure was highly likely. "First, help me kill Wang Lin," Liu Mei said in a low voice, her gaze piercing through the halo towards Wang Lin in the distance, her eyes revealing a complex resentment. Even now, her resentment towards Wang Lin still consumed her mind and body. At times, she felt disoriented, but deep down, she could never forget the tender affection the young man from the Hengyu sect had shown Lin Yuan hundreds of years ago. At the same time, the events in the Vermilion Bird Tomb also fueled her hatred. Especially after leaving the Vermilion Bird Star, she realized she was pregnant, and her resentment intensified. However, because she cultivated the heavenly illusion Heartless Tao, she often couldn't discern which version of herself truly was. Heartlessness and affection are ultimately a continuous process. Just two words, different, yet the distance is vast. Her thoughts were so complex that even she couldn't truly distinguish them. Therefore, her gaze was often very complex, especially when she saw the child. "All right, I will do my best to help you fulfill this wish," the illusion family ancestor said without hesitation, firmly. "Secondly, if you cannot kill Wang Lin, then give him this storage bag." From within Liu Mi's chest emerged a storage bag, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes as she looked at it. The illusion family ancestor raised his eyebrows, but nodded. The scattered demon controlled Wang Lin's body, striking down the immortal power halo with his fists, causing ripples and cracks to appear on its surface. Finally, the scattered demon let out a loud laugh and shouted, "Break." This single word was magnified countless times, echoing throughout heaven and earth. The last protective barrier left by the illusion family immortal was shattered. Wang Lin stomped his foot and slowly advanced. Demonic energy surged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire world. Within this demonic energy, Wang Lin glanced at Liu Mi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Behind her, the illusion family ancestor sat with his eyes closed, his right hand placed on Liu Mi's head. A strange aura emanated from the ancestor. "Ah!" The scattered demon was startled. At this moment, the illusion family ancestor opened his eyes wide. Unexpectedly, a wisp of dust appeared within them. His body flicked, and in an instant he flew up, his entire being transforming into a wisp of smoke, giving off a sense of ethereal emptiness. "You brat, your cultivation of divine abilities is not bad. I didn't expect you to possess the transformations of my ancient demon clan." The scattered demon stared intently, speaking with a half-smile. Wang Lin's gaze didn't fall on the illusion family ancestor, but on Liu Mi. She closed her eyes, her breath completely gone, and sure of his own thoughts. Wang Lin's divine consciousness remained unwavering. The illusion family ancestor's body was like smoke, dissipating but then gathering in midair. The dust in his eyes was extremely dense. He took a deep breath, looked at Wang Lin, who was being controlled by the scattered demon, and slowly said, "I only have one divine ability. Do you dare to accept it?" The scattered demon laughed loudly. "Show me." The illusion family ancestor closed his eyes. He absorbed Liu Mi's intent, reclaiming the immortal power within her. At this moment, although not yet fully recovered, his cultivation was not much weaker. However, facing Wang Lin, who had merged with the scattered demon, he was still uncertain. Even escaping would be impossible, so all his hope rested on a trace of the formless heavenly demon Dao. Devouring Liu Mi's intent and combining it with his own myriad illusions, formless Dao finally produced a trace of formless heavenly demon aura, but this aura was too weak. A strange aura emanated from his body as the illusion family ancestor closed his eyes. A look of agony appeared on the illusion family ancestor's face, and his body withered in an instant. In just a moment, he resembled a skeleton. Immediately afterward, all his bones dissolved. Finally, the entire body of the illusion family ancestor vanished, leaving only a storage bag. Because of his consciousness, it did not dissipate but slowly fell to the ground. A thick cloud of dust filled the air as his body dissolved. Inside was the illusion family ancestor's primordial spirit. This dust swirled and merged into the primordial spirit, causing it to gradually become transparent. And finally, it seemed to vanish completely. But in an instant, a powerful sense of danger suddenly arose in Wang Lin's heart. However, the scattered demon's eyes showed intense interest as he said, "This divine ability is interesting. Very interesting." The formless heavenly demon Dao is truly transforming into a formless heavenly demon. All living beings in the world can become one. Therefore, the formless Dao gathers the demonic thoughts of all living beings, merges them into the myriad illusions heavenly demon Dao, and becomes a formless heavenly demon, free and unrestrained in the world. The illusion family ancestor's body vanished, and his primordial spirit turned into nothingness. In an instant, countless identical illusory figures materialized in all directions. Waves of terrifying energy surged forth from these illusory figures. Each of these energies was no less powerful than the yin-yang void and reality realm, and some were even stronger. This formless heavenly demon Dao divine ability was incredibly astonishing. This was not yet fully unleashed, it was merely the prelude. But at this moment, a cloud of mist rose from the celestial spirit above Wang Lin's body. The scattered demon rushed out of Wang Lin's body, its maniacal laughter echoing wildly. Simultaneously, its body flashed, and it unexpectedly opened its mouth wide, devouring the newly appeared illusory figures one by one. More than half of them were instantly swallowed by the scattered demon. What a great tonic! You little brat are very much to my liking, offering this to show me respect. If I hadn't already promised someone, I really wouldn't want to kill you. With a burst of maniacal laughter, the scattered demon swallowed another large gulp. Without the scattered demon, Wang Lin regained control of his body. His body flashed, and he slowly walked to stand before Liu Mi. Liu Mi's eyes remained tightly closed, her body devoid of any life. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the questioning realm. Her intent and primordial spirit fused together. When her intent was devoured, her life and primordial spirit were naturally devoured as well. On the other side, with the scattered demons devouring, all the illusory figures had completely vanished. Finally, the illusion family ancestor materialized in midair, a bitter expression on his face. His formless heavenly demon was only a wisp of it. If he had waited for Liu Mi's intent to fully mature, he could have truly become a formless heavenly demon, absolutely not like now, becoming a tonic for the scattered demon. Sighing inwardly, the illusion family ancestor's body flashed, preparing to flee. Amidst the cackling laughter of the scattered demon, demonic energy surged, instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The illusion family's ancestor was also trapped within, swallowed whole by the scattered demon, and annihilated. Little brat Wang Lin, this demon has fulfilled his promise. The scattered demon turned his head sharply, staring grimly at Wang Lin, stomping his foot towards the void, and instantly vanished without a trace. Silence reigned all around. The illusion family members were silent. The scene they had just witnessed had deeply shaken them, instilling in them immense awe and respect for Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly gazed at Liu Mi, whose eyes were tightly closed, for a long time, without saying a word. Illusion Wine God hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, lowering his voice. Fellow Taoist, Liu Mi and Illusion Wuking previously made an agreement that if they couldn't kill you, they would give you a storage bag. Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze resting on the storage bag that had fallen before Huan Wutang's body dissipated. He summoned it with his right hand, and the storage bag flew into his grasp. Inside were a pill and a jade slip, nothing else. Holding the jade slip, Wang Lin's consciousness entered it. This pill is an antidote for the child's resentment. Combined with a cultivator with lightning attribute divine abilities, it can resolve more than half of it. My master asked me to leave my shadow in your Tao heart. I couldn't do it back then, but now I have. A gentle breeze stirred up some dust from the ground, blowing it towards Liu Mi's body. Gradually, a small, angular fragment peeled off from Liu Mi's forehead and flew away with the wind. At the same time, more fragments peeled off from Liu Mi's body and flew away with the wind. Gradually, Liu Mi's entire body transformed into tiny fragments, like butterflies fluttering and constantly being carried away by the wind. Liu Mi's figure seemed to vanish into thin air. She glanced down at the ground, smoothed her black hair, smiled, and departed, gradually fading into the horizon. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, silent. On the cycle of life and death, this day is indeed the day just returns to dust. Everything is just a fleeting memory, a dream yet to awaken. Wang Lin sighed softly, turning and leaving. Is she truly dead? As Wang Lin walked away, he no longer pursued this matter. Dust had returned to dust. Wang Lin's figure gradually disappeared into the horizon in the eyes of the illusion family members. This figure would only remain in the memories of generations of the illusion family, gone forever. Wang Lin did not exterminate the entire illusion family. He was tired, utterly exhausted, not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. Over 800 years of cultivation, he had experienced so much on Ranyan Star. Within Luyu village, a small house appeared many days later. The people in this house were strange. A young man, though seemingly young, carried an air of profound sorrow and loss, and there was also a child. In the vast starry sky of the Luotia star domain at that moment, Them Lang's face was grim as he paced back and forth. His body bore numerous marks, so many that every memory sent shivers down his spine, chilling him to the bone. That damned Wang Lin, if I can't find him, any one of these marks on my body could cause me to die without a burial place. The sky was a shimmering blue, a few delicate white clouds adding to the beauty of the azure exploding. Below Killian Peak, a small, winding river stretched for miles before flowing into a larger river. In the middle reaches of this small river lies a mountain village. The place is picturesque, with clear waters, reminiscent of an idyllic countryside. Back then, the river's water was very sweet, and occasionally mist would appear above Killian Peak. Anyone who inhaled that mist could become strong and healthy, free from illness for 10 years. A young boy's voice echoed from the village. He was about 14 or 15 years old, healthy and cheerful, recounting a story from 5 years ago. 7 or 8 other children were seated opposite him. Look at me, I haven't had any illnesses for years, all because my father took me to breathe in that mist. Its scent was incredibly refreshing, the boy said proudly, gesticulating vividly as he spoke. Beside him, 7 or 8 children widened their eyes, their faces filled with excitement, clearly captivated by the young man's story, wishing they could also breathe in the mist. Wang Ping, you should really go and breathe in some of that mist. It's a pity that 5 years ago, after Heaven's wrath, this mist disappeared. Otherwise, if your father took you to breathe it in, you'd definitely be free from illness for 10 years. The young man's gaze fell on one of the children. The boy was about 5 or 6 years old, pale-faced and frail. His head was noticeably smaller than the other children's, and his appearance was extremely handsome. If it weren't for his current sickly appearance, he would look like an adorable doll. He was wearing a burlap outfit, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he said, "Brother Chu, I'll tell my father when I get back, and he'll take me to see it." The young man laughed loudly and said, "Uncle Wang's carpentry skills are indeed excellent. But the fog on Killian Peak hasn't appeared yet, so how can I take you there? If so, you guys should just follow my example, practice swordsmanship every day, strengthen your bodies, and when you grow up, wield your swords and roam the martial world." The young man's heroic declaration of his ideals further excited the surrounding children. Just as the young man was getting excited, smoke rose from the cooking fires in the mountain village, and calls from various families could be heard. The young man glanced up, sighed, and said, "All right, the martial arts convention is over for now. After we finish eating, we'll reopen it." With a hint of reluctance, the group of children dispersed, and the boy named Wang Ping headed towards the village. His eyes still held a look of excitement, and he occasionally turned to look back at Xiaolian Fang in the distance. A burly man approached from the village entrance. He was quite imposing, carrying a hunting spear and a deer on his shoulder. Upon seeing the boy, the man smiled and said, "Wang, you're going with my son to some so-called martial arts tournament, aren't you?" The boy nodded shyly and said, "Hello, Uncle Chu." The man's smile deepened as he patted the boy's head and said, "Indeed, you're a child of an artist. Not only are you handsome, but you're also more polite than my little rascal. You're going home, aren't you? Uncle Chu and I are going the same way. Let's go find your father and discuss something." The boy nodded quickly and led the man towards his house. Not long after, outside a simple house in the north of the village, the child ran a few steps inside, shouting, "Father, Uncle Chu is here." From inside the house, an ordinary-looking young man emerged. He didn't seem to possess any extraordinary qualities, nor was he as handsome as the child. Often, standing next to the child, most people would mistake them for father and son. The young man, dressed in coarse cloth, pushed open a latch and stepped out of the room, smiling as he said, "Brother Chu, today's harvest was quite good." The child ran into the house, brought out a flour cake, went to the young man's side, pulled up a small wooden stool, and sat down to eat, taking bite after bite. The burly man surnamed Shu dropped a deer he was carrying onto the ground and laughed loudly, saying, "Brother Wang, you caught this deer as soon as you came up the mountain today. A pretty good harvest." The young man smiled gently, a very warm smile. He patted his child's head and said, "With Brother Chu's martial arts, taking the head of this deer wouldn't be difficult at all." The burly man surnamed Shu laughed and said, "Brother Wang, my son is no longer young. In 2 years, I'll be preparing for his marriage. He'll have his own room soon. The only thing is, we're still missing some furniture and decorations. I'll have to trouble you with that, Brother Wang." Wang Lin laughed again and said, "No problem, Brother Chu, rest assured." The burly man's surname Shu laughed loudly again. "All right, this deer will be the deposit." After saying that, he clasped his hands together and turned to leave. As soon as he left, the child on the chair immediately jumped down, hurried to the deer, and examined it closely. Father, this Uncle Chu is amazing. He actually hunted such a deer. The young man's eyes softened as he smiled and said, "Let's not look yet, Pinger. It's time for you to take your medicine." The child sighed, looked up at the young man, and said, "Father, taking medicine is so bitter." The young man brought out a bowl from the room containing a white liquid, which had no smell yet. The child took it, frowned, and drank it in small sips. After finishing, his small face wrinkled, and he hurried to the water bottle, taking several more sips to dispel the bitter taste in his mouth. "Father, when will Pinger not have to take medicine anymore?" The child turned to look at his father. These two were Wang Lin and Wang Ping. Wang Lin's eyes softened as he lowered his voice and said, "Quickly." Late at night, the moonlight shone down on the ground like a sheet of silver sand. The cold of the moonlit night enveloped the mountain village below Killian Peak in silence. Except for the occasional faint bark of a dog, there was no other sound. Inside the house, Wang Ping was asleep. His small face was slightly pale, but he slept soundly, a smile on his lips, clearly having a beautiful dream. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside him, a flash of lightning emanating from his forehead. He slowly raised his right hand, the lightning flowing from his forehead to his fingertips. Gently, Wang Lin placed his right hand on the forehead of the sleeping Wang Ping, and in an instant, the electric light circulated throughout Wang Ping's body. A spherical mass of black energy instantly appeared, condensing on the child's skin. Gradually, this dark energy became more concentrated, and under the flow of electric light, it finally escaped from its body. Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand to grab it. These dark energies were immediately seized by Wang Lin's right hand, condensing into a black sphere. He clenched his right hand and crushed this sphere. Wang Ping was in a deep sleep, his face slightly flushed. Looking at his child, Wang Lin sighed softly, pulled the blanket up to cover the child, and then turned to leave the room. 5 years, Wang Lin murmured softly. 5 years ago, Wang Lin returned to Ren Yunstar and stopped at Luoyue village. He chose this place because Luoyue village closely resembled his hometown from back then. Wang Ping was the vengeful spirit. After consuming the elixir left behind by Liu Mi and being treated by Wang Lin's lightning-based divine abilities, the resentment in his body dissipated significantly, and he became completely like other normal children. However, if he didn't consume the elixir daily to dispel the resentment, he would revert to his old self. This required a long process to completely eradicate it. Wang Lin had erased Wang Ping's memories, giving him a new life. In this quiet village, Wang Lin's heart gradually found peace. Away from killing and conflict, he found only a peaceful life. Wang Lin was determined to live this way. Like his father, he made a living as a carpenter. Following his father's wish, if he couldn't pass the imperial examinations, he would become a carpenter, inheriting his father's trade. His courtyard was filled with many carpentry tools, which had shaped his life for the past 5 years. Every time Wang Ping went out to play with other children, Wang Lin's mind would recall his own childhood, when he was the same age, not returning home until mealtime. Under the moonlight, footsteps echoed from the courtyard, and a limping figure gradually approached. "Is the child asleep?" An old voice rang out, followed by a slightly hunched figure entering the courtyard. Wang Lin nodded slightly, saying nothing. The old figure entered the courtyard, the moonlight shining directly on him. This was indeed Sun Tai. Sun Tai looked even older, his face full of wrinkles. Sun Tai had arrived 3 years after Wang Lin settled here. A lonely old man who didn't want to leave alone before his death. Sun Tai looked at the house under the moonlight, his eyes showing kindness. For some reason, he felt an intense affection for the child Wang Ping. "How long do you plan to spend with this child?" Sun Tai withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. The death aura around him grew even thicker. Wang Lin remained silent for a long time, looking at the moonlit sky, and lowered his voice. "A cycle of reincarnation, Sun Tai sighed softly. "Aren't you going to let him cultivate? With your cultivation level, this child will have a much easier time on the path of cultivation. He might even have a smoother path than some of the eldest sons of certain cultivation families. I won't let him cultivate, not in this lifetime." Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of dejection as he lowered his voice. "This child has excellent talent." Sun Tai was silent for a moment before speaking. "I won't let him cultivate." Wang Lin's gaze rested on Sun Tai, and he calmly said, "Never." Cultivation. What remains in the end? Wang Lin wondered. His entire life had been devoid of happiness, filled only with loneliness. He didn't want his child to experience this path. The cultivation world was cruel, full of killing and danger. Wang Lin understood this all too well. Pinger has gone through many things that shouldn't have happened. I named him Wang Ping because I hoped his life would be peaceful, like a mortal marrying, having children. Living and dying quietly cultivation from now on. There's no need to mention it again. Wang Lin's voice revealed a resolute determination, unchangeable and unchangeable. Time flew by, years passed, spring gave way to winter. 5 years had gone by. This winter arrived unusually early. Before winter officially began, snow had already fallen, freezing the remaining branches of trees. The wind and snow blew, and dry leaves and snowflakes fell in a flurry to the ground. It's like human lifespan. Although everyone is unwilling and reluctant, when the wind and snow blow, they cannot help but follow it. In 5 years, 3 old people have passed away in the village, and 3 new lives have been born. It's like reincarnation. Everyone is unwittingly revolving around it. Sun Tai grew older. His house was right next to Wang Lin's. This house wasn't large, but when twilight fell, it resembled a mortal who understood fate. He didn't like staying indoors all day, preferring to sit in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, reminiscing about a glorious past, keeping himself company. Wang Ping, 10 years old, looked only 7 or 8 compared to other children his age in the village, very thin and weak. But his face was small and delicate, not as pale as 5 years ago, but now had a little color in it. 10-year-old Wang Ping had grown up to be very handsome, and the villagers all cherished this beautiful and obedient little boy. His friends included quite a few young girls, and these girls were very fond of the little carpenter's son in the village. This early snowfall intensified the chill. Sun Tai sat leisurely in the courtyard, wearing a thick leather coat, gazing up at the sky, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Beside him, Wang Ping, also wearing a thick padded jacket, stared blankly at the sky. Pinger, why aren't you with your father? What are you doing here playing with this old man? Sun Tai's eyes showed affection as he looked down at Wang Ping. He cherished this child deeply. If it weren't for Wang Lin's words that he wouldn't allow this child to cultivate the Tao, he would have truly wanted to impart all his lifelong knowledge to him. I'm not going home. Aunt Zhang is here again, Wang Ping pouted, dissatisfied. Sun Tai smiled slightly, shaking his head, and said, "This child, rest assured, your father won't agree. I'm not sure Grandpa's son, look, in the past 3 years. Zhang Xinshan has been here several times. I've counted. It's 12 times in total. 12 times. Most of the girls in this village are good. Surely my father will be pleased with them." Wang Ping frowned, counting on his fingers. Sun Tai looked out into the courtyard in surprise and smiled, saying, "Don't worry about your father's affairs. Look, it seems like the second daughter of the Chu family is coming to find you." Wang Ping was startled, looked up into the courtyard, and saw a little girl of about 8 years old, with a rosy face, slowly approaching on the snow-covered ground. "Brother Wang, are you inside?" The clear voice of the little girl came from outside. Wang Ping frowned and said loudly, "I'm not here. Go quickly." After saying that, he went out into the courtyard, not even looking at the little girl with eyes as clear as water running towards him. Sun Tai looked at him and couldn't help but smile, his gentle expression deepening. Wang Lin, unlike Sun Tai, frowned, his face constantly showing a wry smile. Wang Lin had been here for 5 years, and he had aged somewhat, as if he had become an ordinary person again. Because he didn't need to shock or amaze the world, his appearance had gradually lost its youthfulness, and he was now in his middle age. His eyes radiated a sense of sorrow, giving him a peculiar, lingering aura despite his middle age. "Brother Wang, look, Pinger is already 10 years old. This child has a hard life, without a mother. You should think about the child, even if not for yourself. The Zhao family in the village is also a virtuous young lady. They willingly agreed to be with you and promised to treat the child as their own. What more could you ask for?" The matchmaker, a woman of considerable beauty, earnestly advised Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face showed a bitter smile. He reluctantly said, Let's forget about it." "Oh dear, Brother Wang, why do you have to be like this? I know you're deeply in love with Pinger's mother, which is why you haven't remarried, but that day must come. You said you've been here for 10 years, And when you first arrived, you brought a child with you back then. My mother, well, I wasn't married yet, but look at this now. My child is already 8 years old." The matchmaker still hadn't given up on her intention to continue talking. Just then, Wang Ping angrily pushed the door open and stormed in, glaring at the matchmaker before sitting down without saying a word. Seeing that the matchmaker was about to say something more, Wang Ping loudly exclaimed, "Father, I'm hungry." Wang Lin sighed softly and said, "Let's just forget about it." The matchmaker sighed, shook her head, and said, "Forget it. You can't force it if you don't want to. However, Brother Wang, if you ever take a liking to someone, you must tell me." After saying that, she turned to look at Wang Ping and reached out to pat his head. Wang Ping snorted softly and took a step back. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Once the matchmaker was gone, Wang Ping hurriedly said, "Father, you." Before he could finish, Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, "Little child, don't think nonsense. Your Aunt Zhang meant well. Come here and drink your medicine." Wang Ping widened his eyes, pouting, and said, "But Auntie found a stepmother for Pinger." The father of the second tiger in the village found a stepmother for him, and as a result, the second tiger doesn't have enough to eat every day and gets scolded constantly. Wang Lin, annoyed with himself, patted Wang Ping's head and smiled. "Okay, I promise you, I won't find a stepmother for you, all right? Drink your medicine." Wang Ping happily took the bowl and drank the medicine in one gulp. Unexpectedly, instead of feeling pain, he felt a little sweetness, a feeling that came from within, from the hope of not wanting to be separated from his father. "Father, with Pinger by your side, you won't be lonely. When Pinger grows up, she will serve you until you're old." Wang Ping put down her bowl and gazed intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled, patted Wang Ping's head, and went out of the house, picking up a broom to sweep the snow in the courtyard. After clearing the snow, he picked up his carpentry tools. Wang Ping stood by the window, watching his father, silent for a moment. His memory was excellent, far exceeding his age. He still clearly remembered that when he was 4 years old, he had inadvertently asked his father where his mother was. At that time, his father's expression was very strange. He didn't understand what that expression meant, but as he grew up, he understood that expression was called despair. He was a sensible child, and after that, he never asked about his mother again. Winter arrived, with heavy snow falling continuously. After a while, the cold winter arrived. The villagers also went out less often. The harshest winter passed by in an instant, and the spring breeze blew, gradually sweeping away the biting cold. The village's private school was built this spring. Thanks to it, the village children were able to learn to read and write. Days passed peacefully, like clear water, without a ripple, its calmness gently cleansing Wang Lin's weary soul. Watching Wang Ping grow up peacefully, Wang Lin no longer pursued the heavenly Tao, but instead, with the heart of a father, quietly watched over Wang Ping. For these 10 years, except for dispelling the external resentment for Wang Ping at night, he hadn't used any divine abilities, as if wanting to forget everything. However, while forgetting everything, a profound understanding of life and death, the cycle of reincarnation, arose silently within Wang Lin, gradually deepening as Wang Ping grew. The cycle of life and death, with its myriad transformations, was something Wang Lin had deeply understood. However, he hadn't experienced much of this nascent aura. Over the years, his Tao heart, besides gradually overcoming weariness, had slowly progressed towards perfection. Perfecting life and death is the cycle of cause and effect. Wang Lin's Tao heart was now filled with tranquility, slowly ascending. This transition, if witnessed by a powerful cultivator, would surely strike fear into their hearts, because this transformation was not simple at all, but a dramatic shift in his mental state. Mental state is a unique ability that cultivators only comprehend after shattering the immortal realm. It could even be said that the reason cultivators cultivate is to transform into mental state. The root of this is deeply connected to mental state. Therefore, the realm of understanding for each cultivator is almost fixed, and it is very rare for the realm of understanding to sublimate. Liu Mi was noticed by the illusion family ancestor because she showed signs of sublimation in her realm of understanding. This is why the illusion family ancestor, who did not hesitate to abandon his search for the heaven-defying pearl in the Cultivation Alliance, immediately brought Liu Mi back to the illusion family. Fundamentally, besides devouring her, the more important reason was that he feared such a person would be snatched away by others. Wang Lin is now on this path, but because his understanding of the realm of life and death reincarnation is insufficient, although there are signs of sublimation in karma, there is ultimately no change. From then on, this transitional period is a crucial time in Wang Lin's entire cultivation life, even determining his future achievements. Wang Lin understood some of this, but not all. However, if he could choose, he would never choose this price to pay. If it were another cultivator, it would be an opportunity they would yearn for. Spring turned to autumn, and 6 more years passed. This autumn, Sun Tai's great calamity seemed to come a little earlier. When he left this world in his room, only Wang Lin and his son were present. At this moment, he felt like the heavy snowfall 6 years ago, the wind blowing, carrying away the unwillingly falling leaves. What was lost was a soul in a foreign land. Wang Ping, now 16 years old, looked more and more like Liu Mi. Such a countenance, born on a boy, was breathtakingly beautiful. Only his eyes, like Wang Lin's, reflected his own, a pure black and white contrast within their clarity. 16 years into his life, he was intelligent and understood many things. Looking at the old man before him, he clearly recognized that this man was familiar with his father, and moreover, he was extremely respectful towards his father. Although this respect was never explicitly stated, Wang Ping clearly detected it in every breath. Sun Tai, I will fulfill the promise I made to you back then. Wang Lin's appearance had aged considerably as he calmly spoke to Sun Tai, who lay on the bed. In this world, the cycle of birth and death is unavoidable. Sun Tai looked at the father and son before him, a smile appearing on his face. At this moment, the old man's expression was very peaceful as he slowly ended his lifespan. Hearing Wang Lin's promise, Sun Tai looked at him intently, engraving this matter and the unresolved issues between them once again in his heart. A sudden wave of unease washed over him, as if he were remembering hundreds of years ago. In the immortal realm of martial arts, the image flashed before his eyes, finally settling on that aged yet calm countenance. Life and death, it turns out, are so fleeting. Sun Tai smiled, closing his eyes. The aura of death emanating from this person instantly intensified, but then dissipated like smoke. Grandpa's son Wang Ping's tears flowed freely as he watched Sun Tai peacefully depart, sobbing. Wang Lin sighed softly, stroking Wang Ping's head, a hint of serenity in his eyes. It seemed that life and death, the cycle of reincarnation, were like fleeting clouds, seen but not held in the heart. Sun Tai's tomb was behind the mountain near Luyu village. All the villagers who passed away were buried there. Wang Ping had carved the tombstone, which simply read, Tomb of Sun Tai. The inscription was in memory of Wang Ping. When Wang Ping was 12 years old, Sun Tai had adopted him as his foster grandson. Wang Lin didn't object to this. Sun Tai was much older than him, old enough to be Wang Ping's grandfather. As for him and Sun Tai, they were on equal footing, and as Wang Ping perceived, Sun Tai harbored a deep sense of awe towards Wang Lin. Sun Tai's tomb contained no body. His remains had been reduced to an urn of ashes, placed in Wang Lin's storage bag, a promise he had made to Sun Tai. Wang Ping was 16, exceptionally handsome, while Wang Lin grew older. The passage of time had diminished Wang Lin's beauty and gradually diminished the interest of the Zhang family women, who, having watched Wang Ping grow, shifted their attention to him. However, Wang Ping was very much like his father. Though handsome, he was extremely calm in his actions, rarely speaking much, yet his eyes gleamed with intelligence. 1 year after Sun Tai left, one day, in the Wang family's courtyard, Wang Lin held a block of wood in his hand, carefully carving. Wang Ping sat beside him, calmly watching his father, whose face was etched with even deeper lines of sorrow. Carving requires putting the knife in with the heart. Each stroke is etched in memory. Only then can one be called a master carver. Wang Lin said calmly, without looking up. Wang Ping nodded and simultaneously picked up a block of wood, carefully carving. As evening fell, the shadows of father and son stretched long. Their movements were almost identical, even their expressions remarkably similar. As the sun set, their shadows faded, leaving only a trace of their essence. But it was eternal. Have you figured it out? Finally, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, a single oil lamp was lit in the courtyard. With the lampshade lowered, Wang Lin calmly spoke. Wang Ping sat beside him, letting go of the unfinished statue in his hand, silent. Wang Lin didn't urge him, sitting beside him and taking Wang Ping's statue. The statue was somewhat rough, but possessed three parts of the sculpted divine essence. The wooden sculpture depicted Sun Tai, his face arrogant, his eyes gazing at the sky. His hands held various hand seals, and a strange aura instantly condensed around him. Layers of cloud surrounded his feet, appearing very lifelike. "Father, why didn't you let me learn the immortal techniques that grandfather left behind?" Wang Ping lowered his head, speaking softly. Wang Lin sighed softly. Sun Tai still held onto this matter, not following his wishes, but instead, under the pretext of taking Wang Ping as his disciple, secretly imparted his techniques. All of this couldn't deceive Wang Lin's divine abilities. If Sun Tai hadn't wholeheartedly imparted his cultivation techniques to Wang Ping, he wouldn't have died so prematurely, 4 years before his time. As a father, Wang Lin wasn't a domineering person. He looked at Wang Ping, this child who inherited his mother's beauty and had studied with him for 16 years, learning his composure. The glint of intelligence in his eyes was a reflection of his former self. "Because the life of cultivation isn't suitable for you," Wang Lin said, lowering his voice. A smile appeared on Wang Ping's face as he looked up at his father and said, "Father, grandfather's son passed down the cultivation techniques, but I haven't practiced them." "Never," Wang Lin nodded. He naturally knew everything. Although Sun Tai had passed down cultivation methods, Wang Ping had never actually practiced them. "Father, are you also an immortal?" Wang Ping asked, lowering his head. "Not exactly an immortal, just a cultivator," Wang Lin said slowly, his eyes showing a hint of weariness. "Father's intention is for me to live an ordinary life, not follow in his footsteps and become a cultivator, right?" Wang Ping silently carved wood, his voice trembling. The bright moon gradually rose higher, its light resting on the ground, gentle yet tinged with coldness. A cool breeze blew, causing the lampshade to sway, making the light flicker, the chaotic moonlight enveloping the courtyard. "That's right." Wang Lin released the carved statue in his hand, his gaze fixed on the night sky, his voice indistinct. "If Pinger doesn't want to," Wang Ping looked up at his father. This was the first time in 16 years he had spoken like this to his father. Wang Lin's gaze rested on Wang Ping, saying nothing, only calmly looking back. Time slowly passed. Wang Ping's head gradually lowered, not daring to meet Wang Lin's eyes. "The life of a cultivator is not suitable for you. This matter, let's not talk about it anymore." Wang Lin's voice, though faint, was firm, but in his eyes, where Wang Ping couldn't see, a growing sorrow appeared. Wang Ping said bitterly, "Yes, father, I will not cultivate." Wang Lin said nothing, turned around, and went back to his room. Just before he entered, his voice reached him. "Pinger, take your medicine." Wang Ping remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly, stood up, and went into his room. His figure somewhat dejected. His father's authority had never been revealed, but in Wang Ping's heart, it was immense. He was powerless to resist, only able to obey his father's wishes and live out his life normally. "Except for cultivating the Tao, I can give you everything in this world." Wang Lin's voice slowly reached him as Wang Ping lay on the bed after taking his medicine. Wang Ping closed his eyes, saying nothing. In the darkness, Wang Lin sat alone in the courtyard, staring blankly at the night before him, a sorrowful expression reappearing in his eyes. Time passed, often like the moonlight on this night. You don't notice anything special about it until you realize it's already shining on the earth. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Sun Tai's death. This year, Wang Ping was 19 years old, completely transformed into a handsome young man. His face still retained a hint of youthful innocence, though it was difficult to discern unless one looked closely. His appearance had become increasingly similar to Liu Mi's. In comparison, Wang Lin looked much older. 19 years had left deep marks on his face. After 19 years in Liu village, Wang Lin finally packed his belongings and left with Wang Ping. Parting was inherently sorrowful. Wang Ping's childhood friends from the village all came to see him off, most of them young women. They watched him go, their eyes swollen with resentment. The second daughter of the Chu family was no different. Only Wang Ping remained unaffected by it all. He inherited his mother Liu Mi's appearance, but his character, like Wang Lin's, showed little interest in women. 19 years passed, and the people of Liu village experienced birth, aging, sickness, and death. One generation passed away, and a new one grew. Since Wang Lin arrived, 3 or 4 out of 10 people had passed away. The Chu family's burly man, though strong, had clearly weakened considerably in recent years. Standing beside Wang Lin, he said with a touch of melancholy, "Brother Wang, almost 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's so fast. I still remember the scene of you carrying Pinger here, but now you must leave too." Wang Lin smiled faintly and said gently, "Brother Chu, I've caused you all a lot of trouble these past few years. But the child has grown up, and I want to take him out to see the world." The burly man from the Chu family sighed, his gaze lingering on the village girls surrounding Wang Ping. He smiled wryly and said, "It seems my second daughter doesn't have that kind of luck." Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. "It's more accurate to say my son doesn't have that kind of luck." Not far away, Wang Ping, his expression unchanged, lowered his voice and said, "Take care." After saying this, he turned and walked towards Wang Lin. However, at that moment, one of the young girls ran up to him, blushing and loudly asking, "Wang Ping, brother, will you ever come back?" Wang Ping paused, without turning around, and lowered his voice, saying, "Probably not." The girl's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face, as if she heard the sound of her own heart breaking. "I hate you, Wang Ping," the girl cried, turning and running away. Wang Ping frowned, walked to his father's side, and said nothing. The big man from the Chu family side clasped his hands and said to Wang Lin, "Brother Wang, take care." Wang Lin had a good impression of this straightforward man and smiled, saying, "Take care." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Wang Ping followed behind, and after a few steps, he hesitated for a moment, turned back to look at the girl who was still crying, sighed, and gradually followed Wang Lin into the distance. "Father, why are those girls so troublesome?" Especially Chirodong catching up with his father's footsteps. Wang Ping frowned and said. Wang Lin laughed heartily, turned his head and glanced at Wang Ping. Inheriting Liu Mi's appearance, Wang Ping was handsome with a strange kind of charm. "You don't like the Chu family's daughters," Wang Lin said with a half smile. "I don't like them. It's just she was crying just now, and I felt a little uneasy." Wang Ping sighed. On the planet Ranyan, although water occupies a vast area, the flat land also boasts numerous scenic mountains. While the great catastrophe of the past has diminished the spiritual energy of Ranyan, it is still far better than that of Juk Star. On the famous mountains of Ranyan, one can always see a father and son climbing to the summit and gazing at the distant landscape. They watch the changing sky and the shifting clouds. The ground in their eyes seems to shrink countless times, as if they can see to the very end of the earth with a single glance. Especially at the mountaintop, where the wind howls, Wang Ping stands there, facing the wind, gazing at the sky and earth, his spirit seemingly purified and constantly uplifted. During the climb up the towering mountains, his frail body gradually gained strength, and in his eyes, his father was utterly magnificent. 20 years of tranquility now felt like a challenge to heaven and earth. After conquering a mountain, Wang Ping's spirit, in what is called vastness, seemed to forget everything. He stood amidst the heavens and earth, his only companion being his father, yet he could feel the existence of mountains, rivers, sky, and earth, his body merging with the outside world. There was no loneliness, only the feeling of his spirit soaring to the heavens. No matter how treacherous the mountains were, nothing could stop the footsteps of father and son. No matter how high the mountains were, they were all conquered by their footsteps. Although Wang Ping's body was that of a mortal, his spirit, forged in this experience, had achieved sublimation, reaching a certain height. Emerging from the mountains, he gained a deeper understanding of life, his wisdom growing day by day, settling within his character. He gazed upon the distant heavens and earth, feeling their vastness and immensity. But he absolutely refused to stop, absolutely refused to be subdued by this boundless expanse. Instead, he climbed higher and higher, using the greatest abilities of a mortal inheriting Wang Lin's heaven-defying will. Wang Lin did not impart any Tao techniques to Wang Ping, but his methods profoundly impacted Wang Ping's spirit. Thirsty, he drank mountain spring water. Hungry, he ate wild fruits. Tired, he rested on the ground. Weary, he used the earth as a mat and the sky as a canopy. 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, Wang Ping's respect for his father grew even stronger, his feelings deepening. In his eyes, his father was the greatest being in the world. Having conquered the mountains, the next challenge was the river. Everywhere in this place were rivers, and the figures of father and son appeared. Looking at the vast, boundless river, listening to the roaring waves, Wang Ping's solitary boat elevated his vision and spirit, traversing the middle of the river, relentlessly advancing and challenging the turbulent waves. More than half of the major rivers of Ren Yunstar were now marked by the presence of Wang Ping and his father. Their joyful laughter mostly came from Wang Ping, accompanied by Wang Lin's hearty chuckle. This kind of laughter was rarely heard from Wang Lin, even extremely infrequent. His laughter seemed to possess a captivating power, making Wang Ping even happier. For him, having his father by his side in this world was enough. "Father, I will be by your side all my life, even in death, even in the next life, even if we are no longer father and son. I will never forget you." Wang Ping's voice echoed through the river like a hammer. A solitary boat sailed far across the river, traversing more than half of the Ren Yun star system towards the sea. The journey on land had ended, but the journey to the vast ocean had begun. On the sea, the boat sailed through the waves, the sea breeze blowing, and Wang Ping's world seemed to expand infinitely. A small, lonely island, a wave crashing against it, he saw thunder striking the sea, saw flashes of lightning, saw schools of fish, even saw mirages. The sea was boundless, far exceeding the land. Wang Ping's eyes shone even brighter. He felt the vastness of the sea, like his father's will, immeasurably immense. Merging the boundless ocean, the sharp agility of the mountains, and the continuous flow of rivers, feeling the vastness of heaven and earth. After 5 years, when father and son Wang Lin once again set foot on the continent, Wang Ping had once again undergone a transformation and transcendence. Although he was immortal, his spirit could encompass the heavens and earth. On their return, they passed over one last mountain peak, Kilian Peak, next to Luyu Village. Wang Ping was 27 years old. The childishness on his face had long since vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. Over the past 8 years, his appearance had gradually lost all trace of his strangeness, leaving only unparalleled handsomeness. His sharp features were clearly defined, and his smile was as bright as sunlight. Looking at Wang Ping's face, Wang Lin smiled. For 8 years, he had pondered for a long time, thinking of a method that could completely eliminate the resentment in Wang Ping's soul. Even Liu Mi's elixirs and Wang Lin's divine abilities could only dispel half of the resentment, but this resentment was too deep, having permeated his soul and become deeply rooted. 20 years of calm allowed the resentment to gradually subside, and 8 years of spiritual purification had elevated Wang Ping's soul, causing the resentment within him to be invisibly cleared, leaving only a trace. This trace could not be dispelled by any magic or elixir. It could only be destroyed through reincarnation. Descending from Kilian Peak, Wang Lin looked at the distant mountain village and said in a low voice, "Shouldn't we go take a look?" Wang Ping, beside him, shook his head and said, "No." Wang Lin didn't say anything more, but instead walked towards the mountain. Wang Ping followed behind, laughing as he said to his father, "Father, I remember hearing people say that there's immortal mist on Kilian Peak, and that drinking a sip can keep you healthy for 10 years. I wanted to go there, but I don't know when I'll be able to. Can you take me there, father?" Wang Lin smiled, looking at Wang Ping kindly. The two father and son gradually ascended the towering Kilian mountain to its summit. At the peak, countless layers of clouds floated, as if they were treading on mist. Wang Ping took a deep breath, looking at his father. He had seen correctly, although Kilian Mountain was enormous, it only reached his father's waist. The distant clouds were somewhat gloomy, with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, the power of heaven and earth captivating Wang Ping's attention. Before long, the thunder grew louder, and a storm brewed. The rain slowly covered the ground, the air darkening, and the downpour gradually intensified. On the ground, due to the long drought, dust was blown about by the wind, but before it could travel far, it was absorbed by the torrential rain, merging with the raindrops and returning to the earth. It was like those who defied heaven and cultivated, originally aiming to ascend, but were pulled down by the divine power of the raindrops, forced to fall. In the rain, how many dust particles could truly ascend? The storm raged, roaring past, and the two father and son on the mountain calmly gazed at the sky. This rain, though overwhelming the earth, did not fall on them. Apart from the thunder and the gentle patter of rain, there was no other sound. The storm came quickly and went just as quickly. Before long, the dark clouds dissipated, and a 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky, before the eyes of the two father and son. The rainbow was brilliant, magnificent, and multifaceted, its 7 colors containing the essence of the heavenly Tao. At that very moment, a shout shattered the silence. Far in the distance, a streak of sword light roared through the sky, transforming into a thunderous roar, seemingly wanting to shatter the rainbow and pierce through to this side. Within the sword light was a middle-aged man, possessing an aura of immortality and a body overflowing with divine energy. Beneath his feet was a green flying sword, emitting bursts of cold light. He roared as he rushed forward, his gaze sweeping across Wang Lin and his son standing atop Killian Peak, causing him to gasp in surprise. A mortal capable of reaching this height was certainly no ordinary feat, undoubtedly possessing immense willpower. A look of admiration appeared in his eyes, but he didn't stop. Instead, he soared over the mountain, flying straight into the distance. Wang Ping watched in astonishment as the middle-aged man disappeared into the horizon. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a sight. His heart trembled like a raging storm, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. "Father, was that an immortal?" Wang Ping murmured. Wang Lin sighed softly and slowly replied, "Yes." Wang Ping remained silent for a long time. He raised his head, looked at his father, his eyes shining brightly, and lowered his voice, saying, "Father, is it really impossible for me to cultivate the Tao?" Wang Lin's gaze lingered on the fading rainbow in the sky, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He said nothing, only slowly shaking his head. Wang Ping didn't reply, but simply watched in astonishment as the middle-aged cultivator disappeared into the distance. Descending from Killian Peak, Wang Ping remained silent all the way. He traveled along the mountain pass until they reached a nearby village. Sitting in the carriage, Wang Ping still didn't utter a word. Except for the coachman, only Wang Lin and his son were in the carriage. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on the window, his eyes filled with growing sorrow, tinged with an indescribable bitterness. Silence reigned inside the carriage. After a long while, Wang Ping whispered, "Father, I want to cultivate the Tao." This was the second time he had said he wanted to cultivate the Tao. The first time was 10 years ago, when he was 17. Wang Lin didn't avert his gaze, still looking out the window, calmly saying, "You are not suited to cultivate the Tao." "Father, why?" Wang Ping looked at his father's face, unwilling to accept the situation. Wang Lin turned his head, just as he had 10 years ago, saying nothing, only calmly looking at Wang Ping, silently observing. The sound of the wheels on the road outside slowly drifted in. As time passed, Wang Ping finally lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I understand, Father." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, the sorrow in Wang Ping's eyes invisible. No one knew the true reason he didn't allow Wang Ping to cultivate. Sun Tai didn't know, and Wang Ping didn't know either. Only Wang Lin himself understood the root of it all. He couldn't tell Wang Ping. For Wang Ping's sake, he couldn't tell all of this. Liu Mi's death was unrelated, he sighed inwardly, but Wang Ping couldn't hear him. His gaze lingered on the countryside outside the carriage window. Wang Lin fell silent. Inside the carriage, Wang Ping was also silent, father and son, their silence growing deeper. After a long while, Wang Ping turned his head, looking at his father, then at the increasing wrinkles on his father's face. He felt a pang of guilt and lowered his voice, saying, "Father, I was wrong." Wang Lin turned and smiled kindly, saying nothing. Qishui City, one of the vice capitals of the Great Qing Kingdom, one of the 3 great empires of Ranyan Star, was bustling with activity near the capital and close to rivers, making it extremely lively. The carriage entered the city and stopped at a rest stop. Wang Lin and his father disembarked and walked into this prosperous city. The sheer scale and vibrancy of the city was something Wang Ping had never seen before. He looked around, completely forgetting all the unpleasant events of the past. In the east of the city stood a magnificent tavern. Wang Lin stepped inside, and a waiter approached with a smiling face, leading the father and son into a corner of the main hall. Soon, food and drink were served. Because of Wang Ping's exceptionally handsome appearance, his presence immediately attracted the attention of many women in the hall. This was something Wang Ping had been accustomed to since his youth in the village. Wang Lin didn't touch his chopsticks, but picked up his wine glass, took a sip, his expression calm. As for Wang Ping, he merely glanced at him. "From now on, we'll live here. We'll buy a house later," Wang Lin said calmly, putting down his wine glass. Wang Ping nodded, smiling. "Father, this place isn't bad." The water here is like watching the mountain water flow into the vast ocean, seeing the bustling city. It's quite awe-inspiring. As Wang Ping spoke, a mocking laugh came from the next table. There were 3 people at the next table. An old man in brocade robes, somewhat dignified in appearance. His eyes were slightly dim, but his whole body exuded a powerful aura. Beside him sat 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was exceptionally handsome, with a dignified bearing. He wore a purple robe embroidered with gold thread, which looked very expensive. As for the woman, she was about 20, with black hair. Though not stunningly beautiful, she was also very dignified. The one who laughed mockingly was, of course, the man in purple robes. This foolish boy is quite something. It's his first time in Kishui City, yet he's boasting about how he's familiar with the water flowing down from the mountains, claiming his knowledge surpasses that of the world. The young man in purple robe said to the woman beside him, chuckling softly. His words weren't whispered, and Wang Ping heard them all. Wang Ping raised his eyebrows, saying nothing. As for Wang Lin, he took a sip from his wine gourd, his gaze casually sweeping over the 3 people at the next table. The woman also furrowed her delicate brows and whispered, "Is it funny?" The young man laughed. "Sister Kinger, why wouldn't it be funny?" A hint of annoyance flickered in the woman's eyes, and she turned her head away. The reason he had mocked Wang Ping earlier was because when Wang Ping entered, the woman before him, who had always been aloof, had unexpectedly glanced up. Given his status, if it weren't for this woman, how could he have come here to eat? Seeing the other man's expression, he coldly snorted and turned to stare at Wang Ping. Such a countenance, if born to a woman, would surely be breathtakingly beautiful. It's a pity it's in a man's body. A pity, however, homosexuality would also be very suitable. The young man in purple said softly. His provocative words caused Wang Ping to put down his chopsticks, turn his head, and calmly say to the young man in purple, "Such a handsome and dignified countenance, if born to a human, would surely be very dashing. It's a pity it's in a beast." A pity. The young man in purple's face darkened. Before he could say anything, the old man sitting beside him frowned and shouted, "When did Jingya Pavilion allow such a person to enter? He has no manners whatsoever. Let me teach him a lesson on behalf of your family." No sooner had the old man finished speaking than he swung the chopsticks in his hand like lightning, shooting straight at Wang Ping. The target was Wang Ping's shoulders. If those chopsticks hit his arms, Wang Ping would be crippled for life. The moment the old man attacked, the woman beside him let out a soft gasp and forcefully stood up, intending to chase after the flying chopsticks. However, just as the chopsticks were about to strike, they suddenly lost their momentum, gently and softly stopping beside Wang Ping. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He put down the wine gourd and coldly looked at the white-haired old man. With a single glance, the white-haired old man trembled all over. Countless thunderbolts struck his head. The other man's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through his eyes, tearing at his mind. It pierced his soul, as if intending to shatter his spirit, extinguish his alchemical fire, and crush his golden core. The man's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by lightning, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. This is the old man's mind reeled, his scalp tingling, a deep, intense sensation piercing through his forehead, as if being penetrated by a sharp gaze. His heart pounded violently. In an instant, the old man nearly collapsed. His entire body felt icy cold, as if he were facing an enemy. At this moment, he was utterly shattered by a single glance. A mouthful of fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, tinged with golden core. At this moment, the core cracked, its energy surging into his blood. This old man was a cultivator, a core formation cultivator. As for the young man in purple, he was only in the chair refining stage, and the woman hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. If a nascent soul cultivator were to act so ruthlessly without regard for mortals, Wang Lin would not hesitate to unleash his killing intent. Moreover, this old man had provoked Wang Lin's son. The old man sat down, and with a loud crash, his chair shattered. He fell to the ground, his face pale, immediately swallowing a pill from his storage bag, then crushing the communication jade slip. The tavern fell silent. Many customers were still in shock, but a few intelligent ones quickly stood up, paid, and left. The young man was completely stunned. He didn't even glance at the old man, his gaze extremely gloomy, staring intently at Wang Lin and his son. As for the woman, Her expression changed, staring blankly at Wang Ping and Wang Lin, seemingly unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. My son, Wang Lin, doesn't need your instruction. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine gourd, and took a sip. The old man didn't dare open his mouth. He was using a medicinal pill to stabilize his cha, and if he spoke, he feared the cha would immediately spill out. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would be greatly reduced. At this moment, he hastily swallowed all the pills, continuously gathering his cha, but the effect was very low. Streams of spiritual energy spilled out like mist. The young man in purple stared at Wang Lin, nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be a cultivator. Very well, on Ran Yunstar you offended the Sun family, which is equivalent to before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the young man's body immediately trembled. His face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Wang Lin still didn't kill him. This person didn't have much spiritual energy, almost like a mortal. Judging from Wang Lin's observation, it was clear that this young man in purple robes, if not a member of a powerful cultivator clan, must certainly possess a noble status among mortals. As for the old man who had formed a golden core and the woman Qingyi, they were obviously master and disciple. However, regardless of their identities, Wang Lin would not spare them. On Ran Yunstar, he was the supreme ancestor. The scene before him made Wang Ping take a deep breath. Looking at his father, he suddenly realized that his father was not an ordinary cultivator either. A single glance could affect that old man so much. He was clearly not simple. Qingyi, standing beside them, looked at Wang Lin and his father in astonishment. After hesitating for a moment, she took 2 steps forward and respectfully said, Senior, we were reckless in this matter. Wang Lin took a sip from the wine gourd, still not looking at the other party. Qingyi bit her lower lip, caught between a rock and a hard place. Wang Ping's lips curved into a slight smile. He was already very handsome, but now, when he smiled, he appeared even more extraordinary. Looking at Qingyi, Wang Ping said, Is your name Qingyi? I am Wang Ping. Are you also a cultivator? Wang Ping's smile made Qingyi blush. She lowered her voice and said, Yes, but my master said that if you haven't reached the foundation establishment stage, you can't consider yourself a cultivator. You're called Wang Ping. We were wrong in today's matter, but you should leave quickly. Just now my master crushed the communication jade slip. I'm afraid someone will be here soon. Wang Ping smiled slightly, ignoring her words and continuing the conversation with Qingyi. Just then, shouts suddenly erupted from outside the tavern, and simultaneously, a gust of wind blew. 3 old men rushed forward, then suddenly stomped their feet and entered the tavern. Grandmother! Qingyi hurriedly bowed respectfully. The man in the middle of the 3 had snow-white hair and eyes like lightning, radiating an aura of authority without anger. After entering the tavern, his gaze swept over the ground where the foundation establishment cultivators were sitting cross-legged. After his gaze returned, he looked at Wang Lin and his son. In his eyes, Wang Lin was merely an ordinary mortal with not a trace of spiritual power, but the young man sitting opposite him caused the old man's gaze to become serious. He examined him carefully several times, a strange expression appearing in his eyes. This person has extraordinary talent. Although he has a mortal body and bones, his soul is truly filled with the vastness and abundance of heaven and earth. With such a mindset, even cultivators rarely achieve such a level. These 2 are not as simple as they appear. At this moment, the foundation establishment stage cultivator, sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemed to have noticed the old man's arrival. He raised his eyes, his cultivation energy bursting out uncontrollably. He let out a pained cry, his whole body enveloped in mist, his face turning pale and black. He urgently said, Uncle, he harmed me, save me. He pointed directly at Wang Lin. The old man pressed his right hand and chanted a spell. A spiritual incantation flew out, like lightning, striking the old man's forehead. The incantation stopped at his forehead and quickly extended, forming a net that tightly enveloped the foundation establishment stage cultivator's cultivation energy, temporarily locking him in place. Having finished this, he secretly turned to Wang Lin and said, Your actions were so ruthless. Do you think my Sun family has no one to defend us? Wang Lin didn't look at him, calmly put down the wine bottle, and said, Pinger, let's go. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the tavern. Wang Ping smiled slightly at Qingyi, a smile that made Qingyi blush like the setting sun, and she quickly lowered her head. Wang Ping had a very good impression of this girl named Qingyi, an impression that stemmed from when her master had tried to stop him. After standing up, Wang Ping followed his father outside. The old man snorted coldly and stepped forward to block them, the two old men behind him doing the same. It's not too late to explain everything clearly before leaving. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he took a step forward. This step, seemingly simple, resonated like thunder in the minds of the three old men. It was as if he hadn't even stepped on the ground, but rather on their very souls. The two old men behind him, whose cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm, also changed drastically. Their spiritual power surged, and they instinctively retreated several steps. This wasn't a Taoist technique, nor a divine ability. Not even a trace of spiritual power emanated from Wang Lin. Yet, to these three old men, it far surpassed any divine technique or magic they had ever encountered. This was an aura only manifested when one reached the level of a Grand Master, and the person capable of wielding such an aura seemed to possess the entire universe, using its power as their own. Not to mention these three old men, even three ordinary nascent soul cultivators couldn't resist it. The oldest old man present had only reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, in the process of comprehending the heavenly Tao, with 1 foot already halfway into the transformation god stage. Wang Lin felt the impact of this aura more deeply than anyone else, almost as if a single step from his opponent had struck his soul. His face turned pale, and he retreated 2 steps. Wang Lin walked past him and out of the tavern. Wang Ping followed behind, and as he went outside, he turned his head to glance at Qingyi, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Qingyi's face flushed even more. Just this once, just this once. Wang Lin's voice echoed from outside the tavern, lingering in the ears of the Sun family cultivators. It took them a long time to recover, their eyes filled with intense shock. Leaving the tavern, Wang Ping hesitated for a moment, then caught up with his father, smiling and saying, "Father, are you acquainted with the Sun family? I once had some connection with them. Father promised to protect that clan for 100 years. Wang Lin didn't hide anything from Wang Ping, except for the reason that he couldn't cultivate. That girl named Qingyi, she's not bad. Wang Lin smiled, looking into Wang Ping's eyes. Wang Ping was startled, a rare blush spreading across his handsome face. In the north of Qishui City, Wang Lin and his father had bought a rather beautiful courtyard, tidied it up a bit, and settled there. This estate is very large, with many rooms. The previous owner, after selling the house, left behind a few maids and servants. Meanwhile, at this time, the Sun family's branch in Qishui City, due to Wang Lin's last words, had clearly stirred up a major incident. Since the departure of the Ruin family's patriarch and the Xiaoyao Sanran, the Sun family, thanks to Sun Shi, has replaced the Ruin family's former position on Ruin Yun Star, even surpassing their former glory and becoming a unique and unparalleled entity on Ruin Yun Star. Over the past 20 years, the Sun family's arrogance has gradually grown. There is also a branch of the Sun family within Qishui City. At this moment, in the main hall of the Sun family's Qishui City branch, 3 Sun family elders with nascent soul cultivation are seated respectfully. Before them are all those who participated in the incident at the tavern earlier. Qingyi, entering such a place for the first time, felt a little nervous and could only bow her head respectfully. Her master, a nascent soul cultivator, was also standing to the side, but his face was pale, devoid of any color. His cultivation had obviously dropped to the late foundation establishment stage. Did that person really say that? One of the 3 elders of the Sun family, a red-faced old man with slightly narrowed eyes, whispered. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Sun family who had initially stopped Wang Lin hurriedly nodded and said, "I didn't mishear. This person did indeed say, just this once, just this one time." A cold snort came from the green-robed elder, his eyes flashing with icy coldness as he said, "It seems someone is provoking my Sun family again." This person, with a single glance, shattered the nascent soul cultivator's core, and with a single step, forced 3 nascent soul cultivators to retreat. His cultivation level, I fear, has reached the nascent soul transformation stage. What if Brother Bian is here? Our Sun family's ancestor is still alive, and moreover, we have that senior protecting us for 100 years. Even the heavenly illusion star illusion family wouldn't dare provoke that senior. With him here, our Sun family won't collapse, the last of the three elders said calmly. What's this person's surname? The red-faced elder spoke again. The cultivators below remained silent for a long time. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator smiled wryly and said, I don't know either. However, I saw other clan members talking to them. Perhaps she knows. The red-faced elder's gaze rested on Qingyi. You know? Qingyi trembled, remained silent for a long time, then shook her head and said, this junior doesn't know how audacious. The red-faced elder's eyes narrowed. With his experience, he naturally knew at a glance that this woman was lying. Then Gi bowed her head sadly, lowering her voice. This junior truly doesn't know. The old man, his face flushed, snorted coldly and stood up, saying, this matter ends here for now. I have reported to the clan, and a nascent soul stage cultivator from the family will arrive as soon as possible. As for the other clan members, if they have any other intentions, they will be expelled from the Sun family. He then glanced around, wondering what this person relied on to speak such arrogant words. On Ranyan Star, no one could speak like that to the Sun family. In the northern part of Qishui City, at the Wang family's mansion, the sign above the gate had been removed and replaced with a new one, bearing the words Wang Mansion written by Wang Lin himself. Wang Lin hadn't changed the maids and servants inside the mansion, but continued to use them. Since then, the coldness had faded considerably. Late at night, under the moonlight, in the study in the back garden, Wang Lin and his son sat facing each other. Pinger, 19 years of ordinary life, 8 years of adventure across mountains and rivers, and then, I grant you 30 years of wealth and prosperity. While a person is alive, you must know all the joys, sorrows, loves, and hates. Wealth and poverty are the same. Wang Lin said softly. Wang Ping remained silent for a long time, then smiled faintly, his eyes shining brightly, and said, Father, is that compensation for not allowing me to cultivate? Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping and slowly said, that's right. His gaze drifted far out the window behind Wang Ping, looking to an unreachable place, a hint of sorrow rising within him. This sorrow was too intense, too profound, unknown to anyone, all shrouded in mystery. Wang Lin could only feign his true feelings, although he knew that Wang Ping's obsession with cultivation was buried deep within his heart, and that he harbored some resentment towards him. Pinger, it's not that your father doesn't want you to cultivate, but you can't cultivate. Wang Lin sighed softly in his heart, his eyes filled with even more sorrow, his expression unreadable. Father, what is wealth and prestige? Wang Ping asked, in a low voice. What kind of wealth and prestige do you want? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Father, you once taught me that one must live against the heavens, never to be oppressed by heaven and earth. If you encounter mountains, leap over them. If you encounter rivers, cross them. If you encounter seas, overcome them. Even if you encounter heaven and earth, do not submit. If you don't allow me to cultivate, I will become the supreme being among mortals. Wang Ping looked at his father and said, If you want that, then you can. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Wang Ping had grown up, and under Wang Lin's guidance, he gradually developed his own concepts. Before, he was just a child who only knew how to obey his father. He had his own thoughts, his own ideals. Wang Ping looked at his father and whispered, You don't need to become a supreme being so easily. If you want to, you must do it yourself. Perhaps Wang Lin said calmly, raising his right hand. A phantom image appeared behind him, merging into Wang Ping's back. With this item, on Ranyan Star, you can accomplish anything. Wang Lin stood up without looking at Wang Ping and walked out of the study. His figure seemed somewhat unsteady and dejected. Wang Ping opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't. He could only silently say to himself, Father, you can give me everything. Why don't you let me cultivate? Pinger cultivates not for himself, but for the promise made years ago to be by your side forever, Father. You are so lonely, but why under the moonlight? Wang Lin stood in the courtyard, his shadow stretching endlessly. He calmly returned to his room, lay on his bed, and muttered to himself, Someday, you will understand, but I hope that day comes a little later, or even if you never know why that night. Wang Ping couldn't sleep. 3 days later, outside Qishui City, a man in black clothes, who looked somewhat aged, entered Qishui City and went to the Sun family's branch. All the cultivators at the Sun family's Kishui City branch gathered to greet him. Although they had guessed that the newcomer was a nascent soul cultivator, when the three elders saw him, they gasped, their expressions becoming even more respectful. Greetings, Deputy Family Head. This man was Sun Kaming. Years ago, because of Wang Lin's matter, he had rendered great service to the Sun family and his cultivation was profound, having reached the late nascent soul stage. He had been promoted by Sun Shi to be the next grand family head. Sun Kaming didn't waste any words, but went straight to the point. Where is that person? The younger members of the clan didn't understand the implications of shattering a golden core with a single glance, but he did. Even he, though capable of doing so, could have forced three nascent soul cultivators to retreat with a seemingly ordinary step, without any visible supernatural abilities. This kind of thing could be explained by the use of supernatural powers, but if it was truly that simple, without any visible divine power, then it couldn't possibly happen to an ordinary cultivator. Except perhaps a peak-level expert. The Sun family in Kishui City is deeply rooted, and naturally they knew the whereabouts of Wang Lin and his son. They were now leading Sun Kaming forward. Family head, this man is too arrogant. He says he'll only do this once, but when has anyone in our Sun family ever dared to? The elder in the green robe was only halfway through his sentence when Sun Kaming frowned and shouted, "Shut up!" The elder in the green robe was stunned and quickly bowed, remaining silent. It was just a small matter, yet you've made such a big deal out of it. This man has already shown mercy, and you still don't know what's good for you. Sun Kaming's face darkened, and he coldly glared at everyone. Sun Kaming said in a low voice, "Grandpa's son, your Sun family has that senior protecting you. Even if you encounter a powerful enemy, they probably wouldn't dare provoke you." The speaker wasn't from the Sun family, but the young man in purple who had clashed with Wang Ping in the tavern. Sun Kaming's gaze rested on the young man, and he calmly said, "Little brat from the Yun family, you brought this up. Prepare yourself mentally, it won't be easy to let this go." This young man in purple was named Yun Wufeng, a member of the Yun family on Yun High Star, one of the 5 main stars of the Luotian northern region. He was born with poor aptitude, unable to cultivate, and was considered an outsider. When the Yun family's trading caravan arrived at Ren Yun Star, he saw Qingyi and stayed behind, refusing to leave with the caravan. Normally, cultivators in the clan whose cultivation level hasn't reached the nascent soul stage cannot leave the cultivation planet, but the Yun family is a large clan, and they have some methods that allow them to do this. In the Yun family, this person failed because of his extremely poor aptitude, but outside, relying on his status as a member of the Yun family. Several cultivation families on Ran Yun Star treated him with extreme courtesy. After all, the Yun family was the #1 family on Yun High Star, even stronger than the Huan family of yesteryear. Yun Wufeng snorted coldly in his heart. Although he had no cultivation, as long as he was in Luotian northern region, no one dared to provoke him. Otherwise, they would be enemies of the Yun family. Walking to the north of the city, 100 yards outside the Wang mansion, a group of cultivators following Sun Kaiming stopped. Sun Kaiming's face was gloomy at this moment, frowning at the words Wang mansion. The Wang family before entering Chashui City, he had secretly used his divine sense to scan the area, but still found nothing unusual. Now, he checked again, but still found nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Kaijing stepped forward, walking 10 yards outside, clasped his hands together, and said in a loud voice, "Sun Kaijing, a member of the Sun family, greets you. Fellow Taoist." His voice carried immortal power, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the Princess Mansion. Soon, a young male servant emerged from within. This servant had delicate features and a handsome face. He glanced at the Sun family members standing outside and said, "The master ordered you to leave." Sun Kaijing remained silent, but some of the Sun family members behind him burst into laughter. The one laughing was the old man in red. He looked at the young servant and said coldly, "How arrogant! You don't respect our Sun family at all." After saying that, he took a step forward and walked directly into the mansion. Sun Kaijing frowned, staring at the words Princess Mansion, not stopping him, but lost in thought. The red-faced old man, a nascent soul cultivator, approached and directly entered the main gate. However, the moment his right foot touched the ground, his face instantly turned pale. He felt an invisible force emanating from the mansion, causing his mind to tremble. He spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbled backward several times, and left the door, his face ashen, his eyes filled with terror. Sun Kaijing's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he had sensed a peak-level aura, which further shocked him. This aura was somewhat familiar to him. Almost without hesitation, Sun Kaijing quickly embraced the red-faced old man, threw him behind him back towards the Wang mansion, and respectfully said. After saying this, he flicked his sleeve, and all the Sun family members around him instantly vanished, returning to the main hall of the Sun family branch in this city. All members of the Sun family are forbidden from entering within 1,000 yards of that senior's residence, otherwise their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled from the family. Sun Kaijing was still terrified, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Only that senior could shatter a golden core with a single glance. Sun Kaijing took a deep breath. The Sun family members present had never seen Sun Kaijing in such a state, and moreover, he had fled in haste earlier, causing them to tremble with fear. The elder in the green robe among the three elders glanced at the red-faced old man whose primordial spirit was almost collapsing, his heart trembling with fear as he said, "Family head. Who is that person?" Sun Kaijing snorted coldly. "You are all so audacious as to dare provoke this senior. You all know who he is. He is someone even our ancestors would respect. Without him, our Sun family would certainly not be where it is today. Could it be that this person is?" The old man in the green robe was stunned, suddenly remembering a certain figure. Sun Kaijing glanced at the other party and nodded. In an instant, all the Sun family members present turned pale. Just this once. These words flashed through their minds. Even the young man in the purple robe felt a pang of guilt, and upon reflection, his face became extremely grim. He remembered very clearly that when he met the elder of the merchant caravan and proposed staying on Ranyun Star for a few days, the elder had said that on Ranyun Star, one must never provoke a certain person Sumu, who had wiped out the Huan family years ago, leaving the Te and Su families with no courage to interfere. The name Sumu, 30 years ago, was practically known throughout the entire northern region. Anyway, that year's battle with the Illusion family was incredibly shocking. So much so that countless other cultivators found it terrifying. Still in a daze, Yun Wufeng returned to his bedroom in the Sun family. In his room, Qingyi sat beside him, her face pale, her cultivation sealed, like a mere mortal. After being expelled from the Sun family, she was captured and brought here. In the Sun family, naturally, there were clansmen who flattered the Yun family, so they did this. When Yun Wufeng returned to his room, he didn't have time to look at Qingyi. He stared at the candlelight in astonishment, his heart filled with regret. Qingyi stared at Yun Wufeng, her eyes icy cold. "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have provoked Sumu's son. It's all because of you." Yun Wufeng abruptly turned around, staring back at Qingyi. Qingyi said nothing, her eyes still icy cold, but in an instant, she stared wide-eyed at Yun Wufeng behind her, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yun Wufeng was stunned, turned around, but his vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. Senior Qingyi hurriedly stood up, respectfully saying. Wang Lin emerged from the darkness, sat down, held a wine gourd in his hand, and slowly took a sip, saying, "Your talent is not bad. Follow my son and help him for a few years, and I will help you reach the nascent soul stage." Qingyi was stunned. The image of Wang Ping flashed through her mind, her beautiful face flushed. She remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. 3 days later, Wang Ping left, accompanied by Qingyi. Wang Ping left Qishui City with his ideals. He was not content with a peaceful life. What he wanted was excitement. Wang Lin stayed here alone. The night Wang Ping left, he drank a lot of wine. With his cultivation level, he shouldn't have been able to get drunk, but tonight he was. This was the first time in 800 years that he had been drunk. For the first time, his face, without any magical spells, appeared even older. Life continued as before, time slowly passing, the cycle of reincarnation irreversible. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. During these 3 years, Wang Ping remained completely out of contact, and Wang Lin did not use his divine sense to search for him. Since he had granted Wang Ping the freedom of choice, he would not hinder him. In the northern part of Ranyun Star, during these 3 years, a sect emerged called the Heavenly Path Sect. It only circulated among mortals and had no connection to cultivators. This heavenly path sect grew incredibly powerful, gradually spreading throughout the entire northern part of Ren Yun Star. It was like fire burning dry grass, burning relentlessly and flourishing evermore. It was rumored that the leader of the Heavenly Path sect was like an immortal, like snow slowly falling from the sky, and moreover, it was said that this leader always had a woman by his side. Time flies like water under a bridge. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's appearance grew increasingly aged. The Heavenly Path sect was growing like a snowball, constantly expanding, even reaching within Qishui City itself. This autumn, as the autumn wind blew, Wang Lin left his house, just like any other day, and went to a quiet tavern to drink. His eyes were dull and lifeless, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, yet he silently gazed out the window, as if waiting for something. The inn's waiter, already familiar with the old man, brought him wine and food before leaving to attend to other customers. As noon approached, the tavern gradually filled with customers, the sounds of commotion echoing, creating a lively atmosphere. Ha-ho, even our Qishui City has a branch of the Heavenly Path sect. I even went to see it a few days ago. My neighbor Zhang is a follower of the Heavenly Path sect. I heard they even receive food rations every month. The three great empires, the Great Qin, the Imperial Mountain, and Chenyun. I heard that almost all the people in the northern part of the Imperial Mountain Empire are followers of the Heavenly Path sect. The Heavenly Path sect is developing so terrifyingly, I'm afraid it won't be long before the three great empires are wiped out. Not necessarily. The Heavenly Path sect has been developing for 10 years now. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have already acted long ago. Never mind. What interests me most is the relationship between the woman who has always been by the side of the Heavenly Path sect leader and Wang Lin calmly drank his wine, ignoring everything around him as if it had nothing to do with him. His gaze lingered on the distance, as if he could see through the distance, seeing Wang Ping's enthusiasm northern part of Rangxingyan, Imperial Mountain Kingdom capital. In an extremely luxurious palace, a man sat upright. This man was nearly 40 years old, with a few strands of gray hair on his head, sharp eyebrows, and eyes as bright as stars. This man was extremely handsome, dressed in a green robe, exuding an air of nobility and majesty. A map lay on the table before him, his eyes thoughtful as he gazed at it for a long time before finally looking away. It was already midnight, the moon shining brightly outside. He silently rose, walked out of the main hall, and looked at the distant sky and land bathed in moonlight, sighing softly. I wonder if father is also gazing at the sky at this, or a velvet cloak was draped over the man from behind. He raised his hand to his shoulder and smiled, saying, still not asleep. Behind him, a woman appeared. She was incredibly beautiful. Though she was older, she showed no signs of aging, instead possessing an air of remarkable maturity. The woman's eyes revealed tenderness as she lowered her voice and said to the man, it's a cold night, go to bed early. The man took her hand, looked up at the bright moon, and slowly said, King Yi, tell me, what is father doing now? Qing Yi's face flushed. Although she had been friends with this man for many years, and had already spoken the details of the promise she had made to her father when they talked about their feelings, she still acted like a little girl, her face blushing like the evening clouds. It's your father, not mine, King Yi whispered. The man laughed heartily, taking Qing Yi's hand and saying, my father is your father. Then Yi felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she looked up at the high moon in the sky with the man, softly saying, father must have gone to rest by now. The man's eyes showed a strange light, and he shook his head, saying, I can feel it, father. He must be watching me in Qishui City, in the princess mansion. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the distance and sat under a tree in the courtyard, listening to the autumn wind, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional leaf or two falling and blowing past his eyes. The fallen leaves eventually returned to the tree, like children who go out to do something, but will always return to their loved ones. Time seemed to follow the trajectory of falling leaves, flowing silently, and 5 years had passed. The power of the Tianqing sect had become extremely vast, encompassing 3 great empires and pervading the entire Ranyun star. If things remained as they were, no storms would arise. However, within 3 years, a major upheaval occurred in the Imperial Mountain Empire. They launched a full-scale suppression of the Heavenly Path sect within their borders, deploying a large number of troops to eliminate them. This sudden event, like pouring a glass of water into a boiling pot, caused chaos throughout the entire human realm of the Cloud Star, sparking a protracted war. The Heavenly Path sect's counterattack was incredibly swift and sharp. In just half a month, they achieved victory without a fight, seizing all military power from the Imperial Mountain Empire. 6 or 7 out of 10 civil and military officials in the Imperial Mountain Empire's court naturally became followers of the Heavenly Path sect. This battle, which changed the course of the nation in less than a month, was like a thunderclap in the spring, catching everyone off guard and deeply affecting the Heavenly Path sect. The Great Qin and Chenyun empires, without acting rashly, sent envoys to the Heavenly Path sect to establish contact and forge an alliance treaty, pledging never to invade each other's territories. The Imperial Mountain Kingdom was lost, replaced by the Heavenly Path Empire. In the capital of the Heavenly Hen Empire, Wang Ping, clad in dragon robes, stood at the highest point, gazing down upon the heavens and earth below. Beside him, Qingyi silently kept him company. The subjects of the Heavenly Hen Empire looked up at their new monarch, a man they could never quite understand. He seemed to have never taken the affairs of the world seriously. It appeared that even today, at this pinnacle, he was merely trying to prove something to someone. Wang Ping's gaze swept across the land below, looking into the distance. The events in the Imperial Mountain Kingdom had drawn the attention of cultivators on the Ronin Star, who were gradually showing signs of getting involved. Wang Lin's life remained calm and peaceful, like a still body of water without a ripple. His face grew increasingly aged. This year marked the 5th anniversary of the founding of the Heavenly Hen Empire. The Great Qin dynasty and Chenyun had torn apart their alliance agreement and launched an attack on the Heavenly Hen Empire. Wang Lin paid no attention to any of this. He spent his days sitting in the tavern, listening to the endless rumors about the 3 countries. He silently drank his wine, not uttering a single word. The tavern's waiter from years ago had borrowed some money from relatives. He bought the tavern and was now the manager. The new waiter, also very familiar with Wang Lin, saw him enter and quickly brought him a tray of food and wine, as usual. "Your age is increasing. Perhaps you should drink less." The waiter, kind-hearted, set down the food and wine and spoke in a friendly manner. Wang Lin smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "I'll only drink 1 bottle today." The waiter chuckled and turned to attend to other customers. When he had some free time, he leaned against the counter, looked at Wang Lin's aged face, and angrily said, "This old man is quite unfortunate. At such an old age, he has no children to keep him company." The shopkeeper, his hand raised to the abacus, shook his head and said, "I heard from the maid in the old man's mansion that he also has a son. But he left home many years ago and hasn't returned since." Wang Lin took a sip of wine, his gaze fixed on the window. He sat there for a whole day. At dusk, the old servants from the mansion arrived. They thought the old man was too old to drink and go home on his own. Once he drank, someone had to accompany him outside, otherwise he might fall ill. The moon gradually rose higher. The old servants followed him, and Wang Lin returned to his house. The large room was empty, shrouded in darkness, with no oil lamps lit. He dismissed the servants and sat on a chair in the middle of the courtyard, looking up at the sky and murmuring, "The world passes by so quickly." Wang Ping is already 47 years old. Perhaps he himself has discovered some clues. The war between the 3 nations slowly unfolded, with cultivators getting involved, causing unexpected events to constantly occur. However, after the emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty personally led the army, things changed in an instant. Regardless of the level of cultivation of the cultivators, they all retreated in his presence. Gradually, all the cultivators involved slowly left the mortal world. In this respect, besides Wang Ping himself, the simultaneous orders from the Zhao, Ran, and Sun families also played a significant role. Inside the army in a golden tent, Wang Ping sat, dismissing several officials below. He rose and walked out of the tent, his gaze sweeping over a pair of soldiers not far away, looking out at the distant Kilian Mountains. Wang Ping's appearance had aged somewhat, his complexion completely pale. After becoming the supreme being among mortals, he wasn't very happy. Many troublesome matters were placed upon him, leaving him feeling weary. He suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for his 19-year-old self, for all the experiences of his childhood in the mountain village. In silence, he gazed at Kilian Mountain. Qingyi emerged from the tent and stood beside Wang Ping, softly saying, "You once said that was your childhood home. Would you like to go and see it?" Qingyi's face also bore the marks of time as she gently looked at Wang Ping. Wang Ping sighed softly and said, "Let's go take a look." A troop of soldiers followed Wang Ping and Qingyi, advancing towards Kilian Mountain. Along the way, Wang Ping was astonished to see everything around him. Everything before him felt strange, yet also somewhat familiar. Gradually, he saw smoke rising from distant chimneys, and Luyu village was now far in sight. As they approached, the long line of soldiers following behind them caused a fierce barking of dogs in the village. In such a chaotic time, the villagers of Luyu were extremely vigilant. Hearing the barking, they immediately crawled out, carrying their usual farming tools and torches. Everyone ran out of their doors and looked out at a troop of soldiers in cold armor and to young men and women in civilian clothes not far away. Facing the villagers' unfriendly gazes, Wang Ping said nothing. He looked at them, but ultimately recognized no one. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Time had flown by like a song. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Although some were familiar faces from back then, he couldn't recognize them now. The changes were too great. Moreover, in nearly 30 years, countless people had entered the cycle of reincarnation and never returned. "Let's go to the back mountain. There's Grandpa's son's tomb there." Qingyi sighed softly, and together with Wang Ping, they quietly entered, walking forward. The villagers in front hesitated slightly, slowly parting to create a passage. Just then, a weak voice, tinged with slight doubt, reached them. Wang Ping paused, turned around, and his gaze settled on the villagers. She was a middle-aged woman, over 40 years old. She looked somewhat aged, but in Wang Ping's eyes, he saw the girl who had said "I hate you" to him all those years ago. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, beyond the full moon's white light transforming into purple clouds, a figure like a shooting star streaked across the heavens. Lang sniffed, his eyes revealing a strange glint. "Just after entering the northern region of Luotia, I instinctively felt there was treasure here. Following the aura, I came here, and indeed, I wasn't mistaken." The dense fog surrounding this planet clearly conceals the light of the treasure. However, judging by the appearance of this planet, it seems a little eerie. Lang looked at the purple clouds, hesitated for a moment, and slowly flew forward. He had spent his life searching for treasures, and he possessed an incredibly keen intuition for places where treasures existed. As he approached, his heart was filled with dread, but his eyes shone with an increasingly bright light. This kind of feeling, I only had it when I obtained the Great Cauldron back then. Or perhaps there's a treasure here, just like that Great Cauldron. Lang's eyes flashed with ferocity. At this moment, he forgot all about Wang Lin and the seal. He gritted his teeth, and a black cauldron flew out of his storage bag, floating before this person. Lang followed it, slowly disappearing into the mist. "I want to see what kind of treasure it is." Lang licked his lips. "Wang Ping is my brother," the middle-aged woman whispered. Wang Ping stepped forward, walking to the woman's side, looking at her face, which no longer bore the youthful glow of the past, and smiled, saying, "Chiruotong." The middle-aged woman bit her lower lip, looking at Wang Ping in surprise. After a long while, she smiled subtly and softly said, "I recognized you the moment I saw you, brother. So many years have passed, and you finally returned." Wang Ping looked at the woman before him, a feeling of nostalgia washing over him. Beside her stood a little girl, over 10 years old, who bore a striking resemblance to Chiruotong from back then. "Is this your daughter?" Wang Ping asked. The woman nodded, turning to look at the little girl and saying, "Call him Uncle. He's a childhood friend of mine." "Uncle," the little girl seemed afraid of strangers, whispering softly behind her mother. At this moment, several villagers vaguely recognized Wang Ping, but seeing the armored soldiers standing nearby, they didn't dare step forward to acknowledge him. Wang Ping looked at the little girl and smiled, saying, "What's your name?" The little girl hid behind her mother, saying nothing, her eyes showing fear. Wang Ping sighed softly, then looked up and said to the woman, "I've come to the back mountain to pay respects to Grandpa's son." The woman smiled, never glancing at Qingyi beside Wang Ping, but instead pulled the little girl closer to her husband. Her husband, a burly man, had clearly inherited his father-in-law's hunting skills. However, if Wang Ping looked closely, he would find this burly man wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Wang Ping turned and walked towards the back of the mountain. Qingyi, still stroking the child's hair, glanced at him briefly before running after him. Wang Ping had only taken half a step when the little girl, peeking out from behind her mother, called out loudly, "Uncle, my name is Su Nianping." Nianping. Wang Ping hesitated slightly, sighing softly, without turning back, continuing on his way. It wasn't until they were far away and the villagers dispersed that the burly man standing beside the woman sighed softly, "Why did she have to brother? Don't say any more." Chu Ruotong looked up, smiling gently. Her smile was beautiful, and her eyes showed a joyful expression. "Being able to see him again, I feel content." The tomb of Grand Tutor Tai was free of weeds, clearly showing regular care. Wang Ping stood before the tomb for a long time before silently leaving. "Qingyi, I think, soon, I will go to see my father. It's been 20 years since I last saw him," Wang Ping said, in a low voice. Qingyi said nothing, only silently followed beside Wang Ping, as if for the rest of her life, no matter where Wang Ping went, even to the underworld, she would not leave. This wasn't because of a promise made years ago, but a lifelong companionship. "There's one thing, when the time comes, I should ask for clarification." Wang Ping turned his head to glance back at Liu village, then slowly departed. In Qishui City, Wang Lin hadn't been to the tavern for a long time. He spent his days sitting in the courtyard, waiting for Wang Ping's return. Falling leaves always return, and those who wander far from home will one day return to the side of their loved ones. 3 months later, chaos reigned within Qishui City. Several servants in the mansion left one by one, leaving only the old servant who remained, having nowhere else to go. The entire Qishui City was practically empty, everyone avoiding the war. Although there were no casualties among the civilians where the Tianqing Empire's army passed, the crisis continued to spread. Qishui City was occupied by the Tianqing Empire. The army continued to advance, and Wang Ping stayed outside the city, not entering but leaving with the army. "Father, I haven't yet fulfilled my wish from back then. When I do, I will return to see you." Time continued to flow, spring, summer, autumn, and winter changing several times. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Wang Ping was 52 years old. The Great Qin and Chen Yun successively submitted. The Tianqing Empire became the sole nation on Ran Yun Star. 2 years had passed since he left at the age of 27. Wang Ping had achieved everything he desired. Although there were many things he didn't understand, time had flown by too quickly. However, Wang Lin's words of "it's possible" back then meant everything wasn't too miraculous. After conquering the empire, Wang Ping didn't immediately go to see Wang Lin, but calmly gazed at his empire, feeling its vastness as it had in those days. Wang Lin remained the same, sitting in the courtyard every morning, his old servant by his side. His life was ordinary, and his heart, over the past 50 years, had gradually blossomed. It was truly quiet, without a ripple, and 10 years had passed. Wang Ping, 62 years old, looked somewhat aged at first glance. 10 years as the supreme ruler of the world had wearied his mind, a weariness that made him intensely nostalgic for his childhood and the 8 years of wandering across mountains and seas. Even more so, he longed for the feeling of having his father by his side during these 28 years. Qingyi had also become an old woman, wrinkles etched on her face, but her eyes held even deeper affection. Although, in recent years, they had been unable to bear children, today marked 35 years since Wang Ping left his father. It was late autumn, leaves fluttering in the wind, revealing the gentle essence of the season. Wang Ping relinquished his position as the supreme ruler of the world, entrusting his kingdom to a loyal subject who had always followed him, and departed. He took with him, besides the memories of those 35 years, only Qingyi by his side. The carriage slowly traveled along the streets of Qishui City, heading towards his father's home. The horse-drawn carriage sped along the road, its leaves fluttering down from the trees on either side, swaying in the wind as they fell to the ground. As the carriage passed, the leaves only stirred once more before falling back to their original positions, still clinging to the ancient trees. It seemed as if some force held them captive, a force that prevented them from leaving, or perhaps they themselves didn't want to leave. Falling leaves eventually return to their roots. Those who wander far from home will eventually return to their loved ones. Following the falling leaves, Qishui City drew ever closer. Wang Lin sat in the courtyard. His only servant, who had passed away 3 years ago, was now alone in this large room. Before him sat a table with 2 chairs, and on the table were breakfast dishes, a jug of wine, and 3 pairs of chopsticks. The food was still slightly warm, its aroma filling the air, carried far beyond the mansion by the wind. The sound of horse hooves echoed, followed by the crunching of wheels on the road. The commotion lingered outside the mansion, broken only by a few long, drawn-out neighs, seemingly announcing the arrival of the carriage. Wang Ping dismounted from the carriage, smiled gently at Qingyi, and led her by the hand through the main gate. The 2 characters' Wang mansion still bore the inscription, seemingly having witnessed countless years of vicissitude. The green had faded, replaced by red and a touch of pristine white. Wang Lin looked up. This gesture he had waited 35 years for. A warm, amiable smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "Come, sit down. The food is still hot." His words were simple, yet calm and warm, without questioning, doubt, or formality, as if Wang Ping were a frequent visitor. A gentle expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Ping gazed at his father in astonishment. 35 years before he left, he hadn't seen his father in person. If he had, it was only in a dream. Father Wang Ping knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Qingyi also knelt beside him, softly saying, "Father." Wang Lin stood up, helped Wang Ping and Qingyi to their feet, and whispered, "Let's eat." The meal lasted a long time, and a warm feeling welled up in Wang Ping's heart, a feeling he hadn't felt in 35 years. Qingyi, having been with Wang Ping for 35 years, had long since guessed Wang Lin's identity, knowing that this was the cultivator Sumu who, with a single glance, entered the heavenly illusion star and terrified all the cultivators of the Luoqian northern region. After all, Yan Wufeng had mentioned the name Sumu back then. At this moment, there was still a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She truly couldn't believe that the kind old man before her was Sumu, the renowned figure of the northern region. There were all sorts of legends surrounding Sumu. Qingyi didn't tell Wang Ping either. After all, she hadn't been born when everything happened. She'd only heard about it, so she couldn't possibly speak of it. It wasn't until the moon rose higher and the autumn wind blew that Wang Ping put down his chopsticks, looked at his father, and had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but at this moment, he couldn't utter a single one. "What do you want to ask, Tinger?" Wang Lin asked slowly, looking at Wang Ping. "Father, I want to know about my mother. For over 60 years, since Wang Ping's memories returned, he had only asked once, and that time, he had witnessed his father's despair. Now, this was the second time he had asked." Wang Lin remained silent for a long time. Then his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence as he gazed at the bright moon in the sky, softly saying, "I will tell you a story from the past. In a place far, far away from here, there is a cultivation planet. Its name is Vermilion Bird." Wang Lin's voice was filled with profound sorrow as he slowly recounted the life of a young man named Wang Lin, spanning nearly 900 years. He entered the cultivation world, the Henyu sect, the Heavenly Tao sect. Gradually, Wang Lin's story unfolded before Wang Ping and Qingyi's eyes, interwoven with the tapestry of his life. The story was very long, and between the lines, an indescribable aura emanated, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. Wang Ping looked at his father in astonishment, listening to the story. Qingyi, beside him, her eyes wide, was captivated by the scene, and she couldn't help but be drawn in. Of course, she knew that the main character in this story was her father, Wang Ping, the old man before her. That nun's name is Lumi. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse. The autumn wind, following Wang Lin's voice, seemed reluctant to leave the courtyard, lingering endlessly. The story of the young man on Vermilion Bird Star, its twists and turns revealing a hint of sorrow, blended with the autumnal atmosphere, becoming even more poignant. Tears welled up in Qingyi's eyes. Wang Ping, who had been listening until now, bowed his head, his expression unreadable. Then, he brought the child to this Ren young star. Having finished telling his story, Wang Lin picked up his wine bottle, took a large gulp, looked up at the sky, and said nothing more. Qingyi gazed at the father and son in astonishment, a feeling she couldn't put into words welling up inside her. Instinctively, she pulled Wang Ping's hand, only to find it incredibly cold. After a long while, Wang Ping, his voice hoarse, whispered, "The story was very pleasant to listen to. Father, I'm tired." Wang Ping stood up and went into the inner courtyard. Qingyi bowed to Wang Lin and followed him. In the entire courtyard, only Wang Lin remained, sitting silently, staring blankly into the distance. The autumn wind was chilly, growing colder as the night progressed, blowing away the fallen leaves in all directions. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Wang Lin sighed softly, lowered his head, and picked up the wine gourd, only to find it empty that night. Wang Ping couldn't sleep. He sat in his room, gazing at the bright moon, his eyes filled with anguish. Qingyi sat beside him, holding his arm, silently keeping him company. So this is the answer I've waited for over 60 years. Wang Ping's eyes showed even more intense anguish. So I'm a vengeful spirit refined by my mother. Wang Ping lowered his head, his face showing deep bitterness and sorrow. The next morning, Wang Ping left, Qingyi following him closely. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to his father, nor did he even glance at him. When he left, it was still early morning, and he silently sat in the carriage, disappearing into the distance beyond Qishui City. He didn't notice that, in the moment he left, a gaze from afar followed the carriage. A gaze filled with sorrow. Wang Lin left the room, silently sat in the courtyard, gazing at the empty sky and murmuring, perhaps there will be a day when I think carefully. Wang Ping sat in the carriage, not knowing where he wanted to go, only a vast, hazy expanse ahead. He felt utterly exhausted. It seemed that nothing in the world, at this moment, held any meaning for him anymore. Qingyi, I'm so tired. Let's find a quiet mountain village and stay there, Wang Ping said softly. Qingyi nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. In an ordinary mountain village on the border, Wang Ping and Qingyi stayed, their lives becoming tranquil. They were both getting older, and the years seemed to constantly appear before Wang Ping's eyes. His life: 19 years of ordinariness, 8 years of mountains and rivers, 25 years of warfare, 10 years of worldly supremacy. The short was filled with excitement far beyond what ordinary people could ever experience. Yet, in the end, he returned to his starting point, everything returning to peace. Every morning, he would get out of bed, pick up a piece of wood, and sit in the courtyard carving. Normally, Qingyi would sit warmly beside him at this time, her gaze gentle, watching him carve, stroke after stroke. The image unfolding before her eyes. Father once said that carving must be done with the heart. Only then can one capture everything in memory, transfer it all into the carving, and integrate it into the wooden sculpture. Wang Ping began carving the wooden statue, gently blowing on it, sending wood chips flying. Placing the carved statue on the ground, a nostalgic look appeared in Wang Ping's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "This is when my father was young." The carved statue depicted Wang Lin, a young Wang Lin with sharp, intelligent eyes, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the distant heavens and earth, exuding an air of carefree arrogance. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The vicissitudes of time could not erase the marks of reincarnation, nor could one escape the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. For a mortal, 10 years felt both long and short, a contradictory feeling that vividly portrayed the essence of every human being. For Wang Lin, 10 years also felt both short and long. His hair was graying, very long, seemingly uncombed for a long time. His countenance had also aged considerably. When he closed his eyes, it seemed as if he was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Over these 10 years, Wang Lin, in his tranquility, had gained a much clearer and deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. All these things weren't something he focused on. Rather, he naturally understood them in his detached state. Half of the trees in the courtyard had died. They too couldn't escape reincarnation. Yet, not long after their death, new life emerged. Within the realm of life and death, the cycle of reincarnation was ever-changing, present everywhere. Previously, even though Wang Lin saw it, he felt nothing. Now, in his detached state, he saw an immense vitality within his eyes. The flower in the corner of the wall withered year after year, but bloomed again year after year. The clouds high above dissipated day after day, but gathered again day after day. The world was like that. There were those who died, and there were those who were born. It seems like some kind of miraculous balance. If we're talking about cause and effect, it's also implicitly present here. In a large room in the prince's mansion, Wang Lin was alone, a fact that the neighbors had long been accustomed to. They didn't pay much attention to the children running into play. Initially, everyone was afraid of Wang Lin, but the world was long, and those little ones discovered that this old man wasn't intimidating at all. Gradually, this large room in the prince's mansion became a playground for the children. Watching these children every day, Wang Lin felt incredibly peaceful. His children had their own blessings, He had done what he should do and said what he should say. Ultimately, the only one who needed to think carefully was Wang Ping himself. Wang Lin believed that the child he had raised from a young age possessed an indomitable spirit, capable of overcoming all worldly constraints. 10 years had passed, and Wang Ping was growing older and older. He had reached the end of his life, yet his hands remained busy sculpting, never letting go. Father was right, he murmured. Life is best when it's peaceful. If I could choose again, if there's a next life, I hope to be with my father in a small mountain village, living an ordinary life, Wang Ping said softly. Beside him, Qingyi quietly watched Wang Ping, whispering, You've thought it through so carefully. Why haven't you gone to see the old man? Wang Ping put down the statue of his father. The statue he had sculpted depicted Wang Lin sitting at the dining table 10 years ago, gently saying to him, Eat. Qingyi, you don't understand. Wang Ping's shrewd eyes grew sharper with age. In my mind, besides the issue of my mother, there's another question I dare not ask. I have a feeling that perhaps this is the real reason why my father didn't allow me to cultivate. A hint of sorrow appeared in Wang Ping's eyes, a sorrow he shared with Wang Lin. He had seen a clue, but dared not verify it. Qingyi, I have a feeling I've reached the end of my life, and I fear I don't have much time left. You are a cultivator. You'll live longer than me. After I'm gone, please take me to my father's side. As for you, you are free, but no matter how long it takes, you must never forget that in your life, there is a reincarnation cycle that belongs to me. Wang Ping's voice was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Qingyi's body trembled, and she was about to say something when Wang Ping interrupted her. For the past few years, poor thing, she's suffered so much. As a cultivator, she could have changed her appearance, but she didn't want me to feel lonely and gradually grow old like me. I, Wang Ping, will never forget this kindness in my life. If there is a next life, I will never forget her. Tears streamed down Qingyi's face. Her cultivation had been elevated to the late nascent soul stage, a great perfection, by Wang Lin. 20 years ago, she was by Wang Ping's side, comprehending the heavenly Tao and achieving a state of mind of love without regret. Even in the underworld, we will be friends. Qingyi whispered, cultivation, in my eyes, is like dust. I don't want to be a heartless immortal. I only want to be an ordinary person with feelings. Wang Ping looked at Qingyi in astonishment, sighed, and whispered, why must it be like this? At this moment, in the sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly roared, piercing through the nebula. Upon closer inspection, this lightning bolt revealed itself to be a colossal beast. It resembled a unicorn, but lacked horns, its entire body shimmering with lightning, a true lightning beast. On its back sat a middle-aged scholar, his cultivation profound, unfazed by the lightning swirling around the creature. The lightning bolt moved with incredible speed, hurtling towards the north pole of Luotia. His target was precisely Renyang Crossing in the Luotia northern region. 70 years ago, a major incident occurred on the heavenly illusion star. The star's ancestor, whose cultivation had reached the second stage, perished. Furthermore, the incident involved the mysterious presence of a Lightning Immortal Palace envoy, gradually drawing the attention of the Lightning Immortal Palace. According to investigations, it seemed the Lightning Immortal Palace envoy had not yet left Renyang Crossing, so they dispatched people to investigate. This middle-aged scholar had obviously transcended the first stage of cultivation and had now reached the Yin Void realm. He rode his Thunder Beast into the northern Luotia region, without stopping, heading straight for Renyang Star. I didn't expect anyone to dare impersonate an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. This kind of thing hasn't happened in a long time. The middle-aged man's face showed a cold smile. As an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, he possessed immense authority. Throughout the Luotia Star domain, except for a few ancient cultivation families, almost no one dared to provoke the Thunder Immortal Palace. To be able to make me, Lei Daozi, the true envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, come to find you, this person is quite something. But don't think that just because you can use thunder-based divine abilities, you can impersonate my Thunder Immortal Palace. A true member of the Thunder Immortal Palace needs a Thunder Beast. Lei Daozi placed his right hand on the Thunder Beast's head and gently patted it a few times. The Thunder Beast seemed to sense its master's arrogance, tilting its head back and letting out a roar, causing thunder to rumble and echo throughout the universe. The distance to the cloud-shrouded star was drawing ever closer. A mortal's life, even at 100 years old, is the end point. But how many truly live to be 100? Wang Ping, at 72 years old, felt his life was nearing its end. Although his body was healthy, he clearly felt that his life was coming to an end. This winter, like the year Sun Tai left, the heavy snow arrived early, preventing all the villagers from going outside, forcing them to quietly stay with their loved ones. And during the winter, the icy wind howled, seemingly taking away and then bringing back life in the heavens and earth. Then spring arrived, a seemingly cyclical process of reincarnation. This winter seemed even colder than in previous years, the chaotic snowflakes adding to the bone-chilling cold. The simple houses, if not nestled beside a warm fireplace, would surely be blown away by the cold wind. In the village, in the house at the far west, a single fire cast a faint light, offering a little warmth, but compared to the snowflakes and the biting night wind, it seemed utterly insignificant. The cold wind howled incessantly, the ground thick and deep, forming swirling vortices that carried large chunks of ice and snow. The livestock in the village shivered slightly, resisting the biting wind. Above, the sky was incredibly dark, with only countless snowflakes falling, making one feel a sense of desolation if they gazed up for a while. Wang Ping sat on a chair, holding a carving knife, one stroke after another, before his eyes a final memory of his loved ones. He was still carving his father, only his father's face had aged considerably. For the past year, Wang Ping had been constantly dreaming, reminiscing about his childhood, remembering the feeling of having to drink those bitter, sour medicinal decoctions. The bitterness of that time, now recalled, felt somewhat sweet, not because of the taste, but because of the warmth. Qingyi sat beside him, looking at Wang Ping, her eyes still filled with tenderness, but now tinged with sorrow. The cold wind howled incessantly from outside, as if trying to break through the door and engulf Wang Ping. After I'm gone, burn these statues, Wang Ping said softly, beginning to work on the last statue of his life. This was a semi-finished product. He didn't want to sculpt it into a finished product. In this room, there was a huge wooden stand on which lay over 100 statues, each one a representation of Wang Lin. Among them were several large statues, and beside them stood a statue of a small child, its face filled with contentment and a smile, pulling its father's hand, revealing a reluctance to part. "Father, I forgave you long ago." Wang Ping began working on the statue, whispering softly. In this heavy snowy night, a bright bolt of lightning flashed across the black sky, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the starry sky. The wind in the air instantly dissipated, the lightning descended, and thunder rumbled throughout the entire Ranyun star. At this moment, even the snowflakes between heaven and earth trembled, instantly freezing in midair. Even the cold wind collapsed in an instant. All the cultivators on Ranyun star felt an immense aura in a short time, especially an aura that contained the power of lightning, like countless thunderclaps thundering in their ears. The Sun family's patriarch, Sun Shi, who had been in seclusion for many years, suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he ascended into the air, concentrating his gaze. Upon seeing what was happening, his expression darkened, revealing a change in his demeanor. Such powerful immortal energy, such terrifying lightning. Sun Shi took a deep breath, his pupils contracting rapidly. Behind him, the Sun family's late-stage nascent soul cultivators also stood in groups. There were 8 of them in total, with Sun Kai crossing at the head, saying in a deep voice, "Patriarch, it seems this person has ill intentions." The Ren family and the Zhao family were similar. Their power was not equal to that of the Sun family. After all, many of their family's top experts had passed away countless years ago. Inside Qishui City, in the Wang family's courtyard, Wang Lin put down the wine gourd in his hand and briefly looked up. His eyes held no trace of the demeanor of a true old man, only a dull, cold look. Looking down, he lowered his head and took a sip of wine. In the air, a giant beast emitted lightning all over its body, its 4 hoofs treading the starry sky, 2 streaks of lightning piercing through its nose, appearing incredibly majestic. On the beast's back, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He was Lei Daozi of the Lei Immortal Palace. His eyes were like lightning, coldly sweeping across the ground, his divine consciousness unrestrained, instantly enveloping the entire Ranyun star. Qishui City was among them. For some unknown reason, his divine sense didn't linger on Wang Lin at all. As his divine sense swept across, all the cultivators on the contaminated cloud star were violently shaken. Except for these cultivators, All the demonic creatures on the contaminated cloud star trembled, as if facing the power of heaven and earth. Even the mortals were affected. Although they didn't understand the reason, they felt a chill run down their spines, their heads reeling, and then they fainted. In an instant, the entire contaminated cloud star fell silent. After a moment, Lei Daozi withdrew his divine sense, frowning. He searched around but found no one who met his requirements. He withdrew his divine sense, and snowflakes began to fall again, the cold wind starting once more. That happened a long time ago. Perhaps they've already left. This person is incredibly lucky. Lei Daozi pondered for a moment, then turned to leave, but at that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. His divine consciousness, like a flash of lightning, focused on a small mountain village on Ran Yun Star. When his divine consciousness first swept over Qingyi, her face instantly turned pale, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her spiritual power nearly collapsed. She struggled to regain her composure for a long time. Wang Ping was startled, looked up at Qingyi, and whispered, "Qingyi, what's wrong?" Qingyi tried to speak, but her expression changed drastically, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A massive, powerful surge of divine consciousness swept away the snowflakes and cold wind, directly engulfing the area. This divine consciousness was so powerful that the entire ground seemed to rumble, and thick layers of snow were instantly shattered. Outside, the cold wind and snowflakes, which had just subsided, instantly vanished. In the mountain village where Wang Ping lived, it was as if everything was cut off from the outside world. Snowflakes continued to fall as usual. The cold wind still howled, but outside his room, there wasn't a trace of it. It seemed as if all the wind and snow had been instantly dispersed. Qingyi, whose primordial spirit had only recently formed, immediately unleashed her spiritual power to fight back, allowing her body, despite the immense divine consciousness descending upon her, to take a step forward and stand before Wang Ping. Her face was aged, but her eyes revealed an unyielding and resolute spirit. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to not be unconscious." A voice as cold as ice echoed through the room. The moment the voice appeared, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man entered, his footsteps swift as lightning. Qingyi's face was pale, devoid of any color. She could sense an unimaginable aura emanating from the other person, an aura so powerful, like the might of heaven and earth, utterly irresistible. In front of him, Qingyi felt like an ant. It seemed that a single thought from him could cause her death countless times over, leaving her with no place to be reborn, never to be buried. What made her pupils constrict even more was that this person also possessed a hidden lightning aura, with flashes of lightning emanating from his body, making him look like a lightning immortal. He casually kicked open the door to the room, yet the entire space crackled, lightning streaks running along the walls, and the whole room seemed to be enveloped in electricity. If someone from the outside were to see this, they would clearly see that Wang Ping's room was surrounded by lightning. In the air, the head of the thunder beast lay lazily prone in the void, its eyes showing disdain, as if nothing in this world could attract its attention even a little. Because it was a thunder beast, once a sacred beast of the thunder immortal realm. Although its bloodline was not pure, differing greatly from its ancestor, its arrogance was ingrained in its very bones. Wang Ping released the sculpted statue in his hand, stood up, walked to Qingyi, looked at the middle-aged man entering the room, and calmly said, "Who are you?" At this moment, Wang Ping was not at all like an ordinary person. His eyes were calm, without any pretense, but genuinely serene. He stood before Qingyi like a man who stood tall and firm. All of this, he must thank his father, Wang Lin. 19 years of tranquility, 8 years of traveling through mountains and rivers, and over 30 years as a supreme ruler of the world have instilled in him the heart of heaven and earth. He fears nothing, let alone this cultivator before him. Qingyi gazed in astonishment at Wang Ping's figure before her. At this moment, this figure would forever be etched in her heart. A deep affection welled up in Qingyi's eyes, and she decisively dispersed her cultivation, calmly watching the middle-aged man enter the room. The middle-aged man looked deeply into Wang Ping's eyes, a strange light emanating from them. A single glance seemed to penetrate Wang Ping. Just now, he had swept his divine consciousness across the room. Because a mere sweep of divine consciousness would cause a mortal to fall unconscious, this was entirely due to his immense cultivation, especially the hidden power of lightning. Thus, a sweep of divine consciousness was like a sweep of heaven and earth. But this mere mortal before him not only wasn't unconscious, but also seemed completely unaware of his divine consciousness. This immediately attracted his attention, and his divine consciousness focused on this place. He slowly said, "Interesting, no wonder you weren't unconscious. So this is how it is." The moment the middle-aged man entered the room, in Kishui City, thousands of miles away, Wang Lin, who had been calmly sitting on a chair, taking a sip from his wine gourd, suddenly raised his head and flicked the gourd with his right hand. The gourd shattered instantly, even the wine inside vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Wang Lin looked up, his eyes blazing with a cold light he hadn't seen in decades, far more terrifying than before in the tavern. It was as if heaven and earth were frozen in place, utterly incomparable. Lei Daozi's gaze rested on Wang Ping, a look of interest appearing in his eyes as he slowly said, "So, you're not human." As he spoke, Wang Ping's body trembled. At that moment, the figure behind him moved, instantly transforming from beneath his feet. The puppet Immortal Guard, almost as soon as it appeared, unleashed a punch. This punch produced a sonic boom, shaking the space and surprisingly replacing the sound of thunder, heading straight towards Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi's eyes narrowed. He had already noticed the puppet hidden within Wang Ping's shadow, so he wasn't surprised. He clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and streaks of lightning flashed in the air, intercepting the puppet Immortal Guard's punch. The puppet Immortal Guard's punch directly struck the lightning, like a sharp awl, swiftly piercing through it, completely disregarding the lightning. The punch landed squarely on Lei Daozi's hand. The destructive, frenzied force from the Immortal Guard's fist surged into Lei Daozi, as if a whirlwind had suddenly erupted, emitting deafening roars. A sound echoed everywhere. Lei Daozi's body flickered slightly, taking a step back, his hands trembling as the lightning dissipated. A strange light shone in his eyes as he stared at the puppet, laughing loudly, a top-grade puppet. The Immortal Guard puppet retreated 2 steps, its eyes icy cold, lightning swirling around its body like a chaotic dance of silver snakes. Lei Daozi laughed loudly, taking a step forward. With this step, the electric light that had just lifted its foot flashed wildly throughout the room, unexpectedly condensing on Lei Daozi's foot as he fiercely stomped on the ground. The entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble violently in that instant. The room instantly vanished, leaving no trace behind. The lightning formed a bright circle, spreading in all directions, with Wang Ping bearing the brunt of it. The puppet guard's eyes grew colder, stomping his foot and throwing a punch, but the ripples of the lightning were too large. With his strength, he clearly couldn't handle it all. Seeing the lightning about to reach Wang Ping's body from behind, Qingyi, her expression unchanged, pulled Wang Ping's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. As for Wang Ping, his expression showed not the slightest sign of panic, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, he wouldn't be moved, because he knew his father would definitely come. In his eyes, his father was the strongest being under the heavens, and no one could resist him. Wang Ping's composure caught Lei Daozi's attention. After a moment of careful observation, he was stunned, as if he had seen through something. Waves of lightning, accompanied by thunderous roars, surged towards Wang Ping, but the instant the lightning arrived, a mournful, slow voice echoed through the heavens and earth. This voice, emanating an extremely profound sense of melancholy, lingered in all directions, causing the raging lightning waves to suddenly become motionless. The blue lightning, seemingly alive, resembled threads, some of which had even extended 3 inches in front of Wang Ping, but now they were all frozen. The voice contained only one word: stabilize. In the void, a massive vortex appeared, and within it, a white-haired old man slowly emerged. He walked through the void, arriving beside Wang Ping. His right hand casually touched the ripples of lightning, and a resounding crack echoed. In an instant, the lightning ripples spread throughout the entire space. At that moment, as they were rapidly spreading, the lightning ripples collapsed. The scene happened so suddenly that Lei Daozi gasped, taking 2 steps back. His gaze was serious, staring intently at Wang Lin, his face showing caution. He couldn't discern the other's cultivation. His eyes could see, but his spiritual sense seemed to conjure up the old man's presence. Father Wang Ping murmured, observing the old man before him in astonishment. This call, uttered over 10 years of his life's memories, the old man was indeed Wang Lin. His eyes, originally dim, now flashed with a cold light. Such a look hadn't appeared in his eyes for a long time. Thunder Immortal Palace Messenger, Wang Lin said slowly. The puppet Immortal Guard flashed and stood beside Wang Lin, his icy gaze fixed on Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi stared back at Wang Lin, his expression extremely serious, and said, "Who are you?" Wang Lin looked around. With such a large commotion, no villagers had appeared in the village. Obviously, those who had been swept by his divine sense had been knocked unconscious. He raised his right hand, and a gentle light enveloped Wang Ping and Qingyi. At the same time, he took a step forward. In an instant, he and Wang Ping disappeared, and the Immortal Guard following them also vanished. Lei Daozi's face darkened. He snorted coldly, stomped his foot, and his figure disappeared. On a desolate plain west of the Nianyan Star, Wang Lin emerged from the void, and Wang Ping and Qingyi appeared in a gentle light. At the same time, lightning flashed 500 feet ahead, and Lei Daozi appeared. As soon as he stepped out, a large amount of lightning immediately surrounded him, the entire sky becoming gloomy, the sky dark, lightning flashing wildly, extremely terrifying. "No matter who you are, leave this puppet behind, and I will spare the three of you." Lei Daozi's voice was icy cold as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he calmly said, "Even if you spare me, I will not spare you. If I had arrived a step later, my son would have died at your hands. This has enraged me. No matter what your identity is, today, you will die." His voice was like a hammer striking a post, a surge of killing intent suddenly rising. At the same time, the puppet guard stomped its foot in the void, its entire body instantly flashing with golden light. It resembled a golden figure, the dazzling golden light instantly unleashing a punch towards Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi potted his storage bag, and immediately a lightning net appeared in his hand. He chanted a spell, extended it forward, and in an instant, a huge net formed, transforming into the heavens and earth, then rapidly contracting, enveloping the puppet guard. Countless talisman patterns flashed on the lightning net, incredibly tough. When it contracted, the puppet guard's fist surprisingly couldn't break through. "I, as an envoy of the Lightning Immortal Palace, with your strength, even with this puppet, you think you can kill me? It's impossible." After throwing out the lightning net, Lei Daozi didn't even glance at it. He clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and a bolt of lightning suddenly materialized, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He didn't need to dodge the lightning at all. The moment the lightning arrived, he opened his mouth. Lei Daozi watched in astonishment as Wang Lin swallowed the lightning completely. Electric sparks crackled around Wang Lin's body. This little lightning power isn't enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand, his primordial spirit instantly separating and merging into it. In an instant, a lightning ball materialized in his palm. Although this lightning ball was only the size of a fist, its appearance darkened the entire world, causing all the lightning under the gloomy sky to roar wildly. Almost instantly bursting forth like raging dragons, heading straight towards the lightning ball in Wang Lin's right hand. This scene startled Lei Daozi. What he saw before him was only lightning in the gloomy sky, as if attracted by some force, all forming a torrent, finally falling into the palm of his opponent's hand. This is true lightning." Wang Lin's voice was calm. He swung his right hand forward, and the lightning ball, accompanied by a rumbling sound, flew rapidly towards Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated, potting his storage bag. Immediately, a 3-jong-long iron staff, pure black in color, appeared in his hand. The staff was covered with incantations, and a small dark red thread was interwoven with it. The moment the lightning ball in Wang Lin's hand approached, Lei Daozi gripped the staff and fiercely plunged it into the ground. At the same time, he chanted incantations with both hands, continuously casting spells. "Heaven and earth lightning, gather!" Lei Daozi's eyes narrowed as he shouted. The space rumbled, and the lightning ball surged forward furiously. But in an instant, it was guided by the iron staff, changing direction and striking directly at the staff. The immense lightning power instantly enveloped the entire staff. Electric sparks swirled around the staff, and the runes on its surface glowed brightly, seemingly absorbing something rapidly. However, the lightning ball's power was too strong. The staff couldn't withstand it and let out a cracking sound, with fissures appearing on its surface. But at this moment, the dark red thread on the staff's body followed the cracks, merging like fluid, preventing the staff from collapsing. The lightning ball emitted a deafening roar, carrying immense power. Although it had absorbed a considerable amount of lightning power, it continued to relentlessly strike the staff. At this point, the cracks on the staff's body widened wildly, and in an instant, the red thread seemed to merge into the entire staff. Lei Daozi observed the scene before him, his eyes revealing disbelief. At this moment, the iron staff seemed unable to withstand the immense lightning power. After absorbing all the lightning power from the lightning ball, it trembled slightly and suddenly collapsed before Lei Daozi's eyes. Countless thunderclaps echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The entire Rangsing Nebula shook violently, many large mountains crumbled, emitting roars. With the collapse of the iron staff, the immense lightning power erupted. Lei Daozi, bearing the brunt of the thunderous roar, retreated 10 steps, his face pale, staring at Wang Lin and shouting, You are the imposter, Su Mu, the messenger of the Thunder Immortal Palace. What kind of cultivation do you possess under the unleashed lightning power? The lightning net trapping the immortal guards also disintegrated in an instant, and the immortal guards stamped their feet to escape. Wang Lin calmly looked at Lei Daozi and slowly said, My cultivation level. He pondered for a moment, but his immortal power instantly erupted, rising from the foundation establishment stage, directly transforming into the God transformation stage, and then condensing to reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. There was no end to it. His immortal power continued to erupt, his cultivation level rising further, reaching the early stage of the peak inquiry realm. As Wang Lin's immortal power surged, Lei Daozi's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he didn't think much of cultivators at the initial stage, the old man before him was constantly increasing his cultivation level, and he couldn't predict what level he would ultimately reach. The early stage of the peak inquiry realm wasn't the end. Wang Lin's immortal power continued to rage, reaching the middle stage of the peak inquiry realm in his pensive gaze. His immortal power gradually stabilized, stopping at the middle stage of the peak inquiry realm, but the aura around Wang Lin grew stronger and stronger, without the slightest pause. This aura stemmed from his profound understanding. Originally at the mid-stage of the questioning realm, he couldn't possibly raise his intent further, but the aura transformed into intent, soaring higher and higher, causing Lei Daozi's expression to grow increasingly grim. The upward surge of intent seemed endless, breaking through the mid-stage of the questioning realm and rising frantically. At this moment, Wang Lin's silver hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze growing increasingly pensive. A colossal aura emanated from Wang Lin, spreading in all directions, gradually enveloping the entire Ren Yun star. The intent continued to be released, reaching the late stage of the questioning realm, without end, continuing on. This scene made Lei Daozi's eyelids twitch. He could barely breathe, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. But he immediately noticed that the mental state seemed to have stopped, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, a cultivator who is still at the first stage is easy to kill, but he's really a bit strange. In the air, a massive landscape painting appeared. The painting was entirely composed of the sky as canvas and the earth as ink, seemingly a phantom image. Within this landscape painting, a stream of the yellow springs gradually emerged, slowly flowing. However, then, the yellow springs in the sky suddenly flickered, completely absorbed into Wang Lin's spiritual essence, disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin's artistic conception startled Lei Daozi. It was not only gentle, but also possessed a madness, having just reached the peak of the late stage of the questioning realm. Yet, his artistic conception stopped at this level. Lei Daozi breathed a sigh of relief. He truly feared Wang Lin's artistic conception would break through to the first stage of cultivation. If that were the case, with the puppet's assistance, today would likely be a fierce battle. With such meager cultivation, he dares to impersonate an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Lei Daozi sneered, but inwardly he felt a little suspicious. After all, the lightning ball Su Mu had just unleashed was truly astonishing. This kind of lightning-based divine ability was definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. He had only seen it on the Earth-level envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Furthermore, another point of suspicion was that when his divine sense swept across, he couldn't detect this person's presence at all. Although his divine sense could now clearly see this person's cultivation level, he always had a feeling as if there was a layer of mist or like seeing the moon's reflection in water. Wang Lin raised his head. His immortal power wasn't much, only reaching the mid-stage of the questioning peak, but his unintentional state of mind had unexpectedly reached this level, which was somewhat beyond Wang Lin's expectations. Moreover, he only released the concept of reincarnation. Within his primordial spirit, the concepts of thunderous might and karmic cycles had not yet been manifested. As for why Lei Daozi couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation, it was because of that trace of the concept of karmic cycles. Wang Lin's concept, under constant transformation, could only be discerned by true cultivators who had entered the second stage. Yin and Yang, reality and illusion, were, after all, merely a transitional process between the first and second stages. Wang Ping looked at his father in astonishment. In the instant his father's cultivation level increased, his body vaguely fluctuated. This fluctuation clearly originated from his soul, further reinforcing his previous judgment. A bitter feeling welled up in Wang Lin's heart. Qingyi, beside him, held Wang Ping's hand, her eyes filled with even deeper affection, and she whispered, "It's all right. No matter what, I'll always be by your side." Wang Ping remained silent, then nodded. Lei Daozi's face darkened as he stared at Wang Lin and said, "I'll show you what a true thunder messenger is." He then raised his right hand, pointed to the sky, and roared, "Thunder, immortal beast!" In the sky, a vast amount of lightning appeared from the boundless expanse. These lightning bolts seemed to want to occupy the entire space, now frantically condensing. In an instant, a huge lightning ball formed in the air. A deafening thunderclap echoed incessantly. This sound was full of majesty, causing all who heard it to be extremely shaken. At this moment, all the cultivators on Ran Yun Star were writhing in agony under Lei Daozi's divine consciousness. No matter where they were, they all heard the thunder. Their minds trembled, and their spiritual power surged wildly, almost uncontrollably. The lightning ball flashed, powerfully contracting, finally transforming into an extraordinary lightning beast. This lightning beast was extremely majestic, lightning bolts flashing from its nose like a soaring dragon, its two large eyes revealing an arrogant expression, as if it were the most noble thing in the world. However, its gaze down upon Wang Lin left him stunned, a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. Lei Daozi looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "Because of the lightning beast, it can be called a messenger of the lightning immortal palace. The crime of impersonation is punishable by extermination." Wang Lin glanced at the lightning beast and slowly said, "Without lightning horns, what right do you have to call yourself a lightning beast?" He potted his storage bag and the divine archery chariot instantly materialized, roaring and transforming into lightning. An aura capable of destroying heaven and earth permeated the lightning, and a colossal beast, brimming with lightning power, slowly emerged from within the lightning. Its appearance was similar to a unicorn, but it wasn't a unicorn. On its head, a silver horn flickered with electric light, emitting a buzzing sound. The moment it appeared, Lei Daozi's face changed drastically. This was the first time he had felt such utter terror, so overwhelming that he was stunned, staring at the giant beast in astonishment, speechless. His thunder beast, the Thunder Immortal, also erupted with lightning in the air, its head tilted, staring intently at the giant beast, its four hoofs trampling the starry sky, appearing extremely ferocious. The Thunder God chariot, transformed into a giant beast, raised its head and let out a loud roar towards the sky. At this moment, the entire sky resounded with thunderous roars, and bolts of lightning immediately struck down. This phenomenon was not a heavenly tribulation, but a divine power unleashed by the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast, the Thunder Immortal, also emitted intense electric light from its nose, seemingly unable to withstand it, and simultaneously raised its head and roared. Wang Lin's lightning beast's eyes flashed with cold light. When lightning beasts meet, if their masters aren't there to restrain them, a fight to the death is inevitable. This distinguishes lightning beasts from other immortal beasts. A bolt of lightning surged from beneath Wang Lin's lightning beast's feet. Without hesitation, the beast charged forward, roaring at the lightning immortal beast. The other lightning beast's eyes showed confusion. Its bloodline wasn't pure, but it could sense the immense power of the other's lightning. Even so, the dignity deep within its soul wouldn't allow it to be trampled upon. It roared, not retreating but instead charging forward. With thunderous roars and lightning power, the two lightning beasts began a fierce battle. The heavens and earth trembled violently, shrouded in mist. This is a silver-horned lightning beast. Lei Daozi's gaze focused on the silver horn on Wang Lin's lightning beast's head, his eyes filled with shock. Possessing a lightning beast, mastering lightning divine abilities, Lei Daozi's face showed a bitter expression. If he hadn't been ordered to investigate this matter, he would have truly believed that the Lightning Immortal Palace had sent an envoy here 70 years ago. He would definitely have thought that Wang Lin was also a lightning envoy. Silver-horned lightning beasts were not non-existent in the Lightning Immortal Palace, but they were extremely rare, only in the hands of a few heavenly extreme envoys. If he could obtain a silver-horned lightning beast, his status in the Lightning Immortal Palace would undoubtedly be much higher. He looked at the horn on the lightning beast's head, and a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. His gaze immediately turned to Wang Lin, and without any unnecessary words, he directly chanted a spell. Suddenly, the lightning converged, flashing intensely, and a silver long sword materialized within the lightning. Lightning flashed, Lei Daozi's right hand chanted a spell and pointed forward. The silver sword flashed like lightning, transforming into thunder and striking directly at the puppet Immortal Guard. Just kill this person, and the ownerless thunder beast will be mine. Lei Daozi unleashed his flying sword, lunging forward, his large hand open, and shouted, "Thunder Immortal Tribulation!" A purple lightning bolt suddenly materialized above his hand, forming a barrier of electric light, emitting a thunderous roar as it followed his figure straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but the pupils in his eyes contracted. Lei Daozi was indeed worthy of being a yin void cultivator. Not only was his immortal power immense, but his understanding of lightning was even more astonishing. This person's realm is probably related to lightning. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag, and a golden immortal brush appeared in his hand. Holding the immortal brush in his hand, Wang Lin swung it in the void before him. With each stroke, a talisman suddenly appeared before him. He didn't stop, but continued painting at an extremely fast speed, suddenly creating 7 paintings. 7 paintings were the limit. With each stroke, his primordial spirit merged into it. When these 7 paintings were completed, his primordial spirit had naturally split into 7. Wang Lin's primordial body, after devouring half of the ancient thunder dragon, had naturally mutated. At this moment, it split into 7 and merged into the talismans, immediately causing the talismans to emit not golden light but white lightning. Above them, there was not only the power of an immortal, but even more so the pressure of heavenly thunder. The talismans quickly took shape, each wave emitting a clear, continuous vibration. An immense and boundless pressure emanated like a whirlwind. This oppressive power, the true thunder power, far surpasses all other thunder-based divine abilities. Today, the thunder power is spreading immensely, causing even the 2 thunder beasts fighting not far away to look back. They sensed the immense thunder, and naturally, they clearly perceived the ancient thunder aura hidden within the runes. This ancient thunder originated from the primordial thunder dragon. When the primordial thunder dragon existed, it was the one who wielded thunder on behalf of the heavenly Tao. This power, after Wang Lin devoured half of the thunder dragon, gradually merged into his primordial spirit. It could even be said that Wang Lin's primordial spirit's thunder power is stronger than any other thunder power in the world. If Lei Daozi were to use other divine abilities, it would be one thing, but if he were to use a thunder-based divine ability facing Wang Lin, he would have no chance of winning. Although his cultivation level was high, it hadn't truly reached the 2nd stage. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone well at all. Wang Lin had an absolute advantage against lightning. No lightning divine ability in this world could harm him. In fact, one could say Wang Lin was the primordial lightning dragon of this world. Having completed the 7-stroke talisman painting, Wang Lin flicked the brush forward slightly, and these talismans instantly transformed into lightning, heading straight towards Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi's face darkened, gritting his teeth. The purple lightning in his palm suddenly surged out, colliding with the talisman. Boom! The talisman shattered, transforming into immense force, carrying Wang Lin's 7 primordial spirits and directly pressing down on Lei Daozi. The purple lightning in Lei Daozi's hand suddenly dissipated, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body recoiling as if caught in a storm. Boom, 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 boom. With each explosion, a powerful primordial spirit circled around Lei Daozi, causing him to continuously spit out fresh blood and retreat backward. When the last primordial spirit echoed, Lei Daozi's face turned pale, and he was instantly pushed back hundreds of feet, his eyes filled with extreme terror. This was the first time in his life he had been defeated in the realm of lightning divine abilities. He even had a feeling that, compared to his opponent, the person named Sumu before him was the true messenger of the lightning immortal palace, while he himself was not. This chaotic feeling made him take a deep breath, his eyes growing increasingly gloomy. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Lei Daozi was indeed worthy of being an Yin Void cultivator. Under these runes, he was only slightly injured, his foundation unshaken. The opponent's immortal power was too strong, and moreover, it contained a trace of heaven and earth primal energy, causing the lightning to penetrate and be continuously dispersed by the heaven and earth primal energy. You are very strong, living in seclusion on this random star. I fear it's for enlightenment. If you were given 100 years, you might become even stronger. If your cultivation were like mine, I would undoubtedly have died in today's battle. But unfortunately, your cultivation is still stuck at the first stage of cultivation. Lei Daozi took a deep breath, his injuries instantly healing completely. However, Wang Lin still noticed that the opponent's heaven and earth elemental power seemed to be lacking a bit. I'll ask you one last time, hand over the silver horn thunder beast and that puppet, and I'll let you go, otherwise, you will surely die today. What I displayed just now was merely an ordinary divine ability, but if you continue to be foolish, I will next unleash elemental power magic that only cultivators at the second stage can cultivate. You won't be able to resist, Lei Daozi said in a low voice. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He patted his storage bag with his right hand, and a large sword appeared in his hand, its tip tilted downwards. He said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and attack. Let me see what kind of Yin Void cultivators' elemental power and divine abilities they possess." Whether it was the Illusion family's ancestor, or Tia Kuizi, or Lei Daozi before him, Wang Lin noticed a similarity between the three: their elemental power. Clearly, elemental power was the key to a second-stage cultivator. This battle could be said to be the first time Wang Lin had personally fought against an Yin Void cultivator. The Yin Void cultivator's recovery of strength made Wang Lin's heart sink. Lei Daozi's gaze swept over Wang Lin, then settled on Wang Ping and Qingyi behind him. A strange glint appeared in his eyes as he slowly said, "For the sake of one death, you abandoned your enlightenment. This point, I truly find very difficult to understand." "Shut your mouth." Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes blazing red, and slowly raised the sword in his hand, saying coldly. A flash of lightning flickered in Lei Daozi's eyes. For the first time, he unleashed his divine high abilities, staring intensely at Wang Ping behind Wang Lin. Under his gaze, Wang Ping felt a chill run down his spine, as if all his secrets were being seen through with a single glance. Wang Lin's power had pushed Lei Daozi to his limit. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use his elemental power abilities, because elemental power was truly rare. With his cultivation level, unless it was a matter of life and death, he couldn't easily use it. After all, the more he used it, the longer he would remain stuck in the Yin Void realm. If he couldn't break through within 1,000 years, his cultivation would remain stagnant for life. But he didn't have 300 years left, so he didn't think he would easily use his elemental power and divine abilities. At this moment, what made him wary of his opponent was lightning. Lei Daozi analyzed in his heart that this person's mental state must be related to lightning. If he could break through the opponent's mental state, perhaps he wouldn't need to use elemental power and divine abilities to win. Making me reconsider, it turns out to be a vengeful spirit. I just discovered something. How could a mortal withstand my divine consciousness? Then I saw the puppet and thought it would help, but it seems I was wrong. Lei Daozi laughed heartily, his words both calm and malicious. But then his eyes narrowed, his words stopped abruptly, and he looked into Wang Ping's eyes, revealing an intense fear that seemed to reach the heavens. This is sword energy. This sword energy is terrifying. Lei Daozi gasped, his body instantly recoiling. His scalp tingled. The divine power hidden in his eyes had just revealed two streams of sword energy within Wang Ping. Madman, you're insane. Sword energy of this level, unexpectedly capable of extracting and solidifying souls into physical bodies. I can't fight you. Let's run. Lei Daozi's body trembled, and without hesitation, he swiftly charged towards the Thunder Beast. The two streams of sword energy within Wang Ping had completely terrified him. Wang Ping remained silent, staring in astonishment at his father, speechless for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Lei Daozi as he moved further and further away. If it weren't for the fact that the heaven-shattering sword energy was running low, he would have unleashed it all and killed this man long ago. There was no time to hesitate. Raising the great sword in his hand, he flashed downwards. His primordial spirit, combined with his primal energy, instantly separated, a portion merging into the sword and dissipating into the heavens and earth. Lei Daozi tried to retreat, his face turning pale. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura suddenly descending upon the heavens and earth. Primal energy divine ability. How can you unleash such a primal energy divine ability? Lei Daozi's face changed drastically, even feeling a sense of life-threatening danger. After all, he was no match for the Illusion family's ancestor of yesteryear. The Illusion family's ancestor's true cultivation had reached the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Although his cultivation had been reduced, he was still far stronger than ordinary Yin Void cultivators. In this perilous situation, he immediately pointed his right hand at his forehead, his eyes flashing with a white light. This white light was gentle, yet it contained the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, Lei Daozi's primal energy surged directly from his crown. In a flash, the entire world trembled, as if an invisible aura permeated in all directions. Lei Daozi's face turned pale, clearly. Unleashing this primal energy divine ability was a considerable burden for him. Primal Energy Thunder Cauldron. Lei Daozi shouted softly, releasing even more primal energy from his crown, causing the heavens and earth to transform. This transformation was genuine, not illusory. The sky slowly descended, everything around him falling. The ground slowly rose, rumbling through the air, the earth beneath Lei Daozi's feet shaking incessantly. The heavens and earth transformed. In an instant, there was no longer heaven and earth, only a massive blue cauldron. Heaven and earth had become a giant cauldron. Heaven as the mouth of the cauldron, earth as the body. This was the primal energy divine ability. At this moment, Wang Lin's lightning beast confronted the lightning beast of the lightning immortal palace, letting out a roar. Its body, riddled with wounds, transformed into a bolt of lightning and landed on the peak. Suddenly, the area outside the original cauldron, which was previously empty, gradually gave way to a sculpted figure. This sculpted figure was none other than the head of that lightning beast. Sumo, I'll show you this divine power of my elemental force. Let's see who can survive. The heavens and earth transformed into a giant cauldron. And Lei Daozi's voice now possessed the power of the heavens and earth. Inside the cauldron, thunder rumbled, countless lightning bolts appeared wildly, the lightning cauldron formed from the heavens and earth was boundless. At this moment, the heavens and earth were like a furnace, the lightning within increasing, beginning to refine. Wang Lin, holding his sword, simply brought it down. A strange aura permeated the lightning cauldron. A single sword strike, imbued with rules, severed not physical entities, but the rules of the heavens and earth. Each bolt of lightning roared down, relentlessly bombarding Wang Lin. This lightning wasn't born of heaven and earth, but was transformed from Lei Daozi's thoughts. It contained not only divine abilities, but also Tao principles. As the Luo slaying technique descended, Wang Lin instantly transformed into a colossal cauldron, seemingly becoming illusory. Blue lines spread in all directions, forming the great cauldron. With a single sword strike, the curves crumbled, shattering with unstoppable force. Lei Daozi's cries echoed within the heavens and earth, and simultaneously, his primal energy surged out, transforming back into curves, preserving the cauldron's integrity. Immediately afterward, even more Tao principle lightning bolts descended, each striking Wang Lin and causing his body to tremble. Without his mutated primordial spirit, another peak-seeking cultivator would instantly be reduced to dust by such a barrage of lightning bolts. The cold light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. In an instant, the puppet immortal guards were also enveloped in a frenzied barrage of punches, striking in all directions, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Although the lightning was intense, the puppet immortal guards' bodies were incredibly strong and could not be damaged in the slightest. Each of his punches was equivalent to a Yin Void divine ability, the sound echoing above the great cauldron, seemingly the greatest threat to Lei Daozi. Besides the immortal guards, the lightning beasts also roared, their bodies flashing with lightning. A golden light appeared on their silver horns, and boundless lightning spread in all directions, causing the space to vibrate and the great cauldron to shake even more violently. Lei Daozi groaned again, releasing a large amount of his primal energy, which merged into the great cauldron. "Refine it for me," a fierce, chilling sound echoed around, and within the great cauldron, the divine thunder struck down furiously, unexpectedly creating purple flames. In an instant, the great cauldron transformed into a sea of fire, lightning and fire intertwining, its power even more ferocious. Wang Lin's expression was grim. Although the vital energy in his primordial spirit couldn't compare to his opponent's, the full power of the slaying Luo technique hadn't been unleashed. As the illusion family's ancestor had said back then, if Wang Lin reached the second stage, even in the yin-yang void and reality realm, the power of the slaying Luo technique would skyrocket. His eyes flashed, and Wang Lin retracted his great sword, looking at the glowing thunder beast. Wang Lin bit his fingertip, drawing a large, extremely complex talisman with his blood. This talisman, filled with a sense of sorrow, seemed to reflect the passage of countless years. As the talisman appeared, the distant thunder beast trembled, turning its massive head to look at Wang Lin. The third seal open, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the talisman pierced through all the lightning, imprinting itself on the thunder beast's forehead. The thunder beast's body convulsed violently, its face contorted in agony, and a terrifying roar erupted from its mouth. Its body shook, and sharp, fanged spikes sprouted from its back. A cold light flashed above it, not with dense electrical energy, but with a vast, surging aura that suddenly erupted within the cauldron. This aura revealed a heaven-defying power, capable of defying even heaven itself, let alone this divine power. In an instant, the thunder beast's body grew several times larger, and the lightning surrounding it, originally silver, suddenly turned black. Black lightning, carrying an aura of destruction, roared out from the thunder beast's body. The beast let out a roar, its body soaring into the sky, a complex beast language emanating from its mouth. The thunder beast, the lightning immortal above the great cauldron, immediately trembled and, following the transformation, knelt on the ground, not daring to raise its head. It only felt that its kind before it was many times more powerful than itself, but its pride had given it the courage to fight. But at this moment, a deep fear rose in its soul. It seemed that its kind had also transformed rapidly, as if becoming an ancient ancestor, utterly irresistible. The thunder beast, having its third seal broken, was enveloped in a flash of lightning. In an instant, this lightning reached its peak. Endless, pitch-black lightning bolts surged wildly across its body, forming swirling black lightning vortices that blasted and spread in all directions. At this moment, the immortal guard's entire body also flashed with golden light, which slowly transformed into a crimson hue, as if turning completely red. His fist contained immense power. Boom! The lightning vortex erupted, scattering across the entire great cauldron, causing countless cracks to appear and continuously split open. Boom! The immortal guard furiously slammed his fist against the great cauldron, further increasing the number of cracks. The immense force struck the heaven and earth elemental power of Lei Daozi in all directions. At this moment, he frantically channeled his primal energy into himself. He no longer had time to grieve over the loss of his primal energy. After becoming the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoy, this could be considered his most arduous battle, a life-or-death struggle. However, the speed at which he channeled his primal energy clearly couldn't keep up with the Thunder Beast, which had broken its seal, and the Immortal Guard's puppet, which was unleashing its divine abilities. In this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. Instead of drawing his great sword, he raised his right hand, forming a sword with 2 fingers, and fiercely slashed downwards. Slash the demon! Boom! An unimaginable sound erupted, reverberating throughout the great cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that exploded wildly in all directions. Black lightning flashed across each fragment, and thunderous roars echoed across the sky as each piece shattered again. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He had repeatedly unleashed the slaying Luo technique twice, but the elemental power in his primordial spirit was clearly insufficient. Even his cultivation level seemed to be suddenly declining. He feared his elemental power would soon be depleted. His body flicked, and the heavens and earth returned to their original state, stopping on the ground. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Although his face was pale and bloodless, the cold glint in his eyes grew stronger. Between heaven and earth, the figure of Lei Daozi materialized. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to flee. He was terrified. He had fought countless battles in his life, but none were as bizarre as today. The opponent was clearly only a peak-level cultivator, yet his divine abilities and spells sent shivers down his spine. Especially when he thought of those two sword energies, his mind was even more shaken. He only regretted not being faster. The puppet guardian's body flashed, chasing closely behind, while the thunder beasts also roared in bursts, pursuing alongside the guardian. Gradually disappearing into the vast expanse of the heavens and earth. Father, is what he said true? Wang Ping's faint voice echoed from behind. The recent battle saw Lei Daozi's divine power not extend to Wang Ping and Qingyi. Perhaps he thought that he wouldn't want to provoke Wang Ping's two sword energies under any circumstances. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. He slowly turned around, looked at Wang Ping for a long time, and then nodded. Wang Ping looked at his father, smiled slightly, a very bright and natural smile, and calmly said, "Father, this is the reason you didn't let me cultivate the Tao. That's also the reason why you and Thangi haven't had any descendants until now. Because you died long ago, didn't you?" Wang Lin's eyes showed sorrow as he looked at Wang Ping and whispered, "I didn't die?" Wang Ping shook his head and smiled. "Father, you taught me before that if you encounter a mountain, you should step over it. If you encounter a river, you should cross it. Even heaven and earth can be overcome. Father, thank you. Actually, I've had the answer in my heart for many years, but I didn't dare face it, didn't dare verify it. Why I couldn't cultivate the Tao, why I didn't have any descendants, why for over 70 years I've never been sick, not even truly felt tired. And why, even though I knew I was truly at the end of my life, my body felt nothing. I understand all of this now." Wang Ping looked at Wang Lin, a vague, almost imperceptible smile on his face, mixed with a strong sense of reluctance. "Father, I, Wang Ping, have no mother, only you. Thank you for being my companion." Wang Ping felt tears welling up in his eyes, but found he had no tears. "It turns out, I don't even have tears." Wang Ping looked at his father bitterly, whispering, "Father, take care. Pinger cannot fulfill the promise, cannot be with you for eternity." The sorrow in Wang Lin's eyes faded. That year, Liu Mi entrusted Wang Ping to him. Although he had given the child elixirs and used lightning-based divine abilities to dispel more than half of the resentment, he ultimately discovered that Wang Ping had probably died long before. Life is fleeting for all human beings. Even a vengeful spirit is the same. Its existence is merely a wisp of soul, not entering reincarnation. This is the fundamental nature of a vengeful spirit. Liu Mi gave Wang Lin just a wisp of soul. This wisp of soul cannot cultivate, and even less can it cultivate. Once it cultivates, the resentment will erupt, and from then on, it will truly vanish into thin air. Wang Ping, however, couldn't possibly trick Wang Lin into cultivating because his body was formed from a single sword cha, using a sword cha to ascend to the heavens to form his body. Using a sword cha to protect the vengeful spirit that is Wang Ping. His growth, in reality, is merely a matter of magic. For over 70 years of his life, from childhood to adulthood, he has been immersed in Wang Lin's immortal magic. "Your promise will be fulfilled, believe me," Wang Lin whispered. Wang Ping looked at his father, pulled Qingyi's hand, and whispered, "Father, let Qingyi go." He turned back and looked deeply at Qingyi, a gentle smile appearing on his lips, and whispered, "If there is a next life, if I can be reborn, Qingyi, I will definitely find you." Qingyi's tears fell, and she wanted to say something. Wang Ping shook his head and smiled. He looked up at the sky and lowered his voice. "Father, Qingyi, I'm leaving." A deep reluctance was evident in Wang Ping's eyes. He wanted to be with Qingyi, to be by his father's side in his days. He seemed to return to his childhood, the 19 years in that mountain village, the days of drinking the bitter medicine. A joyful smile appearing on his lips. "Father, the medicine is so bitter." He seemed to see, every night, his father using his divine power to dispel the resentment on his body, seeing that the medicine was not absorbed, but integrated into his soul. Because his body couldn't absorb the medicine, he seemed to see his body, in fact, as a golden sword energy, and he seemed to see a golden sword energy surrounding his soul as well. "No wonder I always dreamt of a world inside a golden expanse." Wang Ping closed his eyes. In an instant, a golden light flashed from his body, forming a sword energy that lingered around Wang Lin. Then another sword energy transformed and escaped. On the ground, only a white light remained, silently floating, within which was a thin, silken black thread interwoven. This black thread was the last trace of resentment. Wang Lin gazed at the white thread in astonishment. After a long while, he gently waved his right hand, and the black thread dissipated into the air. After a lifetime of reincarnation, Wang Lin had finally dispelled all of his child's resentment, leaving not a single trace behind. Rare tears welled up in his eyes as he gently grasped the white light, as if cradling a child. The wind blew, and the light vanished without a trace, but Wang Lin did not let go. He knew that if he did, Wang Ping, no longer burdened by resentment, would enter reincarnation. Pinger, your promise will be fulfilled. Wang Lin clutched the light, placing it at his forehead, integrating it into the heaven-defying technique, and placing it beside Li Muwan's nascent soul. From now on, your mother is Waner. Wang Lin turned and walked away. Father Qingyi knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow no less than Wang Lin's. Father, I also made a promise to Wang Ping. Even in the underworld, I will be his companion. Take me with you, even if I become a soul, as long as I can be with Wang Ping. Father, this is what you said all those years ago, to always be by Wang Ping's side. Then Guy said through tears, you have no regrets? No. Wang Lin left, taking with him Thingy's soul, a soul without regret. His figure, under the setting sun, slowly transformed. His hair, no longer gray, gradually turned black again. His previously slightly hunched body slowly straightened. Wang Lin, 70 years old, gradually vanished into nothingness. A cycle of reincarnation ended not far away on the ground. A thunder beast remained prostrate. Its body trembled uncontrollably, and as it watched Wang Lin disappear into the void, it hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed. In the void, Wang Lin's black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes neither joyful nor sorrowful, as if he had seen everything in this world. In this lifetime, reincarnation was not only for Wang Ping, but also for Wang Lin himself. His cultivation had broken through the early stage of the questioning peak realm, reaching the middle stage. His understanding, gained through a lifetime of peaceful reincarnation and enlightenment, had reached the late stage of the questioning peak realm. With enough immortal jade, Wang Lin was confident he could truly become a late-stage questioning peak expert. In the yin-yang void realm, I can defeat yin void cultivators, but it's extremely difficult, and each battle consumes a considerable amount of heaven and earth's primal energy. Right now, primal energy is at a critical point. I can't afford to waste even a single bit more. As for yang realm cultivators, I'm simply no match for them. I'd flee as quickly as possible. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. The first and second steps of cultivation are indeed a huge gap, not easily crossed. Although my cultivation has truly reached the late stage of the questioning peak, without primal energy, facing yin-yang void realm cultivators, I still can't defeat them. But how can I obtain primal energy? Wang Lin stepped into the air, quickly breaking through the layers of space, heading straight towards the starry sky, pursuing the Thunder Beast and the puppet Immortal Guard with his divine consciousness. Behind him, the Thunder Beast and the Thunder Immortal Palace always followed, maintaining a certain distance. The most crucial thing right now is to obtain enough immortal jade, and at the same time, to figure out a way to increase the heaven and earth's primal energy. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, revealing a resolute expression. In the starry sky, he potted his storage bag, and the star Luo compass immediately flew out. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on it, his entire body transforming into a silver light soaring rapidly into the depths of the starry sky. The Thunder Beast behind him, startled, transformed into a bolt of lightning, roaring after him. Wang Lin, knowing that a Thunder Beast was following him, unleashed his full speed, heading straight towards the location of the Immortal Guard's divine consciousness. The silver light streaked across the sky, transforming into a howling, tearing wind as it approached, like a rainbow crossing the void. In an instant, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and a rumbling sound echoed in his ears. From afar, he saw Lei Daozi in an extremely difficult situation. His hands were filled with lightning, and he was being repeatedly pushed back by the puppet Immortal Guard. Beside him, the Thunder Beast, having unleashed its third seal, roared and attacked furiously. A powerful lightning bolt emanated from its single horn, forcing Lei Daozi to hastily dodge each time, his eyes turning pale with fear, a hint of despair in his expression. Lei Daozi glanced at the silver light rapidly approaching from afar, realizing it was Wang Lin, his despair intensifying. His elemental power was almost exhausted. If he continued to unleash the elemental power of heaven and earth, his cultivation would inevitably decline, and he would never reach the Yang realm. Furthermore, he was somewhat afraid of those two sword energies. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. He needed to kill Lei Daozi. This man, being an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, if he didn't kill him and let him escape, the trouble would be endless. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately 7 precious swords flashed before him, forming the 7-star sword formation. A howling sound filled the air as they charged straight towards Lei Daozi. The puppet guard's entire body flashed with pink light, and it unleashed a punch. Lei Daozi placed his hands in front of him, lightning reverberating as he took a step back. At the same time, the thunder beast behind him let out a roar from its horn, and a purple lightning bolt instantly shot towards Lei Daozi's back. Lei Daozi's face darkened. During his escape, being surrounded by a beast and a puppet like this made it impossible to increase his speed. Moreover, without the thunder beast, although he could fly, his speed was significantly reduced. At this moment, the 7-star sword formation roared forward, swirling around Lei Daozi, the icy light of the sword energy penetrating his body. Lei Daozi potted his storage bag, and a jade slip flashing with lightning immediately appeared. After crushing it, it instantly transformed into lightning, and in an instant, his entire body became a lightning barrier. The 7-star sword formation struck this barrier, immediately emitting banging sounds. The lightning barrier shook violently, and Lei Daozi, inside, stared at Wang Lin, urgently saying, "Dao Su, I was reckless in this matter. Why pursue me to the point of annihilation? Moreover, I am a member of the Thunder Immortal Palace. If you kill me, it will be difficult for me to leave this Luotia star domain. Even if I don't kill you, it will be difficult for me to leave." Wang Lin's voice was cold. He potted his storage bag, and the soul-slaying banner immediately flew out. A massive banner, 3 zhang in size, instantly appeared, creating incredibly mournful and terrifying screams that could shake even the primordial spirit. The soul-sealing banner trembled, and all the souls within it flew out. Among these souls, there were not a few soul transformation stage souls, and even some soul peak stage souls, especially after the 4th soul returned, although the number of ordinary souls didn't reach 1 billion. The power of this soul banner was far more formidable than it was back on the Vermilion Bird Star. After all, there were countless souls with great divine abilities here. Countless souls scattered, surrounding it, followed by a group of souls with divine abilities merging together, instantly transforming into 3 ultimate main souls. The first main soul was a huge unicorn emitting black energy all over its body, its eyes icy cold, carrying an extremely strong malevolent aura. The second main soul was a giant 3 zhang tall, also surrounded by black energy. He possessed extremely dense soul power and also exuded an incredibly powerful soul vibration. The third main soul was a thin black needle. It was essentially invisible. Even though it could be seen with divine consciousness, it was very difficult to detect. Its true form was the mysterious 4th main soul within the soul banner. These 3 ultimate main souls were all the souls that merged into the soul banner. After controlling the soul banner, Wang Lin displayed his most powerful divine ability, Kill. Wang Lin shouted softly. The 3 ultimate main souls immediately moved, rushing forward, along with the immortal guard puppet, the thunder beast that had broken its 3rd seal, and the 7-star sword formation. They violently attacked the thunder barrier. Lei Daozi's pupils contracted, his face turned pale, and his despair deepened. 1 puppet and 1 thunder beast were already too much for him to handle, and now 3 extremely powerful soul bodies had appeared. If this thunder barrier broke, Lei Daozi believed he would instantly perish. "Sumu, don't force me. Each of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys has a life-saving divine ability. At most, I will sacrifice my lifespan." Lei Daozi's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring intensely at Wang Lin. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Once he unleashed his life-preserving divine ability, if his elemental power was abundant, it wouldn't matter. But if his elemental power was depleted, it would cost him his lifespan. At that point, not only would his lifespan be reduced, but his cultivation would also slow down due to the complete depletion of his elemental power, regressing to the nascent soul stage. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if he could injure his opponent after unleashing that life-preserving divine ability. After all, the opponent's divine abilities and magical artifacts, especially those 2 sword energies, made Lei Daozi's head itch. Once he fully unleashed this life-preserving divine ability, he feared that death would still await him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "It is you who are forcing me, not me who am forcing you. You and I have no deep-seated enmity between us, so what do I have to do for you to release me?" Lei Daozi said bitterly. Wang Lin stared at Lei Daozi inside the lightning barrier, pondered for a moment, and said, "Recognizing me is the main thing. Let me leave a mark on you." Lei Daozi remained silent. The lightning barrier surrounding his body, under intense bombardment, was on the verge of collapse. Lei Daozi gritted his teeth and looked up, saying, "Okay, I agree." A vicious look flashed in his heart as he thought, "This person's cultivation is inferior to mine. Even if he imprints me as a slave, it won't last long. Moreover, once my original power recovers a little, I will definitely escape, report to the Lightning Immortal Palace, and kill this person to vent my anger. Disperse the lightning barrier," Wang Lin said slowly. Lei Daozi hesitated for a moment. The lightning barrier was already about to collapse. His eyes flashed, and with a wave of his right hand, the lightning barrier instantly dissipated. As the energy dissipated, Lei Daozi's heart trembled. The seven-star sword formation quickly clung to his body, and the puppet's fist remained motionless 3 inches away from him. Beside him, the Thunder Beast's eyes blazed with lightning, emitting crackling sounds and revealing an unfriendly expression. Around him, 3 Supreme Main Souls roamed freely, sometimes giving Lei Daozi cold stares. Wang Lin stared at Lei Daozi, a strange light gradually appearing in his eyes. He immediately patted his storage bag, and the Forbidden's banner flew out. Wang Lin raised his right hand slightly, and the contents of the Forbidden's banner flew out, forming a cluster of Starlight Forbidden's formations before him. With his left hand, he chanted a spell, lightly reassembling the Forbidden's formations. The starlight flashed and instantly flew straight towards Lei Daozi. Lei Daozi did not dodge, gritting his teeth and allowing the Forbidden's formations to merge into his forehead, quickly penetrating his meridians and reaching his primordial spirit. As he touched the primordial spirit, this combination of restrictions immediately dissolved, forming a Forbidden's net that enveloped Lei Daozi's primordial spirit. He carefully examined it, muttering to himself, "This restriction is a bit strange, but no restriction can withstand the attack of the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Once my primordial energy recovers a bit, I'll break it directly. This restriction is just the first step. There's a second one." Wang Lin said, then turned and stepped on the star compass, transforming into a silver light and flying straight into the distance. Lei Daozi had no choice but to follow. Under the threat beside him, he could only chase after him. In the distance, the Thunder Beast of the Thunder Immortal Palace saw this scene, hesitated for a moment, and turned to flee. Wang Lin snorted coldly, and the Thunder Beast trembled slightly, no longer daring to escape, and followed closely behind. Running forward, Wang Lin discovered a gray planet not far away. This planet was clearly abandoned, devoid of any spiritual energy, and appeared lifeless. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast, heading straight towards this planet. In an instant, he leapt directly onto the planet's surface, looking around. He saw a gray expanse of land, raging storms, and a poisonous gas that would instantly kill any mortal who encountered it. Stopping on the ground, Wang Lin stomped his right foot, creating a trench in the earth. He pointed his right hand like a sword, and a stream of sword energy roared out, rapidly swirling within the trench. Soon after, a brand new cave dwelling, sculpted by sword energy, appeared. Wang Lin entered the cave dwelling, and Lei Daozi reluctantly followed. The cave dwelling was vast, with 4 rooms and a large hall in the center. Sword energy crisscrossed the walls, and dust drifted down. After entering, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept across, carrying away all the dust. Turning to look at Lei Daozi, a strange, undetectable glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he said in a low voice, "After I place the second Dao ceiling restriction, I will not pursue you to the point of complete annihilation." Lei Daozi remained silent, looking at the surrounding objects and puppets that had not yet been retrieved by the other party. After a long while, he nodded and replied, "Okay." Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, his hands forming incantations. Restrictions flew out from his hands, quickly falling upon Lei Daozi. Wang Lin said, "While I place the restrictions, you cannot harbor any resistance. Otherwise, don't blame me for not keeping my promise." Lei Daozi said nothing, closing his eyes. He inwardly sneered, thinking, I want to see what kind of sealing techniques you have. Once I recover my power, any seal will be easily broken. Wang Lin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Only by refining the other party into a celestial guard could he be completely at ease. This Lei Daozi before him perfectly met the requirements for refining a celestial guard. Moreover, with a thunder beast outside, the two fused together, significantly increasing the success rate of the refining process. Furthermore, even if it failed, it wouldn't matter. Wang Lin wouldn't suffer any loss. Wang Lin exhaled a breath of primordial spirit energy, which transformed into countless runes in midair and landed on Lei Daozi's body. Lei Daozi's body trembled. He opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin for a long time, then inwardly snorted coldly, closing his eyes again, allowing the primordial spirit energy to merge. Just as he closed his eyes, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He quickly potted his storage bag, and the Kanji immortal staff instantly appeared in his hand, fiercely pulling it forward. Lei Daozi opened his eyes and shouted, What do you want to do? Wang Lin's speed was too fast. The Kanji immortal whip lashed out at Lei Daozi, who was still speaking when he heard 3 loud whips striking him. Not just one, but in an instant, the Kanji immortal whip flew and danced continuously, striking down with lightning speed. The resounding ba-ba sounds echoed. Lei Daozi's body trembled violently, his face immediately turned pale, and a gloomy expression appeared in his eyes. At that moment, his primordial spirit was extracted, separating from his body by 7 feet.